Hello, everybody, and welcome to, well, if you're from the United States, an early morning race. It is the RRC Endurance Championship, 8 hours of Monza, and we are RCI, and we are participating in this race. We like to welcome you all in to this very special of event. I'm Jesse Lee. I'm joined by broadcaster and commentator for the day, Nick Setnick. And well, not only are we here to cover a race, we're here to cover five of our own teams in the RRC Endurance Championship opener, the 8 hours of Monza. Nick Setnick, a lot to digest.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Before it was, I think we were covering three teams in the practice race that we were doing. That was the 8 hours of Imola that we did a few weeks ago, and now we're following five RCI teams. They are all here in their glory. You can see the new liveries that were designed. Believe it was Harry Conway that put those together.
Well, there's so many teams here for us. We have five in this fight today. This is the opening round of a championship at RRC. This is not a RCI affiliated championship. Moreover, we have our teams in this race. So, conversely to what we normally do, where RCI host race for other teams, clans, esports groups to come in and race, we're now doing the opposite. We have our own teams and we want to race now. We have five of them. RCI Motorsport with Triple R. We have Team Red, Purple, Blue, Pink. We have pretty much all the colors under the rainbow here today. And well, it's like I always tell them, Nick, if you're not going to win, don't come home at all. So I think they're properly motivated.
Yes. I mean, it worked really well last time. We had, a podium finish for the team, for the overall team, and one of our own was given a new nickname. The postman Roberts will be sending it for us all today. It was a crowd favorite last time around, just because of the excellent driving that he was putting down on the track.
Yeah, he was. It was very interesting. The chat last time, the 8 hours of Imola sort of warm up event to this last month was incredibly interesting to watch. It was fun for us here, and it also gave birth to some nicknames. And of course, this team right here, the 703, hauling the mail through the field. Well, today, they will start, I believe they're going to start ninth place where they are right now, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not entirely sure about that, but actually, no, they probably won't now that I just thought of that. But one thing you'll also have noticed, well, every car here has the option of a custom livery, and RCI came with five custom liveries, and of course, one in conjunction with Triple R that looks fantastic as well. But crazy stuff. And why not this RCI Motorsport Triple R team got some nice pink camo on there? I mean, come on, these cars look good.
Yeah, I really like how clean these came out. Just the white really pops on them, and all five of them are going to be really nice to look at out on the track today. We are at Monza today for 8 hours. Going to be a great opening round to this championship.
Yeah, now this is a championship here at RRC. Please do not get confused with the acronyms, but this is Real Racing Club's series. The Endurance Champ will be running this spring in 2021, and RCI taking part in that. RRC was gracious enough to allow us to stream our perspectives of this event and this championship. So thanks to Ruben and all the guys over at RRC for allowing that. Of course, we have live timing for the event today, not just for our cars, but for the entire field, also provided by RRC. You can find that link in the chat. We'll be dropping that periodically And you're not going to see qualifying here, Nick, because qualifying already occurred. And unfortunately, I do not have where everybody qualified, but that won't be a big deal because we are going to grid up here shortly in about 2 minutes and we'll know exactly where everybody starts from.
Yeah, this free practice 2, I'm actually not quite understanding what's happening here. Were they repairing something for the manual grid, or just this just usually isn't how an RCI race goes, which are the ones I watch, of course.
Which is what, yeah, that our expertise is how RCI does things. Obviously, RRC a little bit differently in how they grid up this. They could have been using, and it's actually not. It's actually kind of clever, really, if you think about it. They could have been using that free practice 2 session as sort of a like a cool down, if you will, in between the two, so nobody is in worry of missing the grid if they're messing with something with the car, getting final considerations in and that sort of thing. It could have been a tactile deployment of that second free practice, of course, but we assume here in 50 seconds they will be gridding up. And then, oh, in fact, there they go. They went ahead and advanced the session there nicely. They'll have 3 minutes now for final preparations. All the cars on the grid, and you will see 2 or 3 different categories here today. Well, I'm here to tell you, Nick, they don't really matter. They're not racing for an AM, a pro am, and a pro championship. They're all racing for the same cup. All 40 drivers here, or excuse me, 40 teams here today are racing for the same victory here. The reason they are split up is based on pace in qualifying. And we're told each race based on pace in qualifying that will reshape whatever sort of color code class they're in. But there are no official classes here. Everybody racing for the same championship, a little bit different than what we're used to seeing, but it will throughout the period of 8 hours give you a better picture of, maybe you see a red placard, which is the sort of the am placard as we're used to seeing it up in the top 10. You will know by virtue that that car has gained at least 17 places from the bottom of the grid. So it's going to be interesting because I imagine all of these different color coded numbers are going to be all mixed around by the end of this race.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is definitely going to be the, you know, uh, lots of great teams are racing out here. They're all racing for the same championship, as Jesse alluded to. I mean, it's actually a nice touch, so you can assign, an additional color to someone out on the tracks on the time on the timing board and follow along with them. So it helps the viewers at home. It probably might even help me, honestly, with me flipping around the cameras. I will be in control of that as well, as I usually am when I'm in the
Broadcaster
screen.
commentator Nick Setnick for 8 hours. By the way, no smoke and mirrors here. Nick and I are going to go 8 hours again. For those of you that were with us the end of last month, yes, we did do this at Imola. We're going to do it again. Not sure what the brain trust here at RCI are thinking, allowing us to be on the mic for 8 hours. It's going to go off the rails. We're here to have fun. We welcome you to join us and have fun with us. It's going to be a slightly less how would you put it, serious stream. It's more for fun on a Saturday. Glad that you're with us, but all things considered, I genuinely don't know what they're thinking. They let us in a booth for 8 hours again. We will be joined periodically through this race by our 5 teams. They've all been told that they have a open invitation to the box. In fact, Dumas came into the box as we were going to go live, and Nick, you told him we're going to go live, and he goes, "Oh, well, he did the Homer Simpson where he disappeared into the bushes." Is actually quite comical, but all the cars on the grid. 8 hours of racing here today will culminate in crowning the first winner of this series. This is a 4 points race, and again, all these drivers, regardless of their sort of category placard, are racing for the same glory today. There are no blue flags. If a silver is in front of a white or if a red is in front of a white, it does not matter. That is purely just to show you where they started and how they qualified for this event. Next race out, it will all completely change based on how that qualifying shook out. Whew, a lot to get through, Nick.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And on the stream itself, there will be 5 RCI teams that we'll be following along with today. We're following along with our highest qualified team. This is the pink team. Mikhail Sundstrom currently in the driver's seat, going to take us into the opening laps here, the first stint. In the Bentley, the 799 performed really well at the Imola race that we did a few weeks ago. Ending up on the podium, if memory serves.
Yeah, they did incredibly well. We're going to be bringing you pictures in the car, outside of the car. We're going to be covering the calamity, which there will be some. And oh, by the way, elephant in the room, we're at Monza for 8 hours. And remind me, every race is a clean race at Monza, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're all not in the booth taking bets on how turn 1 will go. It is not going to be a bloodbath, and no one's going to get hurt.
There definitely wasn't cash down on the table before we went live tonight, or excuse me, actually it is still tonight for you and I, Nick, but I think what I meant was tonight, but very early in the morning. We're up with you wherever you are in the world. Again, thank you for being with us. This is Sebastian Brunier for RCI Motorsport Team Blue. They qualified 17th in the 769 car. Don't know why they couldn't have the 777. Maybe, actually, I think I do know why. I think this was a compromise from the team drivers here. But either way, they're starting sort of in the middle of this field. Going to have to pay attention to them. Going to have to watch out for them. We'll be giving you all the different camera angles here, helicopter, in-car, all the stuff. It's actually quite nice just to be able to ride along with the in-car cam ever so often. But also this cam, this is sort of, I don't even know what this is called. This is sort of like second-person GoPro, the selfie cam, I guess.
So this camera, I actually put this one together custom. This is a shot. This is the pit lane camera. This is just kind of a nice camera for when they're sitting in pit lane or rolling down pit lane. You kind of get a full shot of the car. Out on the course, it's not super helpful, but it's nice when we're in the pre-lap here, coming to the grid. I think it's a nice shot. I mean, I just like showing off these liveries. I think they look solid.
Definitely look like a solid unit, all these cars. And of course, I talked to Mikhail Sundstrom pre-race. I asked him how his back was feeling. He asked me why I would ask him that, and I was like, well, because I feel like you're going to need to do some carrying today. And he sort of laughed it off, but a lot of fast drivers over there at RCI Motorsport Pink. 799 starting fourth. Shermatinsky on pole position in that McLaren in the number 11 up there. He'll share the front row with Schneider in the 222. Radizi and Sundstrom, the second row. Latini and Libner are the next row as the green flag drops in the RRC. 8 hours of Monza. The season is green.
So they're going to be taking it down into turn 1. See how Sundstrom handles this. Breaking in super nicely. There's going to be a little bit of tap in front of him.
Tap.
And hopefully he's going to...
ping pong.
Yep. Oh, there's a lot of stuff. Oh, yep, there's one flipping around on the back. Sundstrom is in the clear. Let's flip back to our other teams here. Conway is in the clear. Mike Jones doing a little bit of evasive maneuvers here.
Easy for you to say. So here's what happened here. Mike Jones hit the brakes and just went around the calamity. Mike Jones started deep into this field. And he is actually still 40th. So yeah, he hit the brakes and it was basically 5 wide into turn 1 and everybody stopped as there's calamity here. A lot of cars. Mike Jones bobbing and weaving, ducking and diving. He's the Barry Sanders of the 714 team, purple team, as he just maneuvers his way around. And he was talking about that, Nick. He was saying that pre-race, and another car going straight off hard into the Lesmo.
Oh my God, this is a fun
It's pretty
lap
much
one
what I
so
expect.
far. This is looking more like
I
Crash,
am
like Mario Kart right now.
uh, Nick, there's only one safe place on this racetrack right now, and it's the booth that you and I are sitting in.
Well, we will see if that holds true. Sunstrom's still holding on to third place.
Yeah, Sundstrom was able to gain a position. He was really able to get around Lidner here, and he is now looking at the back of Schneider in the triple two. Shermatinsky got a clean start in the number 11. He is just up in front of this Mercedes-Benz, but Sundstrom, cue the Jaws music, already out for blood. He must smell it already. And there is your top three all in the same picture. You ride with third.
Yes, indeed. I'm hoping that is a little bit of stuttering on my end and not the server. That would be a little concerning. Actually, there's going to be a huge pass coming in from Sundstrom. Going to get ahead, and he's going to be ducking out of it, back behind.
He's trying to make that line. He's trying, like, he definitely has the pace in the big bad Bentley. And oh, by the way, I'm sure some of you have noticed, yes, the liveries have some continuity because they're all a variant of whatever team they are and whatever partnership they have. But you'll also notice it's non-committal what car. I think whenever we picked cars for this series, we loaded a blunderbuss and fired it at a wall. And I think we got a little bit of everything here, which is lovely to see.
Yeah, absolutely. The separate teams having their choice of car for the series, and the livery carried over really nicely for all of them. We've got two Ferraris, the Bentley, and the McLaren. Let me know if I'm missing one.
Yeah, no real weather to speak of at the moment. It's completely bright and sunny, if not a tad bit hot. 33 degrees C on the track, 29 ambient here, and no real wind to speak of. A 1 kilometer wind just sort of swirling around the racetrack at this point. So no real adverse conditions except maybe the heat. Probably the tires do not appreciate that as much, lower down on the pressures than you would normally be. Look at Sebastian Brunier. This team started 17th, avoided the incidents. I believe that car to be clean. And of course, these are two RCI teams following each other. Harry Conway in front of Seb Brunier. Now, these two teams will not want to come into contact with one another. They are in identical machinery here, two McLarens. But both teams making their way up through the field. And the mailman himself in the picture here, being hunted down by the Frenchman that races exclusively in virtual reality.
Yes,
Here we have Team Mailman, as we're referring to it as. This is, I love this camera. Can you talk about is this a custom camera?
Yes, all four cameras are custom made. I went in and calculated them out myself, and moved them around from the cars that we had selected. This is just kind of a nice looking back cam, gets a full shot of the car.
Oh, massive crash in the background. I think that's Laszlo in the 87 Mercedes. Just went head on into the wall. Big crunch.
Yeah, we've been seeing that a lot. This has been a brutal opening few laps here. We're on lap 3. And yeah, lots of cars returning to pits, getting towed away. The battlefield is getting scrappy out there. Lots of cars going back to pits and licking their wounds, I would assume.
I have to correct myself, Nick. I've just been informed. I forgot that Tom Roberts is the mailman, not Harry Conway. I am losing my mind. You will have to forgive us. It is. I'm going to use this excuse all day, but it is desperately early in the morning. So my apologies. Tom Roberts is the mailman and not Harry Conway.
I mean, I'm sure
Harry Conway is in fact hauling the mail right now, though.
Yeah, I'm sure Conway appreciates the gesture. It was a honorable title to be giving out on the last stream.
Thank you to Owen, who reminded me of that instead of doing what Mike Jones would have done and just let me say that for 8 hours, and then told me as soon as the stream was over that I was incorrect. So I do appreciate Owen for that. It's definitely been a well, it's been what we expected out of Monza to start with. A lot of mistakes. I don't think the track temp is helping these guys. This is it's not necessarily extreme, but it's a lot hotter than you would ever want the track to be, and it's probably making the cars twitchy and the low air pressure that they probably started on too because of the temps. It's probably a case of a lot of stuff. Here's Mike Jones. Mike Jones, no relation to the Grammy Award winning artist.
Well, but, he would beg to differ, but go on.
Never heard Mike rap, and he's actually going to go around here. Mike Jones is going to plop it into the kitty litter here. He's going to hold the brakes. So that's what's happening, I think. I think a lot of these guys, because of the reduced grip, because of the heat, they're going over those curves, and instead of finding that extra little grip they need, the car is porpoising in the air. It's getting unsettled, and there's just no lateral grip. So they're going around. He didn't hit anything, and nor, as far as I'm aware, nobody hit Mike Jones, but he will go back to 36th position, and he will have to start his climb back up. Now, he was going very well, was Mike Jones. Started was dead last after the second chicane on the first lap and had made his way up into the top 30. But now we'll have to all do that all again. But most importantly, 8-hour race, Nick, and no damage.
Yeah, definitely. You saw him slide off into the kitty litter as you described it, and he just took a pause and caught his breath, and now he's back out on the course, trying to repair the damage from that.
I wrote that down, Nick, just so you know. I wrote that down. I wrote that down as Mike Jones sucks in. Was that a Scary where he went off from?
Yes.
Yeah, I wrote that down. Mike Jones sucks in a Scary, and I wrote why. So when he comes in later, I'm going to ask him.
I'm sure he's going to really appreciate that question. He's going to be thinking about it the entire time before he gets in here. I'm sure he'll be happy to talk about it.
Remember when I said pre-race that these sort of races are a little different than what we're sort of accustomed to? Well, this is exactly what I'm talking about. We're a little bit more loose than usual. And, you know, I'm a big fan of, if you can't make fun of yourself, then you don't deserve to make fun of other people. Seb Brunier, who was 13th, has made his way around one other car that I think has pitted at this point. We saw Harry Conway get by them earlier, and Brunier in Ascari was stuck behind that Audi. Well, they've made their way around it into 12th, has Seb Brunier. Conway, again, still on the march. Wozecki is in front of Conway. Now, you'll notice this is what I was talking about earlier. Wozecki has a white number plate, which meant that he qualified in the top third of the field, and he has fallen back into... He's not really fallen back. I just think that Esdorf has got around him in the 111s. So either way, Conway is on the back of the 32. And this is what I was talking about, the mixing of the qualifying thirds.
Yeah, you can see all three of them kind of bleeding together as, you know, there was some contacts in the opening laps of the race. Turn one was especially brutal for a few teams, having to pull back to pits, and they are now in the back of the grid. But other than that, everyone seemed to be sticking out to a safe pace. I don't believe anyone of the RCI teams are currently in a battle. Sundstrom made it up into second position.
Yeah, he did. So I thought Sundstrom was passing that other Bentley for position, but that's not true. That's a car that had pitted earlier. So Sundstrom all the way up into second, 2.5 seconds behind Shermatinsky. We saw Shermatinsky in action last night in RCI competitions. So it's actually quite interesting to see him in there. And by the way, if you are seeing little momentary maneuvers from some of these cars that don't look natural, don't be afraid. We see it too. And apparently, some of the drivers are also reporting that as well. So, Nick, I know you were talking about that earlier, and we're getting drivers reporting that, and I'm also seeing that out my window a little bit. You know, it's Monza, I think, is what we're going to chalk that up to.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious if that is going to lead to any kind of restart or redo. If it gets bad enough, I mean, we know of at least one driver for the RCI teams that cannot connect now. Conway's reporting that it's becoming pretty undrivable for him. He's currently in the driver's seat for the 703, and he's getting hit with it pretty hard right now, it sounds like.
So I've just gotten a text message from Cameron. I can't pronounce your last name. I simply refuse. But Cameron, I just call you Cameron or Cam. So Cam is a member here at RCI, and he has just texted me, and he said that because of the lags that you're seeing, the server may be restarted in an attempt to fix that. So thank you to Cam for that. Glad that we're not the only ones that were seeing that, but I'm wondering if maybe it'll smooth out here a bit. But also, I fear, just how many people's races have been impacted already from that.
Yeah, I'm sure it made the opening laps extra rough. I mean, if we're seeing it on the spectator side, I'm sure it's really bad in the driver's seat. I wouldn't want to be experiencing that myself. If they're trying to get close to each other, trying to go for an overtake, cars being in the position that they don't think they are, and then they kind of lag into each other. I mean, that's crippling.
Yeah, I mean, we're no stranger to technical difficulties around here, Nick. So, I mean, absolutely things happen, and try to formulate the best you can. And right now, though, that is not official. Just being told that is a possibility. Meanwhile, Conway is not deterred. He is continuing his pursuit of Orzecki for a top 10 spot. Sundstrom, by the way, very much closing in on Shermatinsky. And again, we didn't really get to this in pre-race, but of course, nobody here is driving alone. You're not allowed to do that for obvious reasons. Everybody has at least one teammate. Most people have 2, 3 of them. So eventually, Shermatinsky and Sundstrom are going to have to get out of their respective cars, as will everybody else. Harry Conway trying to go down the outside of Parabolica, can't quite get it done, has to fall back in line. Super defensive line, hits the apron. And the 32, they're going to be side by side, drag race down the front straightaway. That McLaren somehow out drag racing a Mercedes. I'm not so sure. But one way or another, the pass has been pretty much pulled off. And look in the background, that's Seb Brunier in the 769, thinking about making it into the first chicane. Is it going to be a clean move? Side by side, they may be touched ever so slightly there. The fight continuing, but position to Harry Conway up inside the top 10. Sebastian Brunier thinking about the inside. He still has the inside of Orzecki. Orzecki giving up the position, falling way out of the pace here. Big crash in front. And that is, of course, because we are resetting. So now I wonder how they are going to play this now.
Yeah, I mean, we're only 15 minutes in. Are they going to do a full restart? Are they going to take some time off the race? I mean, this is a big
So
moment.
speculation time. I would set the race up for approximately 7.5 hours because it's going to take a little bit to restart it. We know that full well here at RCI. It is a bit of a turnaround to do. I'd set it up for 7 hours 30 minutes. I would, and have your 5 minutes of ruining your pace lap and everything, and let them go back to racing. So that's what I would do. Of course, this isn't our race. This is Real Racing Club's Endurance Championship, first round, 8 hours of Monza, and they will sort it out. They seem to have a plan, but well, for the time being, I think we're going to talk a little bit about what we saw. Well, what we did see was a lot of RCI teams, except Mike Jones, who were on the march in that first 15 minutes. And I felt like Sundstrom was going to get up there and fight Shermatinsky for the lead of this race.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think that is going to be what we will see when the servers come back up. I mean, he was definitely closing in on him. He was down to 1.7 seconds, and that was quickly closing in. I mean, we would have seen them going toe to toe within 4 laps or so at that pace. So, I mean, that's going to be a battle for the lead for one of the RCI teams, which is really exciting to see. For all the viewers at home, we are waiting for a restart from the server from RRC. I'm starting to see something, so we're going to be rejoining here. Actually,
Yep.
what's funny here is that this is a point of view broadcast. It's a little more casual than our usual pace, so you kind of get to see the little bit of the background of how we get into these races.
All right. Yeah. All the cars coming back into the server. It looks like they've just elected to completely restart the 8 hour race. So that 15 minutes of racing has not occurred. And that was just sort of a warm up, if you will. So we will, according to the schedule, we are just going to restart the race from the full 8 hours and go from there. So, as far as I'm aware, nothing has changed. I believe the running order will be reset to the starting order, and we will go racing again, which we know here is either it's a double-edged sword, really. You could have a better start or a worse start here. Certainly, if you're Sundstrom, you kind of, I mean, I don't know how the drivers felt about the lags that were happening, but for Sunstrom at least, now if you get caught up by the cars behind you or something, you're gonna be lamenting the fact that it was restarted. But we haven't talked about this team literally at all, really. RCI Motorsport Red 712, Marina Kubica here, going to such a lovely car. Do you which who actually designed this livery, Nick? Do you know?
If memory serves, I believe it was Harry Conway, but I could be wrong. And someone's gonna come correct me within the next few minutes, I'm sure, if I keep calling him that. I mean, you started calling him the mailman. Now he's the one that designed the liveries. Like, he's got a lot of pressure on him, bro.
Listen, listen. Early in the morning, and early in the morning for the servers as well. So again, we're in a bit of a hold here. RRC decided it was in the best interest of all the teams and drivers in this championship to completely restart the race due to server conditions. So that is indeed what is happening here. All the drivers connecting and shaking out their cars once again. I'm fairly certain that whenever they decide that, or whenever they get the thumbs up that everybody's in, that they will just probably advance the session like they did last time. We heard that potentially for one of our teams that there was some sort of server lag or disconnection that would have prevented them from doing a driver change, and I suspect that is the reason for the server restart, because again, that's not fair to anybody, and I would imagine that they received several of those sort of complaints, if you will, or that they were no longer able to enter or join the car. So I would assume, again, I'm doing a lot of assuming, but then again, I get paid to assume that that's actually the reason for the server restart, is the fact that, well, basically you were going to eliminate several people from the race. And again, that's not fair in an 8 hour race. So well done, RRC. getting it all back together here. And as expected, all the cars have been confirmed back in the race. 3 minute session start time. They will do another parade lap. And well, for us, Nick, it is Monza 8 hours start to Electric Boogaloo.
Yes, absolutely. I am not trying to be negative. I do see the ping bars on the left-hand side, so I'm not convinced that this repaired the lag. But we're gonna keep it nice and light here. I will bring visuals back to the viewers in just a
Nick,
moment.
Nick,
Yes.
it's fine. It's all going to be fine. It's going to be completely fine. And you know what? If it isn't, it's Mike Jones's fault somehow.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm definitely blaming him at this point.
Oh, you know what I'm mad about?
What?
I'm mad that now Mike Jones's mistake in Ascari gets erased, and I can't heckle him for it now.
I know he gets to just take that back. It never happened, and even
I have to scratch that out on my paper.
like even if you did question about it, he's gonna say, "Well, the server was lagging." So out of his hands, uh, might as well be the rear axle dropping off the car. About the extent of it for blame. I mean,
I have a question for chat because this has been going on for I don't know, about 6 months at this point. People spell my name with an IE. You'll be interested to know my name is spelled with just an E. It's Jesse. I'm curious in Europe, and this is something I don't know. I'm curious in Europe if that is just the normal way that you write out that name. Because see, in the States and Canada, Jesse with an IE is the female version of Jesse. But I'm thinking that in Europe and other parts of the world, that's not a rule or true at all. I mean, it's barely true in the States, to be honest, but I'm thinking that's what that is because I mean, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind being having an IE in there. I mean, my name's half vowels anyway, as one of my ex girlfriend's best friends told me, and it's actually a quite funny story.
I mean, as you do. Yes, pictures are still down. I'll be bringing those back up in just a moment. Yes, I believe they are on the grid. They'll be
Um,
doing their
so,
formation lap
s-
now.
so, Cam, RCI Cameron, or Cameron DeBastos, as we know him here at RCI, he's supposed to be in this race today, and his power just went out.
Ah, classic.
That's not great.
No, no, I would also be upset about that. That's going to be a bit of a blow to that team. Trying to get pictures back up for everybody.
I thought Bart Machev says I thought there was a double E.
Just E.
Okay, so I was just told that in Europe that either version of that is normally associated with female name. So that's very interesting. I did not realize that. But yeah, in America, Jesse is a male version, and an extra vowel, IE, is largely considered the female variant. But again, I have quite confusingly, I have two friends. One is a female with their name spelled like mine, and a male friend who's also named Jesse, who is spelled with an IE. So there's definitely exceptions to the rule, but the English language is made up anyway. So who cares?
Yeah, it's all lies and slander anyway.
Yeah, that I before E except after C stuff is complete bull because there's more exceptions to the rule than there are actual following of the rules.
Right, exactly. Um
out on the pace lap once again, going through the Lesmos now. The second Lesmo to be exact, on their way to Ascari.
And I do apologize for the
What
delay.
did
We
you
actually have pictures now going out to the stream.
what did you miss? Well, you missed 15 minutes of brilliant racing from every RCI team except Mike Jones. And then a server restart due to driver connection issues is what happened there. So they RRC decided to completely restart the race, and I feel legitimately so. And we are going to reset from not, and we are going to go racing again, as live pictures have been restored here just in time to go green there. And Nick Setnick again doing everything today. I'm just here to talk to you guys. This man over here is working the cameras, directing the stream, directing traffic, setting up shots, and talking and doing analytics. Nick, I feel like you're overworked and underpaid.
I mean, who isn't these days? But what is great is that we get to be here. We have the restart of the race has occurred. They are lining up to go green again, so we get to experience Monza Turn 1 again. I'm so excited.
It's going to be crazy. Cameron says Mike has said in the car that he doesn't like me anyway. I know that's a bold-faced lie because I have text messages that say otherwise.
Incriminating.
Very much so. And speaking of incriminating, the green flag is down for the second time, and we are racing here at Monza for the 8 hours of Monza. And once again, a nice start by most of the drivers up front, all of them minding their P's and Q's. Could it be a position for Mikhail Sundstrom right off the bat? I think it might be. Could he get two? Could he stick his nose in there? No, he won't. Have to take the short way around. Not the most advantageous line. He is going to lose a spot. He may now lose multiple spots because he was pinched to the inside of that curb. But further back in the field, a lot cleaner start, Nick Setnick.
Oh yeah, no cars flying off into the sand there. An excellent start. I believe we didn't lose anybody.
No, I think we're all good. I think we got one driver got a drive-through penalty. That was likely a starting procedure violation that ACC enacted. Oh, massive pileup in the second chicane. Yellow's out there. 3, 4 cars were off. 3 still sitting in the sand trap.
I believe that was one of ours. Yep, that was Mike Jones himself was taken out there. Gonna get a little bit of a replay loaded up for everybody. See if we can catch this.
Nick Setnick's going to work on a replay, and we hope that it doesn't kill the stream. We're ever presently aware of custom liveries and breaking the replay. So Nick's going to work on that for you, and Mike Jones just can't catch a break. He was running 34th. He had made good headway on the start, but once again, it might as well be Groundhog Day, and Mike Jones is Bill Murray. This pretty much the same thing. He just gets called up there and loops it. I don't see a ton of damage on the 714 Team Purple car. There's a bit of splitter damage, but it's not terrible. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, to be honest. They should be able to repair that, and it hopefully won't affect them too much. Okay. And
off into space they go.
Yeah, and once again, we're going to try and figure out what exactly caused that.
Yes, I'm sure we'll be getting more information, and we'll be sharing it with the stream as we get it. Hopefully giving you live pictures again when we can. And you know what this means, Jesse? That is another accident from Mike Jones that we can't report on because it didn't happen. I'm very upset.
Now, we need to confirm if that was us or because that might have just been us. I'm not entirely sure. Somebody will certainly tell us one way or another if that was just us that had those issues just now. But one one thing's for sure, Nick's gonna get on the phone here, and being told that it wasn't really Mike's fault. And here we do have confirmation that that was in fact just us.
All right.
So
So now Mike Jones gets to get in here and blame me for this, saying that it's somehow my fault for losing connection. I'll be bringing back
right.
live pictures in just a second. But yes, that was actually just a lost connection on the spectator's side.
Oh, I'm being told now that some cars did in fact just lose connection, and we were not immune to that as spectators here trackside. So I'm being told that that wasn't just us. That
Okay,
was several cars.
excellent. So it can be Mike Jones' fault, is what you're
I mean,
telling
I
me.
mean, not. I mean, it's not excellent because those cars are not. They've basically 5 minutes into the race, they are out. Have no idea how they're going to respond, but Mikhail Sundstrom did not have as good of a start this time, it must be said. He was actually down to fifth. He's back up to the fourth position now. The good news for Mikhail Sundstrom is he is right on the back of all of these guys. The field very much tighter here. I think you have one, two, three, four, five, six, seven of the lead lap or the leading cars here, all in a line here. Mikhail Sundstrom, the white Bentley in the middle of the sandwich. Is a hot dog a sandwich? I think so. And right now, you might as well call Sundstrom a Frankfurter at this point. So he's working his way on Radizi, trying to get past that Mercedes one at a time, picking them off. And here's the in-car cam. Of course, that right-hand drive Bentley, not the proper side. But either way, I digress. He's got a monumental task. He's passed him once, but the problem is, in racing, if you show somebody your move, they can defend it better than the next time they see that move. So will Sundstrom have a little magic left in that old hat? I don't know.
Yes, so we are now giving you a live picture. You can see the inside of Mikhail Sundstrom's Bentley. He is fighting for that third place there. Radiz is out in front of him. Server is still being a little bit unstable. So be prepared for anything.
Yeah, pretty much. This is definitely it's definitely new to us. We're kind of we're going with the flow here ourselves, and of course we have several people who are in the race in the chat here. They will keep us abreast of the situation, as will we you. So currently, right now, they are racing on, and we are riding on the hood cam with Mikhail Sundstrom, who is currently fighting to get onto the podium. You weren't with us earlier. There are different classes denoted by the different placards in the race, but they are not separate races. Everybody racing for overall glory and points here today. The start of the championship here at Monza in the real racing 8 hours of Monza.
Yeah, just touching base on all of the RCI teams that are out there on the field. We currently have 5 teams, if you're just tuning in. Coming back to 712. Like he might be looking for an opportunity here with the 69 Audi out in front of him. I have to agree. I could not imagine trying to run with a faulty connection like this. As was reported, we did lose a few cars in the last wave of ping. Have not heard anything back to see what's going to be done about that. Well, we are experiencing it in real time, just like everyone here viewing the stream.
It's disorienting a little bit whenever you look at it, Nick.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're just going to keep doing our thing, and we'll roll with the punches.
The thing is, at RCI, we're used to this, but it's usually just one car with a high ping, and then all of a sudden they will just they'll ET it to the moon like that, exactly like that. They'll ET it to the moon like that. Oh dear.
Oh no, that's big old rocket ships.
Yeah, they'll ET it to the moon and then they'll snap back in place. But I can't imagine for the drivers how they're dealing with this. It's like trying to fight a ghost. You know that old argument of like, how could you fight a ghost if you can't harm them? It's sort of that. It's like, how are you going to race somebody that is hard to see, but unsure if again that was just us or if that was
Look,
the server itself.
looks like that was just us again, but I'm assuming that was another wave hitting. See if any other cars disconnected. I'm assuming that we're just pending some kind of restart from the server side. Again, waiting for any kind
Yes,
of
indeed.
confirmation from the RRC team. I'll be giving live pictures when I can.
What I can tell you is Seb Bernier has done a really great job. He's of the middle third of drivers. He's actually the one leading that group right now in the 769. He's up into 12th place. Harry Conway just moved up into 13th.
You know, the curious part is how are the team chats dealing with this? I mean, I'm sure drivers in the cars are not having a great time. Their teammates are trying to spot for them and do what they can. I fear for the live stream jumping into anyone's box right now just because I'm sure it's a lot of
Yes.
unforgivables being talked about currently. Just catching everyone up in
Yes.
the stream. I am trying to get live pictures up. The connection is being a bit unsteady. I will get that back to you as soon as I can.
You know, there are good days in racing and there's bad days and there's also strange days. And well, we're having ourselves a strange day here at Monza. Think I think we might have lost somebody in the most recent spike, but I can't really confirm that to you. I'm afraid.
Yeah, we're looking up and down the grid.
So there are custom liveries, and they are modded in liveries, as you would call them. They are we would just they're not the in-game livery editor. British GT fan was. So Seb Bernier closing down on the 11th place car. Of course, the 11th place car is actually closed down right on the back of the 10th place 444 machine. So that's Sean Euchert fighting it out for 10th place. Meanwhile, Seb Bernier closing into them within a second. Mikael Sundstrom has just made a pass on Bradisi for third place. So put Mikael Sundstrom in the 799 Bentley up into the third spot, making good progress. Shermatinsky leads over Schneider. Schneider second by half a second. So that battle is very, very close.
Yeah, so we're getting live pictures out to the stream. After that, we'll keep that going for you as long as we can.
So the 267 right here in front of Seb Bernier. Actually, they were in front of Shaw a few moments ago and nearly lost it. And Ascari did the 264. Brunier very nearly made the pass on him, but the straight line speed of that Mercedes bailed them out in Parabolica. So the positions in front have flipped. Shaw in front of Ucker or Euchert. I'm not entirely sure how you pronounce the umlaut.
Yes, in chat, that the server is experiencing issues. We are dealing with that as we can, as it comes down. We are in the spectator side. We're just kind of dealing with it as it comes. I will give you live pictures when I can. But yeah, we haven't heard anything else yet from the server, if there will be anything, any further actions taken.
We've made it to the point where we restarted the previous time. It was right around the time Mike Jones decided to, not be inside the top 35 anymore.
Yes, I'm sure Mike Jones is going to have a few choice words for us when we get him on the horn.
Well, like I say, it's he probably won't have too many words. It is sort of his channel after all, and he'd only be hurting himself. But that's why I make fun of people live on air, because what are you really going to do to me?
Right, exactly.
All jokes aside, though, the race does continue on. Harry Conway here for RCI Motorsports and Triple R in the 703. You see Seb Brunier, I think, right up in front here, and in fact he's still trying to get around this lot. Now, this is a log jam in front of Brunier and Conway. You got to be very careful here. Brunier very much would like to get by Euchert here. Is that true? Has Shaw really made it all the way up to 8th place? That car is absolutely flying. That car was just a minute ago, making a pass for what was 9th position. But he's got by Bug now, so he is rocketing up through the field. Meanwhile, Shermatinsky still leads Schneider by half a second, and Sundstrom still chasing, but he's back 1.3 seconds. I would expect Sundstrom to continue to make headway like he did last time, and in fact does. That sector alone, he gained about 1.5 to 2 tenths. So indeed, making steady progress is the RCI 799 Bentley team. And so is Seb Brunier in the 769 Team Blue. Once again, looking to make a pass here for 11th place, but this time on the 991 of Rowert. It's going to go to the outside defensive line for Rowert into Parabolica. Can Brunier hold to around the outside? If you can hold this, you might get a better run on the outside, but he's got to stay with there. A little bit of a tap, another little bit of a tap, and a little bit of a cutoff. And here comes Conway. Conway not going to sit by, even though they are technically teammates. Now look at this. Completely forced onto the hard apron. They're going to be 3 wide here going down into turn 1. 2 RCI cars, and Rowert is the hot dog in the middle. How is this going to work out? Conway taps out and says, go ahead and take him. A little bit of a bump or a little bit of a curb sausage move there by Rowert. Nothing doing, and everybody falls back in line, but clearer heads prevail. But that could have been really messy into turn 1, 3 wide.
Yeah, definitely. I think Conway was making the right choice there. He held back a little bit, let Sebastian get up in front of him, and just kind of not try to go for the pass. 3 wide into turn 1 Monza, terrifying. I was nail biting that whole way down the main straight, because that could have easily gotten ugly.
I've done 3 wide into T1 at Monza and lived, but only the one time. So the success rate, not great, considering the amount of times I've taken T1 at Monza. 1 out of 500,000 is not great. I think you have similar odds to win like a state lottery or something like that. So not great odds. But again, they know what's at stake here and decide to, well, obviously don't crash your teammate very clearly, and don't crash anybody else. That would get you in trouble early in this event. And as promised, Sundstrom is in fact catching Schneider in front, and by virtue catching Shermatinsky, who is leading this race. Schneider has caught Shermatinsky a little bit more. They're going to be side by side here. The two leaders fighting for it. He's going to try to go around the long way. He's going to have to cut the chicane, and he's going to be side by side with a still barrier out on the racetrack. And I'm not talking about Valentine barrier. I'm talking about an actual barrier on the track, but nothing doing. Shermatinsky holds on to the lead. Schneider goes for a wild ride over the baguettes in the infield, and all that does is help Sundstrom close in another 2/10s. He is right there, and he is hungry. The fastest car on the racetrack, folks, is RCI Motorsport Team Pink. It is the 799.
Yeah, he's been sticking with them and looking for that win, taking what ground he can when the opportunity opens up. But now the all three on the podium currently are all battling together. Monza not the best track for 3 wide into most of these turns, but they're all keeping it professional, keeping it on the black stuff and not sending it to the kitty litter, which I can tell you from experience is not great.
Yeah, it's not the preferred line. It's definitely slower, and I saw the 769 plummet down the order. Keep in mind, he was fighting Rowert and Conway. And, well, I was looking for a reason why, and chat answered that question. Well, a lap ago, right here, in fact, Seb Brunier very nearly lost it. He did not lose it, didn't get any damage, but he nearly wrecked him. But he did save it. He's back down to 21st place, but I'm not really that concerned. He kept the car in one piece. He's fast. He's got top 10 speed, in my opinion, so I'm not really worried about it too much. It's just now you got to reset your brain and get back in it, I'm afraid. But Seb Brunier doing everything he can to preserve his car. These curbs around here, Nick, are I mean, they're deadly. They are gigantic sausage curbs, and these low-slung cars do not like to hit those curbs, and I think you're seeing a lot of that. I think that's sort of what contributed to Seb's incident as well, so gotta be mindful of that. Like you said, you can't go 3 wide. Heck, it's hard to go 2 wide around a lot of these corners because of those curbs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All the drivers doing what they can around the course, going for those nail biter overtakes. Sundstrom still sticking onto the back of Schneider here. They are just going to train right through the course, and we'll see if any opportunities open up for him. But knowing Sundstrom, he is going to wait for solid opportunity. I mean, we have several hours left of this race. No need to...
Several an understatement.
Yes. And, you know, he doesn't want to Bennett just going for a dicey overtake. He'd rather just do it on pure pace, which he very clearly has. I mean, they've been battling for a few laps here now. Shermatinsky's still out in front of Schneider, real close.
Oh, here we go. Super defensive move for Shermatinsky. Schneider's going to have to go around the outside. Again, if you can get in there deep like he did there, if you can force him off, then you can have the inside, but he's not going to be able to do it. They're going to have to settle back down into single file, and Mikael Sundstrom doing Mikael Sundstrom's thing. Completely defensive by Schneider. He's going to try to go to the outside, go to the inside, live in La Vida Loca. Not quite getting it done. Single file again. The 222 going super defensive because Schneider knows that he has the pace to overtake Shermatinsky for the lead, but Mikael Sundstrom knows that he's faster than both of these guys. So, again, Mikael Sundstrom is very much RCI's Iceman right now. He's going to have to remain cool, calm, and composed and just pick his moment, because I think if he wanted to, Sundstrom, look at super defensive move, big offensive move by Schneider. Shermatinsky has to go deep into Lesmo 1 or 2 rather, actually. It was Lesmo 2. super defensive move. They're going to be side-by-side drag race now to Ascari. Going to be defensive for Shermatinsky again. He has the inside line. That might be exactly what he needs, and is indeed. Clears them as he goes single file again. But all this fighting just brings Mikhail Sundstrom back into it as they race down into Parabolica. Now, does Sundstrom try something here? Wide bit of a track. He can do a move here. It's going to go to the outside. It's going to be allowed to by Schneider to go to the outside, but nearly gets ran off the racetrack right there for that move.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're really nailing it. You know, he's waiting for that opportunity. They're battling each other. He's got the pace to take both of them if he wanted to, but he's going to wait for the safe time to make the overtake and get out in front of them. I would be, as Sundstrom, I'd be more worried about one of them making a mistake and spinning in one of these corners. That's actually going to be the Mercedes flying out across the curb. Not sure if that was actually all on the track. A little bit of a cut there from him. That's going to be Schneider taking away on the front side, and Shermatinsky in front in that orange McLaren.
I think that actually
slowing
happened.
back down. Yeah, he slowed way down for this next corner. Not sure.
Yeah, he's trying not to give Sundstrom the position. He's trying to reset. And oh, by the way, Radizi is worked his way into this battle because it's taken so long. So Sundstrom, who was the caboose on this train, is now no longer a caboose. He's just the catering car, new caboose. That very yellow, actually quite striking looking 166 Mercedes. And now a four-way battle for the lead, as there's a local yellow here in Ascari. That car's still sitting there. As a matter of fact, it looks to actually be on the racetrack. So these guys are going to have to be careful. Where is that stricken car? Oh, it is way off the racetrack. It is in the sand there. So local yellow is still waved as they clear that zone. Four-way battle for the lead. And you were absolutely right, Nick. Schneider did make that move. He made that move off the racetrack. So gentleman's agreement, give the position back, race on. And well defended, too, from Sundstrom, because Sundstrom could have easily taken that position. And, you know, there's nothing against that. If you're going to have to give up that position, you know, then somebody else can leapfrog you. But well defended by Schneider to not allow Sundstrom to get through, and basically everything resets back to normal. That's something that you have to learn that in sim racing, or just in racing in general. That's not something you're ever really taught, as we're very nearly playing bumper cars into the first chicane as they all get through there, but very close to being dodgems all of a sudden.
No, every single corner has been a complete nail biter for this, because they are so close. They're all fighting for that top position. Sundstrom has the pace to overtake both of them, but he has not found a safe opportunity to pass them. We saw Schneider try to take the short way around turn one and gave that position back. So this is Shermatinsky back up in front in the number 11 McLaren. But don't forget, right behind them, Radizi's also joined this battle. Hasn't made any notable moves just yet, but the battling on the podium is currently slowing them down enough to get it to be a 4-stack battle, and we'll see how that shakes out for them in the next few laps.
Yeah, indeed. Radizi now falling off the back here ever so slightly. That could just be a bad sequence of corners, but right on the bumper of the second place car is Mikhail Sundstrom, RCI Team Pink, or RCI Motorsports Pink as they're called, but I call them Team Pink. The RCI in my mind is implied, so forgive me if you don't know what I'm on about. But again, Mikhail Sundstrom has to be the Iceman. Now keep in mind, he has to get out of that car at some point to give way to his teammates. So no telling if the 799 will be this fast with another driver on board the Team Pink Bentley. But right now, very much has the work in front of him past these two cars, and you are in the lead of the race. No doubt spurred on by my announcement before the race started today. I told them, if you don't win, don't come home tonight. So either they're going to be booking a hotel or they're going to get a home cooked meal. One of the two is going to happen.
Yeah, just jumping back to check out the other RCI teams. This is Mike Jones driving the 714. This is the purple team. Down in 37th place. Still just battling the track, trying to take what positions that he can. Jumping up a little further to the 33rd spot, the 712. This is red team. Also trying to just keep it clean in the back of the grid.
That's not lag. What you just saw there with that Bentley just happened. No, it is lag, as it turns out.
As it turns out,
as it turns out, that was in fact what that was. It didn't look like it because all the other cars were still going around normally. So again, unsure what we're experiencing, but it's that kind of race. It's going to be a slog for the next 7.5 hours, I feel like.
yeah, it's definitely going to be an uphill fight if we have to keep battling this. Yes, we will be giving you live pictures in just a moment. Looks like that might have just been spectator side again. Ooh, actually, just turning back in, that was Sherbatinski just spun around on turn 1.
Yes, it was. Sherbatinski, as soon as we came back in, he spun it into the first chicane and destroyed some barriers there. He's lost the lead. He actually might be in 8th place right now. I believe I spotted the Ferrari he is behind. So Schneider has been promoted to the lead. Sundstrom second.
Yeah, if you're Shermatisky right now, you are not happy about losing it into that corner. It looks like he lost a lot of time trying to get back up and pointing the right direction. He is currently behind Lentini, the 555 Ferrari.
I see. So he's in 7th place, not 8th. But Sundstrom still on the back of Schneider. Schneider leading this race now. First lead change officially. And here's Mikael Sundstrom hunting down the leader. Mark Macha in chat saying this is going to be a long day for Nick. Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Nick, if you just want to walk away at some point.
You know, that is not something that I do. I will stick it out for the fans. We always provide on stream, and something that I think RCI has kind of made their name for is we stick it out to the end, and we will see the checkered flag if the server does.
I hear the kids say, "Do it for the gram." I don't know what that means, but I imagine you're doing it for the gram.
I believe I'm doing it for the gram. That's what the kids say. Speaking of what the kids say,
I might be out of touch.
I will not be doing a TikTok challenge. If they come up with a TikTok challenge for broadcasting ACC, I'll be extremely surprised.
Well, you know what they say: when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, and that's sort of our specialty around here. And we do apologize for all the technical gremlins. They appear to be out of our control, but we are going to present you a motor race today, whether that's Radio RCI or RCI On Demand TV. We'll find out. I would reckon, based on how the first 30 minutes has went, it's going to be a mixture of both. But either way, here is the leader of the race. It is now Mikael Sundstrom. He has taken the lead from Schneider, got that pass done at the end of a straightaway. New leader, Mikael Sundstrom, 799, RCI Motorsport Team Pink.
Yeah, Sundstrom's got to be happy about that. Fighting his way up into first position. We did not catch the overtake. It looked like it happened around Ascari on this lap. Now he's got two Mercedes too, fighting a little bit in the background.
It was an overtake. It's exactly what you expect. Nothing out of the ordinary, really. I promise. And just immediately leaving the field, Nick, here is Mikael Sundstrom, and we figured he had the pace considering how quickly he caught the leaders, and he's now going to a different postal code. Meanwhile, Schneider is fighting Radizi very hard, mind you. There was contact there in the first chicane between Schneider and Radizi, and that's new. That's music to Sundstrom's ears as he's now walked out the gap to over a second. Harry Conway for RCI Motorsport Triple R in 703 going well, the highest of all the middle third drivers. Again, the class that you're in does not represent different championships. It is just a marker of where you qualified. They split the field into thirds, white being the top third, silver being the middle third, and red being the bottom third. So if you see a red placard driver inside the top 10, that means that they've come through 2/3 of the field to get there. See, I can do math.
You can indeed, Jesse. I mean, you say that you like to sit in the box and just talk while I do all the work, but I mean, you do punch away at that calculator there. Gets some full speed clicks. So for everyone outside the box, the clack is always in my ear. He's always crunching the numbers and delivering it to the fans.
Oh man, I'm just reading our chat. Our chat's incredibly funny. Hashtag to the moon is trending on RCI's live chat. So that kind of sets the tone for the day, doesn't it?
I mean, everyone go, make smart investments and survive the server.
Here's the thing. NASA says they want to go back to the moon in 2025. We're doing it in 2021. So, we're fashion forward.
We are ahead of the curve. We are ahead of Elon Musk curve. I mean, like we are killing it here at RCI.
They want that Starship, SpaceX does, but, we have 40 of them apparently. Well, the race does go on. Seb Brunier has lost even more positions. He was fighting for a top 10 spot in the first 15 minutes of this race. He went off in Ascari, and I didn't see any damage on this car, Nick, but he's definitely falling back a little bit now. Oh, there is damage on that car, in fact. Well spotted there. Good camera work. The whole left side of that car and the front splitter is damaged. It's not irreparably damaged, but that certainly at a track like this will be slowing you down quite a bit. So I think that explains why they are struggling to make headway now.
Yeah, definitely been in the wars out on the course, holding on to 24th position. We also have the two teams in the back. Team Purple, Mike Jones, back in the 714, holding on to 36th position.
Oh my goodness, he gained a spot.
Yeah, he's moved up a spot. Looks like he might be got his sights set on another one to take 35th from the 269. Elon Musk ain't got nothing on RCI. Thank you so much for that. It's
confirm.
It's honestly encouraging for what we're doing out here. Team Red out here in 31st position.
Yeah, we got Marin Kubica here, the 712, just sort of minding their own business for Team Red, making their way one spot out of the top 30. You've got DeLuca in front of them, and I don't know if that is Kreutzberger behind him. That might be 3-second gap, but either way, Marin Kubica doing his job here. I don't believe this car has been impacted. I just think they're managing their race at this point.
Sebastian Brunier trying to fight back positions that he lost from that little off track that he experienced a few laps ago. Currently back up
Yes,
in the
indeed.
24th position.
Oh dear, the 333 Lexus. I think there's only one Lexus in this race, and it just got a 5-second penalty by the RRC stewards for causing a collision. So I think that's Guiaro just got a penalty, and so did the 79 of Windhausen has got a penalty. So
and so did the 32. Actually, just dealt out a whole package of them.
So handing out presents, but they're not good presents. Sebastian Brunier going to make the pass here on Nels. Nels actually indicated right there. You love to see that. Look at that livery on Nels's car. Holy cow. That thing is a DuPont explosion is what that is. But he hit his indicator to let Seb know where he was going to be and say, yeah, go ahead and take it on the inside of Parabolica. I'm not going to fight you. And, you know, again, fair. At this point in the race, it's been a tough start. And it's likely going to be a tough race as there's a car. Now, that is not hashtag to the moon. That is legitimately just a T1 incident. Car completely missing turn one. He's going to have to sort himself out. But yes, the RRC stewards dealing out unwanted gifts here. 5-second penalties for everybody for collisions. And, well, that does nothing, to this point, that does nothing but help all of the RCI teams.
Actually, I saw the 871, which Sebastian actually just passed in turn one. Also picked up a 5-second penalty for causing a collision.
Oh my! This if you're tuning in, okay, and you're used to the way we present or the way that we have races here at RCI, well, I will invite you to understand that this is a RRC Endurance Championship race. Things are just a bit different. We try to keep you abreast of the changes. We are merely a participant in this race. We have 5 teams here today. We are covering largely their perspective, but trying to also keep you abreast of the larger picture as well. And the larger picture involves Mikkel Sundstrom in the lead of this race currently now. But of course, we wouldn't be here without all of our partners here at RCI. So thanks to Race Department, AK Informatica, Speed Labs, and Sim Racing GP, and a special thank you to the Real Racing Club, RRC, who are putting on this event for allowing us to broadcast our side of the show today, and of course providing us with all the necessary information to get the broadcast out today. So thank you to all of those guys, and of course thank you to you guys in the chat hanging out with us today. Well, what else are you going to do on your Saturday? Maybe watch a little bit of racing, and why not? If you are enjoying what you're seeing, what you're hearing, go ahead and hit like and subscribe and never miss a race. Our plan is to cover all of these races in this fashion, and of course, we're not, Nick and I aren't being quite as serious as we would normally take it, simply because we're very self-deprecating over here. If you haven't noticed, at RCI, we like to make fun of our own guys, and we certainly wouldn't want to make fun of anybody else. But you know, Mike Jones and Mike Jones and Mike Jones.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I just got a tap on the shoulder. We have someone in the box with us, Jesse. Everybody,
I smell cabbage.
Yeah, everybody say hello to good old Rai Rai. How you doing?
Hello. Oh, just coming down to see what's going on in the box after well, I say an hour of racing. We haven't quite got there yet, but between that and the restart, it's about an hour of racing.
Ryan, you may be coming up here to see what's going on in the box, but I'm still trying to figure out what's going on the racetrack. What's up with the instability and the lags? Is that largely going away, or is that still prevalent?
It's kind of hard to tell. It gets worse and then it gets better, and the restart hasn't really helped. At least not from our perspective. Maybe it's been different from other cars' perspective, but in terms of like the actual stability and the warping, everything is still as bad or worse than it was originally. But I mean, at this stage, we're just putting up with it. You know, we're just soldiering on. We'll get through it. It's not great, but it's also not undrivable either. So we're just making the most of what we got.
Well, Ryan, I have to tell you, as we're watching Mikael Sundstrom fight through traffic here, incredibly damaged Mercedes he just passed there. We're having all sorts of little issues and all that stuff, but I gotta say, Mike Jones has had 2 starts and 2 accidents. I think we might need to get his vision tested.
Well, you know, I mean, I could sit here and pick jokes at Mike Jones, but you know, I'm a mature driver, you know, member of the staff. I've got to support him as much as I can because he's in the AM class. He's doing his best, and accidents aren't always your own fault. When you start getting involved in a lot of accidents in a short space of time, maybe it is about time you take a look at yourself before you look at others. But you know, I can appreciate that. You know, he's not an unsafe driver. You know, he does try his best to stay out of incidents, but sometimes it's just impossible. But you know, hopefully he's got their car's share of incidents out of the way early.
Yeah, I'm sort of hoping that as well. As we're seeing some progress now. He's up to 33rd place. He's not irreparably damaged the car, so he's running. He's actually running fairly well. He's actually catching up a bit to this man, Marin Kubica. So we got some cars in the middle of the field. We got some cars near the rear of the field, and we've got a car leading the field. RCI all over this event. First of all, tell the ladies and gentlemen what car Rai is on today.
So I'm, funny enough, on the lead car, the RCI Motorsport Pink Bentley, and you know, we're there's different expectations from this race from all of us. Mikael is saying he's happy with a top 5. Fabs is saying no, a podium is definitely there for the taking. I'm kind of just here to not crash the car. We're looking at this. We just want a solid start to the season. You know, it's going to be towards the end of the year that this season ends. There is silverware on the line for the top 3 teams at the end of the championship. You know, we just want to get a decent result here today. If that's a top 5, if it's a top 3, if it's a race win, even better. But you know, we're mostly just focused on getting a good result. Mikael's pace has been unbelievable for the first 45, 46 minutes of this race, and in fact, we've kind of had to change the strategy a bit with how well he's doing, because he wants to do a double stint now whilst he's in the zone.
Oh.
So Fabs was going to take over. That's no longer the plan. Mikael is going to sit in for another hour, then it's going to be Fabian, and then I will hop in closer to about 1 o'clock UK time.
So Ryan, you weren't there, but I went down to your garage in the 799, and I had a talk with your teammates. And first of all, I told them if they don't win, don't bother coming home tonight. And the second thing I asked Mikael how his back was feeling, because I figured he was going to be doing some carrying today, and his back must be in fine shape. He had 2 starts. He was able to climb from his starting position both times, and now he's made it lead, and he's leaving Radizi now. So you said that your job is to not crash the car. What do you think your actual relative pace is in comparison to Mikael's?
It's actually a really good question, because this was something that we focused a lot on in practice. I think between all of us, we've done about 1,000 laps at Monza in preparation for this race. Mikael and Fabs have definitely done more laps than I have, but they've done a lot of the setup tweaking and telemetry analysis because they're good at that kind of thing. We kind of have set roles in the team. Mikael's like setup tinkerer, Fabs is data cruncher, and I'm just the guy that shows up on race day and drives the car. But the pace that we have, it's actually quite interesting. We were looking at low 49s for decent race pace, considering the conditions. It's very hot out there on the track. We're expecting it to get significantly hotter than it is right now. Of course, it's 30 degrees at close to 11 in the morning sim time. We're expecting it to get closer to probably about 34, 35-ish. And those are the temps we were practicing in. I mean, Mikhail, he's lapping high 48s at the moment. But in practice, Fabs and I have been doing, low 49s. Fabs is a bit quicker, maybe about 49 flat for him, about 49 threes for me. So at the moment, only about half a second off, the average that Mikhail is doing for myself. So if I'm half a second off his pace, then consider that a really good job.
Yeah, Ryan, I think if you're half a second off the pace, I think you're still, as a group, I still think you're the fastest team out there right now, even if you are, because Mikhail is he's destroying the
he's doing a
laps
great
right
job.
now.
He's
So yeah,
doing a great job.
I think if you're that close on pace, I don't think it's going to matter too much. At what point do you guys get into this race in the Bentley and think, okay, we gotta start managing our pace. We gotta manage, the lap traffic. Are you already doing that, or are you still focusing on getting the biggest gap you can?
I would say right now, with the fact that Mikhail's going into the car for another hour, the focus is still very much on let's build as much of a gap as possible.
Seb's on the march. He's going by Gartner right now, getting the pass done. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Gets it done before Parabolica. Excellent job. And actually, I think that was a lap car. Was that a lap car? That was indeed a lap car. But anyway, that's Gartner in front of him there, in fact. Gartner's still there, but that was a lap car. But even still, Seb Bernier fell all the way back to 24th, has now picked his way back up to 20th, showing a little bit of damage on the car. But still, I think he's found his groove. But by the way, Ryan, any damage on the 799 from the start?
None from the start, funny enough. We have picked up a tiny bit of damage. There was an incident with the 222 when they had to... They'd cut the first chicane, and they had to slow down to let the Griffax car back through. And there was a slight bit of side contact with them. We've got about 0.6 seconds of damage, but Mikhail can't feel it. It's side damage. It doesn't really affect the car at all unless it's a really big hit. So probably not going to repair it.
Do you think you'll repair it? That was going to be my next question.
Probably not. I mean, maybe Mikhail will repair it because we have a 5.2 second gap at the moment to second place. Just get it out the way, I guess, to prevent it getting any worse. But it's not affecting the handling of the car. It's not affecting Mikhail's pace at all. So, we're just gonna. Mikhail's gonna go flat out for 2 hours, try and put us in the best position we can be in, and then Fabs and I are just gonna take over the car for the middle stint of the race. And I believe the plan is to probably put Mikhail back in for the final hour.
We're here talking with Ryan Gill, RCI admin, broadcaster. He makes fantastic programs for the big races, and of course he's a commentator and a driver as well for the leading 799 team with Sundstrom and we call him Fabs, but Fabian Schmedberger. So, and Ryan giving us some insight, and I gotta say, you survived 2 starts. You guys got out there, and were you, whenever the 2 leaders at the time were fighting, Schneider and Shermatinsky, were you personally, coiled up into a ball, like afraid that something was going to happen, or like how does that go? Obviously you're probably not talking to Mikhail at that point. You're probably being very quiet, not letting him concentrate.
I think, I mean, a bit of inside knowledge. Mikhail was looking at the battle in front, and he was saying there's going to be a crash here. he's not too happy with the driving that the 222 or the driving standards that the 222 has been showing. You know, some of it is probably down to lag and warping, that it kind of looks like the car's a bit all over the place, but on some instances, you know, he's not been happy with the driving standards, and he says, you know, there's going to be a crash between these two, and lo and behold, there was a bit of an incident between the two of them, and that's why the Griphax car has dropped down the order. So, you know, we were kind of nervous about it, because it's that moment where you see two cars in front of you and you're like, oh, this is looking dicey. There could be places to gain here, but you're fully aware that if they're right in front of you and they collide, you could easily just get collected in it as well. So you've got to stay on your toes. But fortunately, you know, Mikhail, he was really focused. He really knew what he was doing. Fabs is doing a great job just spotting for him and keeping him up to date on all sorts of information. So, you know, Mikhail doing a solid job right now. But, you know, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that we didn't expect an incident or that we weren't concerned, because it was definitely on our mind.
We saw Seb Bernier make up the 19th position, picks that up from Gartner. Excellent move into Parabolica, picks up the position, easy peasy, back inside the top 2019th position for Seb Bernier. Now his march back to the front with that, I would say, lightly but still damaged car. You heard Ryan Gill say that a little bit damage on the side isn't that big of a deal, and I think Ryan, we're seeing that with some of these teams that do have a bit of side damage, but they're still able to pull down the straightaway, and they're still able to make passes, and it's not affecting the side force of the car at all, really. So I think that speaks to what you guys are experiencing up front. How's lap traffic behaving now? Because obviously you're in lap traffic, you're the lead car, you're the one hitting it first. Are they behaving mostly, or are they giving you trouble?
We've had no complaints from Mikhail. Obviously, I'm not in the server at the moment because there's two drivers allowed in the server at one time. We're respecting that rule to try and ease the server load as much as possible, because it does seem to be struggling. So, you know, Fabs is the only one in there with Mikhail, but Mikhail hasn't really reported any backmarkers doing anything dodgy, you know, and we haven't really seen anyone posting about it in the Discord chat either. So I think everyone's being really respectful today. I think people are probably being a bit more cautious than usual because of the warping. You know, everyone's fully aware that a car could move a few inches over to the right or left at any point in time. So, you know, I think that everyone's just being a bit more careful because of the server conditions. I kind of wish people would be a bit more careful in general. But, you know, look, it's a long race. You know, things can change. We you know, as you get higher up the order of lapping cars, it gets more and more difficult because they're faster and faster drivers. And, you know, we'll definitely come across one or two that are not too keen on letting us go, but, you know, you're just used to it at this point. So, and I think Mike Jones.
Oh,
wow, that was a complete dive from the.
Oh no!
from
And
the,
he
from
hit
the
another
Mercedes.
car. Was that Granali or Granai? What was that? The 87.
That was another Ferrari, I think.
I think a Mercedes hit him, and then the Mercedes hit a Ferrari. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that was the 87 of Granai, trying to make a bit of a dive into turn one on the right-hand side of Mike Jones there, and Mike Jones took a nice solid punt on the right-hand side. Seems to be doing okay, but we'll see.
I tell you, Nick, if Mike Jones didn't have bad luck, he wouldn't have any luck at all. I mean, it's, you know, fair play, the 87 trying to make a move, and Mike it wasn't even really defending. I just felt like the 87 came off the inside there, a little bit of a tap, and I mean, Mike kind of got out of that, I wouldn't say unscathed, but he kind of got the better end of that deal, because that Ferrari that the 87 tagged when the 87 spun around, that car was definitely on a different lap. So hopefully that wasn't one of the leading cars, but that's sort of what, I mean, Ryan, that's exactly what you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, the warping issue and sort of the spatial sort of part of the race. It's been a tough first hour, I would say, for every team out there. Oh, I see. Oh, Ryan got halfway out of the box and he turned around.
Yeah, I actually had to reach over and spin Jesse's chair around just to show him.
I had a notification on my phone from the garage. I thought I was being summoned back, but they were just making sure that I had my notifications on to know that if they need me, they can just give me a quick call.
Well, only 1 hour of this race gone, and you are looking at Team Purple here. Purple, no doubt, because I believe that's Mike Jones's favorite color. Nick, am I correct?
Oh, he will happily tell you if you ever ask. That even that shade of purple that's Mike Jones' favorite color.
That's a Texas size 10-4. But yeah, I think that. What are we gonna say? Battle scarred car in the first hour. I think it pretty much tells the tale of a lot of these cars outside the top 30 today, and just how hard it has been. Seb Brunier has brought his car in. This is a scheduled stop. Now, I'll be interested to see if they fix the damage. I don't think they did. I don't think they attempted to fix any of that damage, and that damage actually looks quite a bit worse than the last time I saw it, which leads me to believe there's been additional contacts. I definitely don't recall the sort of I mean, that Ryan, that's got to be the big thing for you guys, is you just got to stay out of trouble now for 7 hours, which is easier said than done.
Oh, it is easier said than done. I mean, the Imola race that we took part in last month, we're really glad we took part in that race, because it was a very good warm up to what this championship would be, and it, you know, that's one of the things we did focus on in the Imola race. We were thinking, you know, let's just keep it safe. Mikhail's put us in a great position, and you know, we'll bring the car home in whatever position we are. And obviously we did finish runner up in that race, which was fantastic. And obviously a lot of that is credit to Mikhail putting us in a great position, and Tom going a bit wide.
Those new tires on the 7.619 Blue, catching him out ever so slightly. That's Tom Roberts. That is in fact the mailman hauling the mail, and that was not what we actually saw. I thought that Lexus was going for a ride. In fact, was not the case. But Tom Roberts.
This is why people are being a bit more careful with blue flags, by the way, because of that right there.
But Ryan, you're seeing that as well. Like your team is seeing that as well. That's not just us.
Oh no, it's I think it's worse spectator side than it is driver side.
It appears to be.
Because you know, we can definitely see it on our end, but it's not as bad as that, or at least from what I've seen, it's not that bad from driver side. But you know, there's definitely some serious issues with the server. Obviously, I mentioned the Imola race. We had no issues at the Imola race with.
We did not.
The servers, you know, acting up or anything. So obviously the race organizer doesn't really know what's going on. There's been a couple of people asking for the race to be postponed a week. I mean, personally, I'm against it, but I'm probably biased.
Well, of course you are, Ryan. You're in the lead.
No, I mean, if it got red flagged and we decided, oh, okay, well, we do a 7-hour race instead in a week's time, who cares, you know? But the thing is, as a race organizer myself, as an admin from another community, I can understand the problems with postponing a race, because we've had to do it before. A lot of the time, communities have races organized months in advance. I mean, our World Tour Championship is obviously, you know, that's organized until the middle of the year. We have championships that are prepared to
Harry
start.
Conway in?
We've got championships prepared to start after the current championships are running. You know, everything's planned out. So when you delay something by a week, it affects months of preparation that you've done. And I can understand from the race organizer's point of view not wanting to restart, you know, the race in a week's time.
444 was off in turn 1. They get it going back the right way. Harry Conway came in from a top 10 spot for the RCI Motorsport Triple R team entry, the 703 with that pink camouflage funky design. Love it. I love the international on it as well, how that's continued into the design. But this team will take on Billy Octane in the car. Driver swaps happening. We hear that will not happen with the 799. Mikael Sundstrom will double stint to start this race. But we see penalties continuing to come in for a lot of these cars, and largely RCI unaffected by that. We've not had a single penalty for any of our cars. And Cameron actually just pointed something out that's very true, Cameron. I didn't think about this, but the camera that we have will not pick up repairs that occur to the car. So the cars will look incredibly damaged even if they are repaired. So well said. So I wonder if Tom Roberts did come out with a repaired car, but we just can't see that one way or another. Leading team is in 799. That car as clean as it could possibly be, barring maybe just a sliver of damage. Versus Mikael Sundstrom will stay in the car. Schmidberger will get in next, and then Gill. So pretty standard pit stop, Ryan. Didn't look like anything was out of place there.
No, it looked pretty solid. I mean, you know, Mikael and Fabs, they've put in more practice than anyone else in RCI, into this race. They're really committed to getting a good result. Obviously, I just, I can't really help out as much in the technical part. The best thing I can do is just drive the car, give feedback, and do the best that I can. So they've put a lot of effort in, making sure they get their marks right on pit stops, and making sure they don't speed coming into the pit lane.
Oh, that's gonna be some solid crunch we're seeing from Tom Roberts. You could just see the debris all over turn one. That's a war zone right there. That is actually that is Team Red behind Tom Roberts.
That was just a misjudgment by the mailman there. He drove it in there, and you could see him continue to shade to the inside, hoping that the Team Red would see Team Blue, and obviously that did not happen. But what I'm interested in now is, will that cause a penalty for collision, team versus team? Like, that's essentially your teammate there that you just collided with. But I don't think there was a lot of damage there. It slowed them down quite significantly. Tom did take that position, and he's up to 29. So he was hauling the mail into that corner. He was just hauling the mail a little too quick to stop at the mailbox, I feel like.
Yeah, might actually just blown that into the street a little bit there, but
I just wonder if RRC is going to give Tom a 5-second penalty for causing a collision, even though it was. I mean, it doesn't matter if it was the same team; it's still a collision, and they will, they'll be unbiased in their penalty distribution, I'm sure. So I'm just curious how they're going to view that, and considering that Tom did go on to continue to take that position. It's going to be very interesting to see how that all works out. But Tom back inside the top 30, 29th position, as pit stops do seem to be continuing. So Fabs is in our chat, Ryan. He's talking to us about here is the 712 Team Red. AO, I'm not seeing a ton of damage on his car, but they are, just the normal stuff. You got a little of the splitter tray damage, nothing too crazy. Of course, Team Red that car behind not for position. Yeah, just some very minor stuff going on. But Ryan, we heard Fabs talking in chat about how despite how good the Bentley is, you still can't push all out for the entire stint because of the temperatures. And like you said, it's going to continue to climb. It started at 34. It's 37 degrees C. That is tire torturing temperatures.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, I said between the three of us, we probably put 1,000 laps on the practice server in preparation for this race. It was 1,000 laps of, my word, if these are the temperatures we're going to have to deal with in the race. And I remember telling the other guys in the other RCI teams who hadn't gone on the practice server yet a couple of weeks ago, I was like, you guys probably want to check out the practice server because it's a bit hot on there. And the moment I mentioned to Harry Conway, I think it was, or Billy Octane, one of the Triple R boys, I'd mentioned it was going to be about probably 30 degrees towards the start of the race. They were like, "Oh, that's not good." And you know, it's a challenge. But you take every challenge as it comes. It's going to be a very, very hot race, but we've done a lot of practice in these conditions. We made sure to do all of our practice in conditions that would reflect the race, so we're prepared for it. We've done so many laps to make sure that, you know, we're in the best possible condition with the most familiarity to the conditions that we'll be racing in. And you know, it's going to abuse the tires, but you know, we're just taking it. We're taking it as it comes right now. I mean, Mikhail's just setting down some blistering laps. He's going to try and build as much of a gap as he can. Then Fabs and I are going to come into the car. We're just going to, you know, drive to the pace that we can. Don't push the car over its limit, and you know, hopefully, by the time Mikhail gets back in the car towards the end of the race for the final hour, he should, you know, we should have hopefully been able to leave him in a good position where he can still chase down, you know, a possible win.
Well, not only did I think you guys have the outright fastest lap time, a 48.54, and in these temps, that's really good. You also had the fastest pit stop as well. Why not? A 1 minute 9.28 is the fastest I see, at least in the top 15. So not only are you guys fast on the racetrack, you are fast in pit road, though I will say Paul just beat you by a second on that last lap, but that's not really something I'd really worry about too much on account of, well, traffic, you know.
Yeah, the traffic is, you know, it swings and roundabouts.
Oh, like that,
Yeah,
like exactly that.
I mean, it's just unlucky sometimes. Sometimes you catch someone in the right place, sometimes you catch them in the wrong place. That's kind of just a perfect example right there of, you know, we caught them at the wrong place at the wrong time, but you know, they were sensible about it. You know, they made sure that that, you know, they were out of the way as soon as we were on the back of them when it was safe to do so. And I think, you know, it's going to be like that for everyone. No one's going to get perfect traffic for, you know, for themselves throughout an entire stint. I mean, when we were at Imola, I had about a 40-minute stretch where I didn't encounter any traffic at all. But we're not really expecting to encounter that at any point during this race. And you know, like say, it just depends on where you catch people. It's just down to luck, and at the end of the day, we'll get held up a bit, but everyone else is going to get held up a bit as well. And I don't really think, you know, lapping cars is going to decide the race, and unless we come across someone who, you know, is being particularly difficult to lap. But so far in what we've seen, everyone has been, you know, been very respectful. They've, you know, identified that with all the warping and stuff going on track, it's probably not the best idea to be stubborn about being lapped.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Sunstrom lost the second that previous lap. It was down to a 7-second gap, and now it's back up to 7.8. So the ebb and the flow of traffic is a big thing. And also, I'm ashamed to admit this, but in the interest of transparency, I will admit this. We have Team Pink Team Purple, Team Blue, and Team Red. And we also have RCI Motorsport Triple R, which I think has all the other colors on their camo designed car. I think they're an amalgamation of all of it as Mike Jones comes into pit road. Now, is this his first stop? I wonder. This might be the edge of the fuel window for the Ferrari. Mike Jones bringing it down. I was told pre-race that Mike would likely double stint. We'll see if that's still the plan. We know from his teammates that he's carrying significant damage from, well, several incidents to this point. Will Mike stay in, or will he give way to any of his teammates? We shall find out. He's done a decent job of gaining some of the places back. And again, as teammate to Mike Jones has pointed out, you will not see the car be repaired, even though it may be. We'll be able to see on the timing that has been dropped in chat if indeed that is the case.
Oh yeah, Mike Jones actually jumped out of the car. So he will not be pulling a double stint. As was, I believe that was the original plan, so there's been a bit of a shakeup from the original written down list.
So they definitely repaired damage. That pit time was a 1:29. That was 30 seconds long, or actually it was about 20 seconds longer than it should have been. So he definitely repaired about 20 seconds of damage on the 174. And Anthony into the car, giving relief to Mike Jones. I assumed he was going to do double stint because when I talked to him in the garage earlier, he said that he'd be up in the box to hang out with us after the first hour or two. But so I took that as him maybe doing a double stint. Has elected not to do that. Put Anthony in the car. Fresh driver. Only lost one position in that pit stop, and now has repaired the car. So we shall see what pace the 714 Team Purple have now.
It's interesting to see strategies changing for more than just one of the teams. Obviously, because we've decided to keep Mikhail in the car for another hour, and obviously Mike's decided to dip out of the car. Things definitely seem to be changing on the fly. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case for a lot of the teams here today. Especially those that maybe weren't expecting the conditions to be this hot, but it definitely seems like a lot of people, you know, going for different strategies to what the plan is, and I mean there is really no right or wrong decision, I think, in that respect. When you decide to, so we'll keep a driver in the car for, you know, for 2 hours, it really just comes down to driver comfort, and because you're going to be changing tires at each stop, you don't really gain anything by keeping a driver in the car. It's kind of just going to come down to comfort. But obviously, as soon as the race starts, your plan, any sort of written plan you have, just kind of goes out the window.
I mean, Ryan, we talk about it all the time. You come into a race and you have a plan, and depending on how the race is going, in your case, really good, you change that plan. And even if it's going really badly, you have to change your plan, and you make a backup plan for the backup plan, and a plan B, and a plan C, and a D, just in case, because you never know. And you try to plan for all eventualities, and then inevitably something happens that you didn't have a plan for, and you just kind of have to play it by ear. So that's why we race, because if we knew the outcome before it started, we wouldn't have to race. But watching all of the teams respond in different ways to what has occurred in the first hour and 15 minutes officially, it's actually been an hour and a half. I move that RRC changes this to the 8.15 hours of Monza.
I'm for that.
Oh,
Mike Jones
Mike
has
Jones.
stepped. Mike Jones has stepped into the booth, and Mike.
That about sums
Mike,
it up right there.
I have to ask.
He's done. I got it.
I'm not done, but it was a rough stint.
Mike, you had possibly the roughest two starts. The first one didn't go to plan. The second one also it didn't quite come off, but you battled back. You gained positions, and I assume you guys repaired the car quite heavily as well, considering the length of the stop.
Yes, we had a 44-second stop, I believe, on that second one. That was from the damage. Ooh, there's an Audi just off, sure. And
okay. Is
Tony's
it, Mike?
just
I
doing
gotta
his
ask.
thing. It's fine.
Mike,
it's fine.
Mike, I gotta ask. Is it scarier when you're not holding the wheel?
Oh yeah, I think so.
because I'm frightened and I'm not even a part of this particular team. So
yeah, I'm gonna come back to you on that, Jesse, because I'm gonna go spot for Tony for a second.
okay, that sounds fantastic. Mike Jones has leapt out of his chair with the speed of a gazelle and is running back down to the 714 Team Purple box, and I think that's the right call because I mean he is in heavy traffic and he's got pace to pass some of these guys. So
if only he ran that quick when he was pit lane reporter.
I've said a lot of things about Mike Jones in the first hour and a half of this race, but I did not insult the man's athleticism.
Look, we love to take digs at each other for the pit lane reporter role. I mean, you've had to do it as well, Jesse. You've had to run up and down the grid to get questions, and you know. I
was actually recently told that they were way nicer to me than they were to you and Mike Jones. So that means one of two things: either they pity me, or they like me more. Though
well,
I
mean, I was the only one that got given snacks, but that changed as soon as you weren't too happy about that.
I was
and Mike
genuinely
Jones, Mike Jones has sprinted back into the commentary box, Jesse. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I went to grab the headset off the E&G booth for a second and said, Tony, it's fine. You're fine.
Can I just say, we're going back to the pit reporting thing. I was genuinely upset that Sundstrom was feeding you tea and biscuits down there. He didn't even give me a cracker, you know, and he was feeding you. Are
we talking about Silverstone?
We're talking about pit reporting, yeah. And I was told that I got more of the drivers to respond, and more of them. I felt like they came to me and asked if they could do an interview, and I felt pretty good right up until the point where I heard that Ryan was being fed the entire time, and I was like, well, they didn't offer me anything to eat.
Look,
maybe they don't
like a Ryan race team gave me a smoothie. That's all I'll say. It was good.
I didn't get anything at the Imola race. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
at
but
the Imola 3 hour.
I mean, it's just maybe they just like Ryan Gill more than us. I guess.
Apparently, it's the American bias, Jesse. That's what it is.
That's what it is. Do you know?
Yeah.
To this day, I have never done a day stint in any endurance race. Who'd have thunk it?
I mean, does it count if it's currently 4 a.m. for me as a night stint, even if it's daytime in the game?
Nope. That's what I'm talking about. I have never done a day stint in an endurance race where in the sim it was nighttime, because again, as an American, we always get put on those night stints because again, it's not a bizarre hour for us, and I'm always happy to do that. But I just find it funny that and Mike, you have the same thing. You get hired on to these endurance teams to run the night stint. I think that's so very funny.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, that's
you get
what we're
real
here for.
good at driving.
Well, I mean,
look
at even the commentary. Like, what are we going to be doing in 2 weeks, Jesse?
Absolutely.
me, you, and Nick are going to be here all night long.
That's right.
All night.
And so some of you younger people may not know this. We're getting off the rails here, but welcome to welcome to this
Welcome to a
championship.
typical RCI broadcast.
Pretty much, but in the olden days, back when you had antennas on your televisions, they would
Antennas.
lower the power. They would lower the power of the TV signal at night, but they would also relax the restrictions of what you could say and do. I definitely recall in the late 90s, early 2000s, you could get
Lord,
away
here
with
we
mild
go.
profanity on TV, and just that's what's going to happen at the 24. I think we're going to get away with a little bit more. We're going to turn the reception down. We're going to turn the bandwidth in half. Okay. And it's just going to be a little party in the middle of the night. So
Well, there goes the 22 car again.
2 weeks. Yeah. Oh,
The
man.
22 car has yeeted himself off track about 7 times this race, I think. Just yeeted himself off in front of Tony again.
Literally everybody in chat's making fun of us, or me actually. I take that back. They're making fun of me.
It's
I mean,
fine though, because people feel included in the conversation, Jesse.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
by the
did
way-
hear you weren't talking very nicely about me until I did walk
Oh,
into the
I-
box. I did
Oh,
hear
I
that an
talked
hour
a
and a
lot
half
of
ago.
crap.
Yeah,
I talked a lot
it
of
was
crap.
deserving, granted. Like,
I talked a lot of crap, but you were also driving like crap. So I felt like it kind of balanced out.
If it makes you feel better, Mike, I said that the incidents you were in probably weren't your fault.
oh, the
No, they
first one was.
absolutely-
After the
it
restart,
happens.
the first one was I caught a little bit of a lag spike and couldn't brake into the chicane. That's what happened because of the lag spikes going on. And so I went straight through the grass and just pile drived into the 200 car. That's what
Yeah,
caused it.
I gotta say though, I kind of chalked that first one up to just the weather, the temps, and everything, because you weren't the first car to go off in Ascari, and I mean certainly you weren't the last.
Oh
and there's
yeah,
gonna
and then
be a
later in
million more.
Ascari, you guys caught that then. I mean, as far as
Yeah.
that was nothing. Like, I was just driving. I didn't hit anything, nothing. All of a sudden the car just went. I went back and looked at the replay of it. I was taking the
It
same
looked
line.
weird.
Yeah, I was taking the
Yep.
same line I was, most laps, and all of a sudden the car just went. Like, you would have heard me in comms just going, "What in the?"
Yeah,
like,
definitely expletive deleted. Yeah, I just felt like, because I felt that too, Mike. I was like, that's such a weird incident. I was like, well, at least he didn't hit anything. And then after the restart with the Parabolica incident, it's like, oh boy, it was a tough start. I feel like you guys.
Oh,
got
I'm
it behind you
mixing
now.
the two of them up. The parabolic instance, the one that it just threw me. The Ascari one was, that
Oh, I
was
see.
damaged.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I was mixing the two of them up.
So we're talking to Ryan about leading this race, and they're doing a great job. 13-second lead on second place is
Well, that's
the
what happens when Mikhail
799
Sundstrom's
team.
in your car.
Yeah, I've taken to calling him the Iceman because he followed the two leaders in third place for 15 minutes, picked his moment, and just drove away.
Mhm.
And Ryan told us earlier that Mikhail was talking to them on the radio saying, well, they're going to crash into each other the way they're racing. And
Mhm.
I mean, he might be a psychic because that's exactly what happens. So sometimes a racing driver just knows.
He's
but
just inherited my my commentator's curse ability from last year, Jesse.
Do you, by the way, guys, since we're all here, do you know that we've not cursed a single person? Like, what is 2021
You've
the
jinxed
year
it,
that
man.
broke the curse?
Oh,
You
yeah.
completely jinxed it now.
Now somebody's like house is gonna burn down. Like
All right, okay. RCI is not responsible for any property damage.
citation pending.
All right, so Mike, we back on subject real quick. We talked to Ryan about the 799 and about how their strategy changed. Mikhail's now doing a double stint because they're in the lead and because he has, he has the whole field behind him essentially. So you had the opposite. Rocky start, nice recovery, repaired damage. I believe Anthony's in the car now.
Yeah, Tony's driving now, and then because Cam doesn't have power, he was supposed to be Cam, but that South African load shedding going on. Tony's running quick lap time, so he's faster than he's currently behind P8 and 9, and gaining.
So my question to you is, were you going to ever do a double stint to start this race, or were you always going to do a single?
So it's not planned for us to run doubles, but I could have, realistically. It was all dependent on my wrist, how my wrist was feeling. And then Tony showed up and he's like, "Oh, I'm good." I'm like, "Okay, cool." So I let him go ahead and take it because I don't want to overwork my bad wrist too much if I can help it. But luckily, Monza's just not too.
Oh,
Yep.
Ferrari, all sorts of squirrely there, and
he's been quicker than him the entire time he's been behind him. So Tony's definitely our fastest driver. So not bad to put him in the car at this point. Anyway, to be honest.
Well, I was just going to ask, in the 714, how has your strategy changed, if at all, because of how the race started for you guys?
Basically, we're going to not have to switch to map 3. So when I spun and got the damage, I knew I was going to have to come in and pit, or lose time. And so me and Cam sat there and talked it out. And we're like, okay, so I can wait until about 12 minutes in the race and pit, and then we don't have to run map 3 at all. So that's what we did. So we're just, oh, Jesus, Tony.
You were saying?
So we kind of just decided that we'd come in, make the extra pit stop, repair the car, and then just run map 1 the rest of the race instead of having to switch to map 3. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Cubisa and Dumius and them in 712 are running map 3 the entire race on lower fuel.
Okay, I see. Okay, yeah. And a very fine hello to everyone in chat. Wolf Matushka has joined us, and again,
Wolf
wherever you are in the world,
himself.
we hope that you're enjoying the race, and we hope that you're enjoying this. I would call this A+ commentary work here in the booth today. If you like what you see, please subscribe and like, and join us for subsequent races. This is not an RCI race. This is just an RCI presentation of a real racing championship over at RRC. And we are just merely participants, showing you our perspective of all of our teams involved. Like I said earlier, not much has changed. We've got a team out front, the 799, leading the way around here, some 14 seconds in front of second place, nearly 15 seconds, in fact. Mikhail Sundstrom here for Team Pink, leading them around. We've got some teams in the middle, such as Billy Octane, and we've got some teams near the rear of the field coming up through. Everybody, according to my timing and scoring here, seems to be trending in the right direction at least. And this guy right here, Billy Octane, 703 RCI Motorsport Triple R team, they are fighting inside the top 10. They are the leading car for the silver group of drivers, the silver third. And I'll remind you that their class placard does not mean anything here. It is simply just what third you qualified in. That will change up round to round after qualifying. So a driver that was a pro placard today, if they qualify poorly next time, they'll be silver, etc. That has no bearing on their competition. It is all one championship with 40 cars. But of the drivers that qualified in the middle of the field, Billy Octane is leading those around.
I'm back.
Yeah, Jesse, that was just Mike busting back into the box.
I was running up and down talking to Tony in the 703 because I realized that those of you who were around the previous community we were in RLM will know Tony as the webmaster there. He was a little bit more active there, but he doesn't have any time to spend for things now, so I don't think he knows each of our teams. So I was like, hey Tony, just a heads up. Teammate behind.
I love the communication. I love hearing the inner workings of the teams and the communication back and forth that you get. I mean, Mike, he's hanging out with us. He's also communicating with his team. Like, look, got a teammate behind you. What are the team orders? If AO catches, I mean that's Tom Roberts. In fact, we're looking
Whoa.
at now with Team Blue, who is
What I heard
currently
was
looking
Tom
at.
punted him off. So.
Oh right, okay. Right.
So did you guys catch that? Because I didn't. I was
We
driving
did.
at the time. So what happened?
It was right here. So in turn one, Tom, after his outlap, he's going to try and get this. The car just going to go completely straight here instead
he's
of
fighting
trying
for
to make
position
the
there, though.
turn. But yeah, so Tom went down the inside, misjudged the braking a little bit, and very lightly took AO off into the first chicane. But
Tony almost hit Billy, so.
Oh man, see, this is the problem with having 5 teams is you're all fighting each other realistically, and there's no team orders here really at RCI where they're allowed to race each other, and they are doing. But you know, you're supposed to be nice, at least to your teammates, I would assume.
Yes, I was just talking to Billy's teammate. Apparently on the McLaren, the rears are completely on fire.
Well, it's 38 degrees C. That's surface of the sun right there, pretty much.
Yeah, Harry Conway
more or
in
less,
chat was talking about he didn't open up the vents on the back tires, so now he's getting pretty worried about them getting cooked, like actually cooked.
Interesting. See, again, we get different perspectives in a race like this that we wouldn't normally get. I get they're going to have to do something about that because, again, Ryan was talking earlier, it's not going to get any better. It's only about noon here in sim time. It's only going to get worse into the afternoon. It will get better at the end of this race, but it is still going to get worse. Wonder how high that mercury is going to get. Could we touch 40 degrees today? That is very hot.
Yeah, it's going to be a spicy boy all day for this Monza race. Got about 6.5 hours left of this race. All teams doing great. Sunstrom maintaining that 13.5 second lead right now. I'm sure the 799 team is very happy about that. I mean, we're happy about watching it here. This is Tom Roberts trying to fight his way through with more traffic. Yep. Sending it again. Now has to be on the defensive.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we promised you the mailman, and I think he just delivered there. He licked the stamp and he sent it, got it done. Eyes front now on more positions. It is possible. D'Orazio in front of him now in the number 135, I believe. And again, this car has come alive now. Keep in mind, when he came out of the pit road, he was in 30th. He's up to 26th. He's looking at 25th.
Oh, did he make another position?
He did indeed.
Go Tom Roms. Has Seb been in the car yet, or has Tom been in the car the entire time?
Nope, Seb did the first stint, and Tom got in the car in relief. Seb was doing an excellent job. He was up here with Billy Octane for much of the first hour and had an incident that dropped him all the way back to 20th and the 20 something place, and his damage doomed him all the way back to around 30th place at one point.
Not bad. And I mean, of course, the 703 is in P9 too, so like they're overall not doing too bad. But
I heard from Billy Octane. I went down to that garage as well pre-race, and I heard that Billy might be driving a bit angry. Billy Angry Octane as he was going by. He's a little I think out of all of the drivers, I think he was the one that was annoyed the most that he was called a silver driver for this race. I think he misunderstood and took offense to that, but either way, it's good news for us, it's bad news for the competition, and you wouldn't ever want to drive, you don't want to drive angry, but you've certainly seen Billy drive angry in the past, and it typically works. He won a race here at RCI once, and in victory he said, "I was just mad."
That sounds like Billy.
Turns into the Hulk apparently behind the wheel, but certainly ninth place, doing well, gaining on those in front. Back to Tom Roberts, getting it done here again. Gap's just about the same. And actually, no, it is down a little bit on D'Orazio in front. Of course, if you get this position, that'd be back inside the top 25. And if you're trending in the right direction like they are doing, then this bodes well. You still got the majority of the race in front of you. And who knows, they might be able to, I would say realistically, they could get back inside the top 20 here if they keep this up.
Well, especially considering Seb's definitely the faster driver of the two. I mean, Tom's already making up spots, so we know that Seb can get in the car, put down a little bit faster lap times even than Tom's doing, and make up more positions. So I think there's definitely a lot of potential for that for these two.
Well, I want to share something funny that just happened. I just had to do a double take on the timing and scoring. I thought 19th place was Christopher Mees. It is Christian Mees. Christopher Mees, the famous sports car driver champion. I assume Christopher Mees is of no relation, but made me do a double take at least. Watching Tom Roberts, your team blue here, get ever closer to D'Orazio. He actually had to back off there a little bit in the second Lesmo.
Yeah, we've been informed from the drivers that the visual lag that you're seeing on the broadcast is not as bad in the driver's seat. So the jumping around is happening, but not to a certain
Tony just
degree.
heated himself off.
Oh, all right. Let's go check in with that. That's going to be
All
Tony
right,
off
yeah.
in Sky, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike running again. I have not seen him run this much in one day ever.
So it's like he joined an exercise program.
Yeah, definitely getting his cardio in today. This is Tony here, trying to recover from a little bit of off track at Ascari. It seems to be the battleground state this time around on Monza. But we were following Tom Roberts, who I think actually got ahead of D'Orazio, if I'm not mistaken. Waiting for the timing board to update, but yeah, he did actually make that pass. Looks like he might have made it on turn 1. And the mailman is indeed sending it like he signed up to do. And here's Billy Octane also has his sights set on the Mercedes in front of him, the 264. Making his way through the very dangerous Ascari. Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be worrisome, when you're battling the car. It's a really hot track. We're up to 38C out on the course, and you're trying to keep it clean and make those clean passes. You got 6 hours left of this race. You're just kind of waiting for opportunities. So even if Octane is allegedly running a little hot himself, the course is definitely not making that much easier for him.
Well, Billy has caught Jelinek here. and I just stepped out of the booth there for a second, and holy crap, it's hot out there. It's teetering on, I think, about 100 degrees Fahrenheit for those of you that, for whatever reason, want imperial instead of Roman Catholic measurements.
I believe
And if you
it's
get
just
that
us.
joke, you're really old.
Oh, yeah. Really showing your age there. That's it, but yeah, it's been exciting racing. Everyone on the RCI teams are moving up the course versus back, which is really for us. Sundstrom's up to a 20-second lead currently at the last checker for it.
Yeah, he set sail. I mean, at this point, after this double stint, Nick, if all his teammates have to do, Fabian Schmidberger, Ryan Gill have to do, is if Ryan's correct and he says that he's about half a second off the pace of Sundstrom, that's still more than adequate. All they have to do is keep this car from falling off the road for 6 hours, and it's guaranteed. I mean, you still got to race the racetrack, pay attention to the lap cars, and obviously there's a lot of race to go and anything can happen. You can be taken out in an instant by a mistake, but if Ryan is correct, Ryan, who is self-professed to be the slowest of the three, albeit by just a small margin, Billy Octane's going to have to take a base of action down to the inside. He's going to have to go. They're going to have an escape road dive there by Jelinek there.
Yes, Mike Jones.
I was just coming back.
Well, I mean,
Tony yeeted himself off of the scar. He had to pit. Too much damage.
That's unfortunate for Team Purple.
Yeah, it's been a struggle this race. The setup, we were never really too happy with the setup. It pushes a lot in the front end, and it doesn't really want to take the curbs very well. And so in a scar, you have to be really careful not to get your right side tires on that dip when you take the right hander. And he caught it a little bit, and it threw him. So.
It's going to be a big yikes.
It'd be a big old yikes.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We weren't expected to do too well in the first 2 races, to be honest. Nürburgring is not any of our favorite tracks, to say the least. And Monza, like I said, just the setup for Monza has been rough. The Ferrari doesn't do too well at Monza in comparison to some of the other ones, obviously because of the straight line speed coming out of the corners. A little better on map 1, but not as bad as the old Ferrari, at least.
Well, the silver lining, of course, Tony he lost the position, but according to this, he gained it back. I think Hinky is in pit road, so realistically, nothing but time lost there. It's more important to get the car back in shape, and they've done that. But either way, it's not the day, not the race that the Team Purple was looking for. I assume, Mike Jones, that makes this 6 hours longer than it actually is, because now you're sort of in a perpetual recovery mode.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, the way I look at it, like I doesn't matter whether you're in P1 or P40, especially in an endurance race, you're just driving, right? Whether that's as Tony struggles again in his car. Poor guy. But I mean, most of the time in an endurance race, you're out just doing laps, right? You're not what Billy's been doing, which is be all over the back of people all race.
Billy's in a hunt for the front right now, and Angry Billy Octane, or Billy Angry Octane, is he's the conductor on the choo-choo train right now, and he's coming to the front, and that right there He's just getting ever so closer to Jelinek here. Now I'm starting to wonder how far up the field the RCI Motorsport Triple R team can go.
Well, they've got... I don't think Lebrec is driving with them today. I think it's just the two of them, if I'm not mistaken. Because I don't think Swenson is driving today either. So I think that, obviously Harry being even the slightly quicker driver than Billy, like, it goes back to the same thing with the 769, right? Tom's making up time right now, and they're slower drivers in the car. And, realistically, Seb gets in the car, Harry gets in the car, that's just more and more time they're going to start making up, and I don't foresee them losing too many positions unless there's issues, of course, which, can happen. Plus, in the not quite existent, but still kind of their classes that the server got sorted into, the Pro Silver Am, 703 is in the lead of the Silver class, actually, I just noticed.
Yeah, he sure is. Actually, Fellinger has made up a spot on, I think it's Barron's actually, who's fallen back. I think that car was in between the 79 and the 703. Of course, they've also received a penalty at this point. But Billy Octane very much attempting to make a pass for position here on the 264. Will he try to do it here? He's looking to the inside. Nope. Says, nope, I'm not going to throw it down the inside. I'm just letting you know I could if I wanted to. Smart
Conway
driving
just
by
corrected
Billy
me,
here.
by the way. Lebrec will be in later.
Okay.
So
Is
they'll
that
have their
Ishmael?
even faster driver.
Ishmael wasn't with them at the practice race at Imola, was he?
No, I don't believe so. I believe it was just the
Right.
two of them in Imola.
I thought-
Conway can confirm that, but yeah.
Yeah, I thought Ishmael wasn't extenuating circumstances, and there you go. Look at that. That if you're wondering what happened to Tom Roberts earlier, Mike, except that he was going a little bit faster and hit that curb that Billy was able to avoid. That's what happened earlier. But Billy able to slow it down there and not dive into the first chicane. This, I guess, at some point you got to ask yourself, how much patience does Octane have with the car in front that's very clearly holding him up ever so slightly? Got to mind your P's and Q's here, Billy. You don't want to get penalties.
Yeah, but there's been a few dives to the inside. Obviously, Octane wants to take that position and has the pace to. But it's just looking for the right opportunity where it's not going to send them both into the sand.
So yeah, Ishmael Lebrec confirmed to be in this car later. And if they're already inside the top 10, anything's really possible, I reckon. Top 5 might be on for this team if they keep it up and keep out of trouble. This time has a big run into Parabolica. He's actually going to take it here. No, he is not. Thinks better of it and backs out again. The spot was conceded by Jelinek here. Jelinek just let him go, essentially. He thought that Billy was going to be inside of him, even when he didn't take it. He still showed him the inside. Position to Octane, up into 8th now.
Yeah, solid pass. I think that was about 2 laps in the making. Octane charging down into turn 1 here. Going to see if there's going to be a counterattack, but Octane is on the defense. And is going to hold him at bay. Yeah, so I mean, like, that is a huge charge for the 703, the Triple R RCI team. Moving their way up into 8th position.
Well, Nick, I'll tell you, he's certainly showing his anger at being classified as a silver driver here today. And hashtag Angry Billy now trending in the chat as he continues to make up positions. Some will say Angry Billy is best Billy. Certainly setting down some nice lap times. Now he has a massive gap, about 25 seconds or so, to Thomas in front of him in the 222. We've talked about the 222. That 222 has had a lot of issues here today. Kind of feel for them, to be honest, with some of the problems that team has had. Meanwhile, Anthony Beignet, or Tony, as he's more referred to, has actually made up another position now, up to 33rd place. Was in 35th after that second pit stop to repair the damage. So even Team Purple, who's the last of our 5 teams, they're threatening to climb out of the bottom 10 positions here at this stage.
Yeah, definitely making the best of a tough situation for the first 2 hours. It's Tony fighting up into 33rd position. He has a ways to go, according to my timing board, up to the number 60 car. There's an Audi out in front of him by, I can't quite tell, looks like a little more than 30 seconds, maybe like 35 seconds, to Venatius and that number 60 Audi. The Lexus in front of him is going to be Traffic.
I have to read these hashtags simply because they made me laugh, and if it makes me laugh, I have to say it out loud. Hashtags in the chat currently: hashtag give Billy speed juice, hashtag Billy the Hulk, and hashtag Billy smash.
What did I come into?
Jesse's
Billy-
reading off
Billy doing-
the hashtags in chat that we're getting.
I just realized, Nick, you're actually the one who did Billy the Hulk.
Yeah, that
Very funny stuff.
that was my contribution.
But yeah, so everybody's on the Billy bandwagon. I like the sound of that, the Billy bandwagon, as he continues to make his way up inside the top 10, 8th place. I reckon if that team continues their pace, I reckon they will be on for potentially a top 5. How amazing would that be to have 2 RCI teams inside the top 5 at the end of round 1? Seb feels left out. Hashtag Mailman saved me. And Mailman has some work to do here, but luckily he is on the march. The Mailman, Tom Roberts.
It looks like he's got
Yeah,
about 10 seconds up into the number 200 out in front of him, but he's making short work of that gap. He's already down to 7 seconds, looks like. So that climb is happening very quickly.
Massive. Everybody get into the hashtag. Hashtag give Cam some power, please. Of course, Mike Jones mentioned earlier that that is Cam or Cameron from the 714 team.
And currently he's estimating power returns at about 90 minutes, so.
I agree. Of course, load shedding in the ZA region. And luckily he will be with the team here to do his stints.
Wow. Tony is running a 48 right now.
Is he?
Oh no. Okay, no, that timing's bugged. Okay. You know, on my drive screen it was showing a 48. I was like, that can't be. I was like, that's like Sunstrom times. Though we did just receive a penalty for that lap 1 incident, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, that just came through from the RRC stewards. It's going to be a 5-second penalty for Team Purple. Be the first penalty for any of the RCI teams.
Don't even know how to pronounce that hashtag British GT fan. I have no idea what you're attempting to convey, and if I'm afraid to say it, then you know.
If I may, Jesse, I believe that is Billy Go Brr.
Oh, I see. He's an A10 now. He go Burt. Okay. I've not really heard Billy go Burt, but you know he might be an A10 for all I know.
I mean, at this rate, he's going to be charging into the top 5.
I mean, honestly, I mean, Billy might become the anime at the end of this race.
Don't tell Random.
See here, okay. If you don't know who Random Callsign is, Random Callsign on YouTube and Twitch. He's a sim racing. I would call him a journalist, a sim racing journalist. He's also a streamer, really big into sim racing, and he provides unsolicited, unbiased reviews of stuff, which is what most people know. And he's Portuguese, so you know he's not going to sugarcoat anything. And
then he gets the bias. And what's the bias, Jesse?
Go on.
Oh no, I was asking you, what is his bias?
Well, he pretends. This is the thing about Random Call Sign. He pretends to not be the anime, but if anybody ever did have the power of God and anime on their side, it would be Random Call Sign. He is the living embodiment of the anime, but he continues to pretend that he's not. So you know, Tom Roberts here has just eliminated a 10-second gap in a few laps. That leads me to believe that this number 200 car, who has also had their share of misfortune in the first part of this race, is dropping a ton of pace due to damage or something. But either way, surely you're not going to go around the outside. Tom Roberts licking the stamp. He's got a route, rain or shine or sleet or snow. The mailman will come through, and here he goes. A little bit of a tap there, but around the outside, you do not see that very often. As everybody making contact with the 200 on the way through there, but
I mean,
straight up going around the outside.
It looked like he wasn't even moving. Tom Roberts coming in like a fireball through that corner and making that opportunity, moving him up into 21st place.
I just watched that on the stream replay, and yeah, that just did not look human. He just made that pass. 21st place, Tom Roberts in the 769 Team Blue, marching their way back to the top 20. And I said earlier that this team had pace. Like, there's nothing saying that they can't finish inside the top 20, maybe top 15. I mean, heck, actually, I'm going to do the math. I'm going to do some math.
Justin's going to do the math.
Yeah, I just did a quick calculation there. They could realistically make it up near the top 12, maybe even flirt with the top 10, but that's, you know, a safe estimate is top 15. As Tom Roberts does come into pit road now, I suspect Sebastian Bernier, the VR Racing Frenchman, is going to take over in relief of the British driver. Or at least that's what we expect to see.
But we can't always get what we want. Isn't that right?
I was just going to say it had been an hour and a half since our last incident there. Nick Setnick?
Yeah, so the rockets have been refueled and we're going back to the moon.
Hashtag to the moon. But yeah, my math is very rudimentary, but top 15 is absolutely in the cards. Top 10, if they're able to maintain their pace throughout between their two drivers. But what we do know is most likely Seb Brunier is going to get back in the Team Blue car, take back over, picked up where he left off. He's Tom Roberts, if you were with us for the Imola test race for the series, said that he's still off the pace in comparison to Brunier. So if Tom was able to accomplish those times, well, you'd almost assume that Seb was a little bit quicker. More hashtag to the moons. Hashtag math with Jesse Lee. That's something that don't ever make that trending. That is just watching a nobody wants to see a Yankee Doodle do math. We're not very good at it.
You can count on it.
Ha!
Glad
Nick,
I at least got one in the box there.
Nick,
Yeah, Jesse. What?
it's gonna be a long day if you're gonna keep doing that.
It's already been a long day. I'm
Can't confirm.
doing what I can for the fans out here.
Yeah, we're literally held together with strings at this point, but you know, we promised you a race, and darn it, we are going to give you a race here today.
As we're coming back to live pictures, going back to Team Red here, 712 Ferrari.
Yep, AO going well again, also inside the top 20. AO here.
Tony's gonna give me a heart attack.
I feel like Mike just starts sweating every time he gets to Ascari at this point. And that's him running back out the door to check up on Tony.
Is this the most exercise you've ever seen Mike Jones get?
I literally, I have never seen him move that fast.
I've never seen Mike Jones run for anything. Our Combox was on fire once, and he just strolled out. So,
well, you know, why run when you can walk?
I mean, I suppose so, but either way, 2 hours gone. These drivers have actually done an additional 15 minutes in addition to the 2 hours that you see that have expired. That is because the server was reset 15 minutes into the race. So this is effectively the 8.15 hours of Monza today. I'm gonna keep saying that in the event that RRC is listening and they decide to actually call it that. AO in pit road to the 712. I assume he'll give relief to somebody else in the red car, back to Kubica maybe, or maybe. Maybe Wallace, perhaps? I'm unsure. We'll find out as soon as you do.
But Sundstrom up in the 799 Bentley.
Just on a different planet.
Yeah, it's been smooth sailing ever since he moved into position 1. This has been increasing that gap ever so slightly. He's up to over 20 seconds in the lead. Last I saw, looks like 24 seconds currently.
Oh, it's a bit worse than that. It's 34 and a half.
Oh, well, yes. My timing board's all over the place currently.
Yeah, the timing board is, if you think the race is interesting, the timing board is also giving us similar issues. Now, what is going on here? Has Billy Octane come into pit road? Yes, he has. He's going to pit out of the 7th position. This is a scheduled pit stop. And will he give way to Lebrecht? I suspect he will. And just following the stories of the race, Shermatinsky, who started on pole, down into the 10th place position. In fact, the only team that was up at the front of this race that's still up there from the front couple of rows is Mikhail Sundstrom, that 799 car. The 11 has fallen off, and so has pretty much every other car that was up there. I can only attribute that to the weather. And speaking of hashtag weather with Jesse, we're going to do it. And, well, the weather is 29 degrees track, 31 degrees ambient. That track, nearly 100 degrees. All the drivers complaining about the lack of grip in the tires. No real wind to speak of, and no break from this heat today. This afternoon, you're going to see temperatures climb even further, probably above the 40 degrees centigrade mark before it starts cooling off for the checkered flag. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes here on RCI Radio.
Doom, doom, doom. And in from behind me, we got the mailman himself, Tom Roberts.
Hello, gentlemen. How are we?
Oh, and Cupid's right. It is 8.25 hours of Monza. My math was incredibly. See, I literally just said we don't allow Americans to do math, and there's a reason for that. And one of them's that I confused a 15th from a 25th. Anyway, Tom, hello, and first of all, hero stint stuff out there. Absolutely licking the stamp, man.
Thanks. It was fun to drive actually. When Seb came back into the car, obviously we've had the restarts, we've had all the issues in terms of other traffic on track, shall we say. But yeah, it's a case of Seb does all the hard work and I just make it look easy. So yeah, but it was a good stint. It felt really good, and it was like I said at Imola.
It was fast. I'll put it that way.
Was it? I haven't actually checked my lap
Yes.
times yet. I was just head down and get on with it.
Tom, to put this in perspective, you are faster than the about the top 15. You were faster than about half of them,
Ooh,
and
okay.
even after the early incident that occurred, you put your head down and you started making passes. We got some hashtag mailman action going on in chat. People loving it.
Yeah, the mailman cometh, eh?
And you absolutely sent it around the outside of Jelinek there at the end of that stint. I was like, there's no way he's going to make this stick as hot as it is on the outside. And you absolutely...
Yeah, I didn't expect to make that one either. I thought, oh, I've got only one lap to go, and then I've got to come in. I'm not going to catch him. And then I caught him. I thought, okay, I'll take that one. So yeah, it's been fun. Unfortunately, it's just a case of where we are in terms of position. Like I said, Seb had some real trouble earlier on in the stint with obviously all the connection issues that we've had. Nothing that Ruben and the guys at RRC can do anything about. Unfortunately, it's just one of those unfortunate things. But yeah, just a good amount of incidents and things for us to deal with. But he's got lots of clear air ahead of him now. Clear air behind, nothing really to worry about. Fab's behind a second or so, but we know we're not going to have any issues there. So yeah, it's been okay. It's been if truth be told, I wasn't really expecting to get too much out of Monza. Before qualification yesterday, and obviously a McLaren ended up on P1, I was thinking, okay, Monza isn't really a track well suited to the McLaren. Obviously I've been proven wrong. But yeah, it's a strange thing. Obviously, you're entering a new championship. There's a lot of drivers here that we don't know. We've seen some of them before at the Imola race that was a couple of weeks back. And yeah, a lot of it I think is just sort of new championship nerves, and obviously having Monza as your first track doesn't exactly help things too much. Do you remember what I said last time out at Imola about the circuit? You don't really have any time to think. I think that Monza is the opposite. You've got too much time to think, and that's where you make your mistakes.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. Your team, by the way, we're talking to Tom Roberts, co-driver of the 769 RCI team here. Seb Brunier, his teammate in the car now, as we go back up to the 703, Harry Conway. I said earlier, Tom, all of the RCI teams are trending in the right direction, both on the scoring pylon and on the lap timer as well.
Mm-hmm.
You're all making up positions, and I reckon had Seb not had the issues that he had, you would be right up here somewhere inside the top 10 with Harry Conway because of the very similar pace. But obviously, we're talking to Ryan Gill earlier about how when you make plans for a race like this, you immediately have to change your plans when things go differently or go wrong. But how much? Go on.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, yeah, it's all very well to make plans, and then I'm just watching Seb now. He's just about saved it. Okay, sorry, you scared me a little bit there. But yeah, no plan ever survives the first lap, does it? Such is racing. It's just how it is, really. But yeah, no, carry on with you. I feel bad.
I was just gonna.
Jesse. I have a habit.
No. I was just gonna ask you, how much damage did you have on the car? And I assume it's been repaired at this point.
You mean from my lap 1 incident, or from Seb's earlier issues?
All of the above.
I had about 5 seconds from me severely misinterpreting how badly my brakes were cold. But Seb had, I think he had maybe 20 seconds or something like that. So significant enough for us to really drop down the grid just in the pit lane alone. So not great, but again, it could have been a lot worse. As a lot of people have already found out, if you go off at Monza, you go off into the wall, and you go off into the wall hard. It's just the nature of the circuit.
Jones.
So,
Mike Jones did that at the
did he?
beginning of the Yeah, he sure did.
Oh dear. But yeah, that's just Monza for you, isn't it? You know, you have too much time, you get complacent, you forget where you are for a fraction of a second. You miss your braking point, you're into a wall somewhere, or you're into the back of somebody else, and they fire up into the wall and come back across the track and collect you. So it really is a very, very tricky circuit to manage in a race like this. But yeah, all things considered, it could have been a lot worse. And as you said, we're trending in the right direction now. We're faster than the cars around us in terms of position. But yeah, I hadn't actually realised we were as well off in terms of pace as you said we are.
Yeah, whenever Seb cleared his 20 seconds of damage, the pace went up, and you were no slouch in the car as well. And comparative pace, you guys have it. My rough math, or maths, as some of you listen. If you're doing and math, it's a math. If you're doing multiple equations, it's maths. I'm doing and math. It is math. And that's just numbers. Yeah, so I reckon if you guys can maintain the pace that you both have, and you don't have any more issues for the final 5 hours, 45 minutes, you might be on for a top 15 at the end of this.
Yeah, I hope so. I certainly hope so. I mean, the points tally starts at P20, I believe. Whether or not that's done by position overall or class, I'm not sure. I hope it
is apparently overall.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. But yeah, P15, I'd certainly take that. I can't remember where we ended up at Imola now. I think it was around the same sort of place. Was it P13 we finished at Imola?
It was definitely something like that. It was right in there.
I don't know. I've slept since. But yeah, it was. Yeah. Again, this just goes to show that the car that Seb and I have put together is really good. I mean, as I said, I never thought that the McLaren was a particularly well-suited car to Monza. And I dislike Monza at the best of times. I'm sure you guys have seen my frequent outbursts in the in the team Discord. But I think a lot of that was simply down to my own frustrations and the fact that I didn't have anybody really to practice around and compare against. Obviously, doing the laps I was doing in the practice server have all been with race fuel. So I'm putting in about the same sort of lap times that I was doing on the practice server, but you watch the timetables, you watch the leaderboards, and everyone else is doing 49s, 48s, 47s on the lap timer board, and there's me trundling around with a mid to high 50. I'm thinking, oh god, here we go. I'm not looking forward to this. But yeah, when you come into the race itself, and everyone else around you is pulling in high 50s and 51s, and you're trundling down and keeping consistent, importantly, which is of course is always the main thing, especially at Imola. Keeping consistent, and I think I was usually within about 3 or 4 tenths of my lap time. That's consistency that you can normally only really dream of. Of course, Monza's a slightly different beast in that regard, but I'll take it every day of the week.
Just to update everybody, Fabian Schmedberger is inside the leading 799 car. Sundstrom has gotten out of that car, and his lap times look decent. He did a 49.2 his last time by. It's going to take him a little bit to get acclimated to the car. It also helps that he has the biggest lead, so no need to get too crazy. Pit stop was a few seconds slower than the guys around him, but all things considered, that team's going well as well. And while we're talking about the 799, Tom, you mentioned how surprised you were that we had a McLaren on the pole position. Well, I was down in the 799 garage pre-race, and they were grumbling that they were embarrassed that they got beat to pole by a McLaren. So they were on the same wavelength. They couldn't figure out how that had happened. They took that as a personal failure of, how did we get out qualified by McLaren? We are in a Bentley. So
I think most of the grid is probably asking themselves that same question. Yeah, it must have been an absolute storm of a lap. I didn't see it. I was too busy with Seb in the car last night for qualifying. But yeah, it must have been an absolute storm. Or they've just found some mythical magic setup that none of us can possibly fathom. But yeah, excellent lap. And yeah, I mean, for Fabs to now hold a Bentley in P1, yeah, I think that's where they, well, it's definitely where they want to be, but I think it's well deserved where they are.
Well, we talked to Ryan and them earlier. They said that their biggest thing was, normally you can lean on the Bentley around here and go full speed, but with the temps the way they are, we just actually hit 40 degrees just at nearly 12:30 in sim time here at Monza. They said that they can't really do that. They're actually having to do what everybody else is doing too, and manage the car and the tires. So what is it like for you guys with your management of the weather? Has the hot track temperatures modified your strategy or how you're having to race?
Not particularly. If anything, I feel like it plays. Now we've worked out, what was that guy doing? Excuse me, I just seen the 69 brake.
Have you been watching the broadcast?
I don't know.
It's
like a
just
brake
been
check
2
on the
hours of us
straight.
saying stuff like that.
Oh dear.
I feel like the 69 car had trouble with him about 3 times in my first stint. So
Yeah, we've come across them a few times too, and it's not been the most pleasant experience. Hello, Mike. How are you?
hi, Tom. I am frustrated.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's a family reunion. You know?
Yeah.
So what are you frustrated with? Are you frustrated with traffic, the situation, the team? What's frustrating Mike Jones?
Yeah, I mean, other than just the crappy first stint we had, just there's a couple cars whose driving standards are not doing too well. Basically, I mean, Tony just had to spin himself out about 5-6 laps ago, coming out of the second chicane because some guy, lap car at that, dove him and then got loose coming out of the chicane. Got back on track and then just cut right in front of him, and he had to stop and slam his brakes and spin himself. So lost a little bit of time there. His tires are getting worse because obviously he had to make that early pit stop, and he didn't take tires, so he's pushing, deep on a tire stint here with the hot temps, and just trying to kind of make it through. But I mean, he's still making up time. We're making up time to the position in front by about 1.5 seconds a lap. So that's what the hope is at the moment.
Well, Tom, you told me a few weeks ago that you felt that you were definitely slower than Seb on the scoreboard. But what I mean, it has to feel good. Like, you guys are on the rebound. You're 22nd now. You're definitely gaining on the 871 in front of you. I mean, you turned the car over in good standing and higher than you took it over from. So, I mean, this is sort of the dream, isn't it? Like, you return the car safe and sound, and you're still making up positions, and you know that there's places out there. I mean, Mike's frustrated with how his race has gone, and certainly it's not quite gone to plan in the 769 Team Blue, but you have to be optimistic, I would assume.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
I think you guys got shot at the top 15.
Yeah, Seb's putting in times that are 2/10 off what Fabian is doing in P1, so it's obvious that he alone has the ability. The setup that he has put together, that I've sort of been leeching off the back of, has really got the pace.
There's that 69 car.
Oh, they're doing it
But-
again.
Yeah, he just spun off in parabolic, and
Oh,
Tony
dear.
took avoiding action. Anyway, carry on.
Fun. But yeah, it's yeah. I think what you asked me earlier, Jesse, about the temperatures and such and how we've changed. I think the hot temperatures actually play into some of the strengths of the McLaren. Do you remember last time I was saying about how well it likes to roll through corners on coast? So you can really slam the brakes on. The brakes aren't the best on this thing, I'll be the first to admit. It's something our other teammate AJ was saying when he first jumped into it, saying, does this thing have brakes or are they just cardboard discs? But he set the car up, and Seb and I have very similar driving styles in that we like to roll the car through a corner, and it's very, very easy to run through places like Ascari as he's doing now with full throttle once you balance the car. And the dampers he set up in such a way that they just eat the anti-cuts, which is it's really, really good for us in terms of our pace. But one thing we've also realised is having a little bit more traction control helps massively in terms of keeping that rear left tyre within a manageable temperature range. So again, it's just all about being smooth, not stamping on the throttle or stamping on the brakes all the time. It's just, nice slow progression coming out of T1, on it nice and slow. Don't throw the wheel around, just follow your pattern. It's like you're sewing at 200 mile an hour while playing golf with 5 other people around you doing the same sort of thing. But again, it's just a case of be smooth, be consistent. And in terms of our strategy, aside from just bumping up the traction control 1 click, nothing really has changed. We just wanted to do our own thing. Last time at Imola, we wanted to do a double stint first each, get that out of the way, and then single stint it. Whereas today we just decided, because there is so much time for you to think between sort of major sections of the course, it invites opportunities for mistakes, and obviously that drains your mental capacity, your mental endurance. So we're just doing single stints today, unless obviously something really untoward happens. But yeah, we'll be doing single stints each today. But aside from that, nothing really for us to worry about all too much. It's gone pretty well so far, aside from the obvious.
I think that was the 799's plan too. They were going to single stint, and I know the 703 is also single stinting, but because Mikhail was able to get in the lead, they completely changed their strategy. And it's interesting. I mean, you had that opportunity too with the early dramas to flip the strategy, but you stayed the course, and you're reaping the rewards from it. I mean, as we see Seb working lap traffic, none of these positions are actual positions. These are all lapped cars, but Seb has to get through these to get to Brakoff in front of him to the tune of about 11.5 seconds. Now, keep in mind, that gap was nearly 20 seconds at one point, just to let you know the pace of Team Blue here in the 769. This is what I was telling you about, Tom. It's like, you may not be paying attention to it. You got to be real careful getting down into the chicane. You may not realize it when you're in the car, because certainly I never do, but just how much more pace sometimes you have in perspective of the guys around you, and you were doing the same thing.
Yeah, it's one of those things you just get your head down and get on with it. But at the same time, it can be quite dangerous. Later on in the championship, there are a lot of tracks that are really, really well suited to the McLaren. Nürburgring is a track that's coming up next. I absolutely love driving at the Nürburgring.
So that's interesting, because when we asked Mike Jones about the Nürburgring earlier, he said obscenities.
Oh no! Oh, I'm shocked and appalled, Mike. This is my shocked and appalled face. Can you see it? Shocked and appalled.
Oh, he's pulling a face, and it's not. Oh dear, I can't say Nick cracked me up. He put a hashtag out in chat. Hashtag what's eating Mike Jones, because he's obviously. I wouldn't call him quite disgusted yet. I would call that a healthy dose of frustration, as Ao is going to go off into the dirt there, has to catch it in the first Lesmo. He does that, but has to take it to the kitty litter to get it done. But will, in fact, lose a position in that, but more importantly, does not crash up the 712 Team Red Ferrari and keeps it moving. So AO has double stinted to this point, which is rare because we don't expect any of the other RCI teams to be double stinting the entire rest of the race. Mikkel double stinted to start, but they have no plans of doing that for Schmedberger, Gill, or when Sundstrom gets back in the car. Here is Fabian Schmedberger, leader of the race, in relief of Mikkel Sundstrom. His lap times have improved handily. He's gained about a second since he came out. Of course, I mentioned earlier he probably just needed to get acclimated to the car. It's been several hours since he had been in it, so his pace has been restored. 80 laps complete for the leader here. Talking with Tom Roberts, co-driver of the 769, that's on a charge, currently 22nd place. They were within 12 seconds of the 21st place, but Tom, we're talking to Ryan about the ebb and the flow of working traffic, and it's just as simple. You can lose 5 seconds in one corner simply by catching somebody in a Lesmo or in a Scari where you can't make a pass.
Well, that's just what happened to Seb a few laps ago, as you were talking about Daniel Ao in the Ferrari. He got stuck behind another Ferrari, not one of ours, and he had nowhere to go, so he had to go and ditch it. So lost a little bit of time and a couple of positions that Seb were really hard to gain there. But he's okay. He's back lapping again. His rhythm's back again and really good.
He immediately gained 1.5 seconds after the little bit of an off there. He was 14.5 down at the previous timing, and on the current timing, he's back down to 13 seconds, and that is just the pace as we see another Ferrari going way off. Was that AO, in fact? That might have been.
No, that was Redma.
Okay.
In P39.
Got it. Okay. So yeah, way off the track there, but this is sort of the pace, and again, continuing, he's down to 12.1. The times are tumbling, and we talked to you at Imola about what's it like to have Seb as a teammate. I imagine he's a very soft-spoken, sort of quiet individual.
When things are going well, yeah, definitely. Today was a bit of a thing, a bit of a step away from his usual ASMR podcast persona.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, no news on that being released yet, I'm afraid, unfortunately. I know we get lots of questions about that.
I'm checking iTunes every day, Tom.
I'll remind you.
I gotta have that.
But he normally, again, he's the voice of reason. Usually, it's always different when you're sat in the car yourself. You know, again, I'm trying to do the same thing for him and say, look, your pace is there, mate. It's really, really good. And this, it sort of alludes to what I was saying earlier, saying it can be dangerous having the difference in pace that we have, because you get used to it, you get complacent, you think about, right now we're in P22, but we're that much faster around the cars around us. So later in the championship, or maybe even if this race had gone a different way, we'd be up in the top 10, top 15, and not making any progression, and that would become frustrating. And right now we're sort of in a positive feedback loop. Yeah, I mean we're in a positive loop at the minute.
I like the way you think.
Yeah, it's all psychology, mate. It's all sports psychology. It's a real thing. It can be quite dangerous in that now we're in a good place. We are lapping traffic. We are gaining time to the cars ahead of us. We are keeping the pace in with the top 10, and we're being rewarded for that, even though it's a false reward. We're lapping lap traffic, which it's not really what you want to be doing in the first place.
I think we just invented a new segment, Psychology with Tom Roberts. Is what I think just
It's a good thing I'm not a psychologist, I'm a computer scientist.
But here's the thing, you're absolutely right. And I'm also not a psychologist, but I did study psychology. And look, there's no difference between the hunt for a deer and a hunt for, 21st place. It's the same feeling. It's the same chemical response. It's the same thing. So you talk about that positive feedback, and that's exactly it. The hunt, the anxiety, and the sort of pride whenever you finally get it, it's all there. And I think that's the first time anyone's ever equated cavemen hunting deer to racing a 2,000-pound sports car, but
Jesse,
here we are.
sorry, mate. I'm not sure if you can hear me at the minute, but my computer's just decided it wants to crash, so I'm gonna have to restart.
That's
so
fair.
I'll
I
join
can
you
hear you.
shortly.
Okay. Well, Nick, I think we can say we're glad that didn't happen when he was in the car.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, the 769 would not want to take that kind of blow. Really hard to recover from that in a live
Windows
race.
would like to install an update.
Yeah, not now, Windows.
Okay, I'll tell you in 10 minutes. I clicked tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's in 10 minutes. I'm loving. I love the hashtags. You're what's eating Mike Jones, and Lotus is what's Mike Jones eating, and you said tacos. Now, do you have an inside scoop on if he ordered tacos?
Well, since I do know that it's 5 in the morning for him, that is a strange time. Here,
You really think that's a barrier for Mike Jones?
no, it's not. But you want to hear a fun fact?
Please.
Mike Jones does not like breakfast food.
I did know that. In fact, I told him I was having eggs and bacon sometime last year, and he goes, "Gross."
And I was like, and you call yourself American?
Yeah, there's actually a gentleman in this race who's actually familiar to us too. He enters RCI races. His name is Bacon, and instant favorite of mine, simply based on name alone. Definitely another Billy Octane when your name's Bacon. But yeah, I knew that about Mike because I don't know why. I don't. He's not a breakfast person. Maybe breakfast did something to him in his life.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure it's some grudge he's had since he was just a wee lad.
Breakfast killed his parents, I bet, and now he's Batman or something. Isn't that the plot of Batman?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't read the book, but
Well, Lotus has noticed what we've been noticing, that Seb Bernier is storming through the middle of this field, and he's not passed anybody for position in a long time, but he has erased a 20-second deficit down to 6 seconds. He's gaining more than a second a lap on the 871, and that's not where it ends. He's about a second lap faster than the 66 and the 111. So he's not going to stop at 21st, Nick. He's going to keep going, and even when Tom gets back in the car, it's not going to stop him anyway, despite the fact Tom feels that he's the number 2 driver over there. They're still very fast, and I happen to agree with you. I love these liveries. Oh, here we go. Bart Macha. Hashtag, what did breakfast do to Mike Jones? I think that's too long. I don't think you can hashtag something.
I haven't had breakfast yet. Well, actually, that's a lie.
Why do you hate breakfast?
I don't like breakfast foods for breakfast.
Okay,
Breakfast
I'll repeat.
foods are
Why do you
dessert
hate
foods.
breakfast? Incorrect.
No, that is very correct. Waffles are made to eat at like 2 a.m., not at, whenever people eat breakfast. I had a burger for breakfast.
Okay, first of all, there's nothing wrong with having a burger for breakfast, but claiming breakfast foods are desserts, there's nothing dessert-like about an egg.
Yeah, but that's because eggs are disgusting.
Yeah, see, this goes back to the conversation that you didn't hear, where Nick was telling me that you don't like breakfast. I was like, yeah, I know that because sometime last year, I was saying that I was going to have some eggs and bacon, and you told me that was gross, and I was very confused.
Eggs are nasty.
Incorrect.
But like come on, man, like waffles, bacon, like tell me that just doesn't sound like
Bacon's
a
a
great
2
midnight
a.m. food?
Bacon is an anytime food.
Okay, I would agree with that. That's true. I mean, you eat ham anytime, so.
I mean, I can't really say anything. Like, I had a burger for breakfast, and after I get out of the car here in about an hour 15, I'm gonna start my barbecue up and make myself a tri-tip. So
here's what's happening. Our chat has just exploded, Mike. Speaking of exploding, a car hard off in front of Seb Bernier. I'm actually watching a replay. I just realized. But that actually happened some time ago, but he continues to make up time, 5.1 seconds, gets another nearly a second, not quite a second that lap due to traffic. But the chat has exploded here. They're appalled by Mike Jones. Ishmael Lebrecht shaking his head.
I'll just say fight me.
Do I need to show my shotgun and ball face again, Mike?
Here's the
Please
thing.
do.
Cameron is throwing gasoline on a breakfast fire, saying nothing better than ice cream for breakfast. So again, look what you've done. But eggs are delicious. You can have bacon or ham anytime you want. I do agree with that. And I don't know, man. I just sort of disagree with you a little bit, I'm afraid. Breakfast is my favorite thing.
Yeah, I mean, you can like what you like, Jesse, but in the end, breakfast is great when it's 2 a.m.
You're a weird one, Mike Jones.
Yeah, but
I
we
never
knew
claimed
that
I wasn't,
before we
was I?
took the job.
Yeah, that's very true.
Mike, out of curiosity, you realize that breakfast time is not 2 a.m.
I mean, it is not for me. If I would consider a breakfast time for me, as I'm sitting here grabbing some water and stuff to prep for my stint, breakfast time for me would be about noon, I guess.
Oh yeah. Okay.
That's
I can
about
see it
wake
then.
up time.
Just,
But
yeah, just skip it then.
that's
Yeah.
that's time for a burger.
Yeah. Okay. In that context, I agree. I mean, I would do the same exact thing. And also to add to what Ishmael was talking about, leftover pizza for breakfast is pretty fantastic, actually.
Yeah, I was
It's
gonna say
that's one of the great
Come on,
pleasures of life, that.
actually, I think I need to go check for Tony and see if he needs to pit. I think he's struggling.
So, Seb,
Well, boys, I'll see you in an hour. So.
all right, Mike Jones going to get back inside his car.
There are certainly weirder conversations I've walked into in the comms booth.
That started with Nick talking about how Mike hated breakfast, and we basically just brigaded him out of the room. Mike Jones getting water, like you heard him say, getting ready for another stint in his bruised and battered 714. But again, they are making up spots. They do have that 5-second penalty for contact early in the race that they'll have to serve on this stop. But other than that, Mike getting back into the car. You guys saw it as well. Seb Brunier nearly losing it, but gathered it back in minimal time loss, really. No harm, no foul. And in fact, he has continued to gain time down to 7 seconds again. The gap between the two of them. As again, of course, we are experiencing intermittent issues here in the booth. No big deal. All we have to do is reconnect, and we'll be right back with live pictures for you. Of course, we're here with Tom Roberts, teammate of Seb Brunier. Looks like you'll be getting back in the car in just a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Is there? We didn't really talk about this at Imola, so I'll bring it up now. Are there any unique advantages to being just a 2-driver team in relation to other teams who have 3 or maybe even 4?
Well, that's a good question. I'd say there are benefits and drawbacks. Benefits being you've only got to set the car up for 2 people. So like I've already said, that Seb and I have very similar driving styles. It's easy to set the car up for how we want to drive it. However, you have more people in, there's more compromises that you need to make in terms of setup and in terms of strategy. But there's more time in the car behind the wheel for each driver. So after one stint, 1 hour I've just had, I'm dripping sweat, and I've got another 3 hours to go at some point in the race today. So it's it's very, it's the same as anything. You got benefits and drawbacks to any strategy that you run. I don't know. I'd have to sort of get back to you after the next round at Nürburgring to sort of give you a definitive answer for me, I'm afraid.
well, earlier we were talking about a couple of cars creating sort of mayhem out there. I know RRC has escalated their penalties on the 87 car, and I haven't really mentioned it because I'm not really into shaming anybody, but the 87 car has went afoul of contact or causing collisions with other cars to the point where they've now started issuing stop and goes to that team. They're not giving them pit time penalties. So you two, Mike Jones and Tom Roberts, you guys were talking about some of the argy-bargy going on out there, and just so we're clear, that seems to be definitely seems to be happening with some of the cars, to back up what you guys are saying. So
yeah, there's definitely a few cars looking a bit worse for wear, aren't there?
I did notice that some of the teams, they stopped giving 5-second penalties and just started giving them stop and goes now. So one other thing, Tom, how are you guys doing on track limit warnings at this time? Have you received any?
No, I don't think so. I certainly hadn't, and we didn't have any after Seb's first in. Let me just I don't think we've got any at all. So yeah, we're doing fine. How's everybody else doing? Do we know?
I haven't noticed it become a problem for any of our teams. They've all kept it fairly neat, and when they haven't, it's all just been, spins that would not give you such a penalty. I heard that Dumas actually had an incident at the end of his stint. He's actually texting me, so that's unfortunate. But no time penalties that we are aware of. Seb getting really close to the 871. Of course, he had that incident where he went airborne earlier, as some of you in chat noticed. But he is less than 3 seconds. In fact, he can see Braukoff in front of him now.
Is someone raiding the kitchen back there, Jesse?
To what?
Is somebody raiding the kitchen back there, or is that just something I'm hearing on my end?
That is not happening here.
Okay, must be. I don't know. I'll pass.
Tom, are you okay?
Actually, this could be something happening in the. Yeah, sorry, it was happening in the race control channel. Somebody was, I don't know, trying to play the spoons in the kitchen.
I was gonna say, I looked around. I'm like, if that's happening here, there's a ghost.
Yeah, ghost. I haven't seen Scooby-Doo in years.
We have fun here.
We do.
You guys are wondering, we're not the most anal team or anal group that you'll find. We kind of loose. Dumas is talking about that dive bomb that you put on the Ferrari earlier. You said earlier that cold tires, cold brakes. You just misjudged it a little bit and sort of had to straight line the first chicane.
Absolutely my fault, that one. Yeah, lesson learned on that one. So sorry.
It's alright, Tom. I was laughing.
Dumas is with us. Now. It's funny, whenever you can laugh about those things, but sometimes, mistakes happen, and with 5 teams, contact, in my opinion, was sort of inevitable.
Yeah, it's like I just didn't expect him there, and I was turning in, and my spot was like, no, there's someone there. Oh crap! Sorry, it's Tom.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
it's fine. I spent the whole race.
As soon as I started going in towards the right-hand side, I thought I shouldn't have done that. I should have gone left and taken the off-road. But yeah,
I spent the whole stint trying to catch you, but you did pretty good to just get away. So
this is something you don't see very often. Mike Jones in the 714 has retaken over the controls from Anthony Benet. Mike Jones back in the car, but here's the interesting thing: they had a pit stop plus 5-second penalty, and they somehow gained a position in all of that, despite the fact they had a penalty for causing a collision early in this race. So despite all of that, again, they are working in the right direction. One team that isn't necessarily going in the right direction is the 712. Kubica back in the car in the Ferrari team, Team Red, as I refer to it. And they are actually, let's see, here they are. Here is Marin Kubica. How far in front of Mike Jones is he? Okay, so they're not on the same lap, I don't think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they are not on the same lap. Mike Jones is one lap behind the 712. But anyway, how's the race, Dumas? How's the race been for you guys? I imagine it's been stressful. It certainly has looked stressful.
It's been okay actually, except for my errors. When I think about it, it's a little. There were a few hairy moments. Walk door to door with people all over the place, but that's why we race. It's also fun. And yeah, we're just trying to keep the car pointing the right way for as long as possible, to be honest. Speaking of track warnings, we had one in our first stint. So I think we're the only car with a track warning so far.
Oh, okay.
I just remember that now. We had one right at the start.
Sorry, guys, I've just seen Mr. Jones go off by the guy that we were fighting for position in P21, so...
Oh, massive
Yeah.
accident. Massive damage for Mike Jones in the 714. And he is pulling... He's pulling over here a little bit. Yeah, look how hard he's turning the wheel to the right. That is steering suspension damage there. The car not turning. He's just going to pull it back into the dirt, and he's going to tow. Car completely off the track there as well, unrelated. But the 714 Team Purple car is towing back to pit road. Now, I don't know if that... I think that means their race is done, doesn't it? If they tow? I'm actually unsure about that.
I've just heard in the race control channel that they've had to teleport back to pits. It's been completely undrivable and unsafe, so not
Yes.
not a good result from Mike on that one. How many laps was he in? Only 2 laps into a stint, I think.
Yeah, he did his out lap, and I think he was on maybe his first flying lap or second lap, and had to tow back. Dumas says he'll be right back. He had to go to his team. Of course, Dumas is part of that 3-driver team at the 712 Team Red that Kubica's in the car for right now. Of course, it looks like if you're in anything but a Ferrari for RCI today, your race has gone very well. But if you are in a Ferrari, it has gone quite poorly, I'm afraid.
Hopefully. I've got to shoot off as well now, Jesse, but hopefully I might be able to keep that run going. But yeah, we'll see how it goes a bit later. I might pop back again, but I'll tell Seb to swing by and update on his ASMR podcast dealings.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Roberts, a.k.a. the Mailman, has been licking the stamp and sending it, getting up the grid. And he's going to rejoin his teammate in the 769 blue. And Nick back with me here.
Yes, I am. And Ishmael Lebrec in chat delivering the first oof for Team Purple here. Mike Jones getting towed back to pits after that devastating crash that was had there after turn 1. That was the lap right after his out lap, getting back in the car. And there they sit, unconfirmed if RSC rules say that they are out of the race if they tow back to pits. We will have to get an update from that. Actually, joining us in the box right now, Mikhail Sundstrom.
Hello, hello.
So,
well, first of all, Mikhail, let me just say, what a ridiculous first stint.
Yeah, it went super smoothly. Much more smoothly than expected, I have to say. The car is amazing to drive. Just you don't have to do anything, you just drive it and it does its thing. You don't have to push it at all. I guess all those practice laps did something.
Well, the thing about Fabian Schmedberger being in the car, he's currently at the wheel of the 799. We heard you guys called an audible. You never intended to double stint, but because you were able to fight for the lead and take the lead and then drive away, it was decided you would double stint. And I gotta say, how frustrating was that start? First 15 minutes, you had to fight your way up into second, and you were threatening the lead then, and then all of a sudden, nope, we're going to restart, and you have to do it all over again. I imagine if you have a fast car, that's somewhat fun, but that's also frustrating because now your progress is reset.
Yeah, I mean, Monza T1 is always anxiety-inducing, to say the least. So I was just hoping that we would get through cleanly. I was pretty confident. After seeing the first start, I was pretty confident that we would be able to fight. Even if we lost a position or two, we would be able to fight ourselves back. And that proved to be the case. It's just a matter of getting through cleanly. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Seb Brunier has driven back up inside the top 20. He's in 20th place right now. Now we're talking with Mikael Sundstrom, co-driver of the 799. Here is Seb Brunier inside the top 20. Of course, Tom Roberts was in here earlier. He had to leave to get ready for his upcoming stint. We expect that sometime in the next 10 minutes or so for Team Blue. Well, Ryan talked to us earlier, Mikael, and he talked to us about how the weather is affecting your ability to go all out for an entire stint, which you practice in this weather, so you kind of knew what you were going to get. Ryan reckons that you were the most prepared team for this kind of condition. I mean, how comfortable were you out there?
Yeah, like I said, I mean, the setup, it works much better than we thought it would. We had quite a bit of pace drop off in the practice when we did some practice stints. So I think we expected that to be the case today as well, but some last minute tweaks yesterday maybe helped us out. Maybe it's just, I don't know. I don't know if it made that much of a difference because they were pretty small tweaks, but it's certainly the times speak for themselves, I suppose. At least our drop-off isn't as bad as for the other teams, it seems. That's quite reassuring, I have to say.
I started calling you the Iceman because to sit in third place after you had already fought the same guys before the restart for the position, you sat in third place, you waited, you minded your own business and minded your manners, and an opportunity came up. After you said on the radio, these guys are going to crash, they did have it coming together. You were able to separate them, take the lead, and drive away. How hard is it to be patient, to sit behind somebody, knowing that you're faster, knowing that you can pass them? How hard is it to be patient and wait for the right moment?
I don't find it too bad. It is a bit frustrating for sure, especially when it goes on for the better part of a stint. But it's not terrible. Just have to remember that the race is really long, and bide your time. The opportunities will come. Someone will make a mistake. The benefit of having a really stable setup, you can just trust that you won't make the mistake. Just keep going. That's all you can do, really. It's very unnecessary to try to force something, even if you're faster at the start of the race. At the start of a race this long. But that's usually the game plan going into these races. Just stay out of trouble for the first 9/10 of the race, pretty much. Then the actual race starts at the end. You better be in the best position in the last hour or last 30 minutes, pretty much.
So we do have actually our answer to, if you tow, are you out of the race? The answer to that question is no, in fact. RRC told Mike Jones's team, Team Purple, to not drive on the track with that damaged car. They had to tow. They did tow. They're able to get that car fixed. They are several more laps down. but they have rejoined the race back in 38th position, or 37th position, I should say. But no, they are not, in fact, out of the race. And by the way, I mentioned the 87 earlier getting a stop-and-go penalty. Well, it's getting worse. They've just received another penalty for a collision, and now it's a stop-and-go 30. So things getting desperate. Mikhail, what's working lap traffic like out there? We've heard that it's a bit scrappy by some of the drivers.
Yeah, it varies. Some people are extremely accommodating and do way more than they need to in terms of getting out of the way and sort of keeping to the side of the racing line. Some people not so much, but that's always the case in these races. You just have to work around it, sort of. Yeah, take the minimum amount of risk. It's all risk management in these races.
Do you know what I just realized? I've never heard you raise your voice ever. Have you ever yelled in your lifetime?
I'm sure I have at some point, yeah.
It's just not something you typically do, I assume.
Yeah, well, try not to. It's especially in these. I mean, there's no point in getting extremely upset in these races. It's just gotta keep calm, otherwise you're not driving as well, I suppose.
Somebody in chat earlier threatened Harry Conway's job here at the 703. I thought that was humorous. They said that he needs to get a move on, get some positions, and well, he's done just that. Harry Conway up to 7th place now as his march towards the front continues, and for RCI and Triple R. But one other thing, Mikhail, has it set in now that your team is in the driver's seat of this race? 40 cars started this race, and you're the team that's out in front now. You're controlling the pace of this race. You've got 3 talented drivers that I feel can help bring it home. I mean, I asked Ryan earlier, at what point do you start managing the gap? Are you there yet, or are you still trying to put as big a gap as possible?
I mean, we're not going all out for sure. We're looking at the lap times, trying to keep track of what the people around us are doing, and we're a bit faster, pretty much. So I don't say we're managing the pace at this point. It's way too early to do that, but we're not doing sprint race times yet for sure. That's still a ways away.
And what do you think? Just pure speculation. Shermatinsky was the pole sitter of this race. Was talking to you guys earlier about how everybody that we've talked to was surprised that a McLaren took pole here, and they're just sort of free falling through the field a little bit. I think they pitted already, is why they're down to 13th. But they're just sort of they just haven't had the pace. Do you think that's down to the car in race pace? Maybe the Bentley is just better over a full hour stint.
Possibly. It's hard to say. I've heard a lot of complaints from the Triple R team about their car at this specific track.
They also complained when they came in here about that as well. Funny you should mention that.
Not entirely surprised.
All the McLaren teams are like, I just want to get to the Nürburgring, is what they've all been saying.
Yeah, I guess I can't blame them too much for that. I'm not really sure. I was really surprised about that lap time yesterday, or in the qualifying. It's extremely good lap. But I'm not sure. I think they've had they were a bit unlucky when they lost the lead. They might have gotten some damage, which caused them to drop back after that. I'm not entirely sure. But I was sort of expecting them just to fight their way back up. But they got a few positions, I think. They were up to 5th at some point. But after that, it's been sort of hovering around there, not really gaining that much. I'm kind of surprised.
Ryan said that you were the likely candidate to finish off the race. Is that still the plan?
I believe so. We haven't entirely nailed down the stint order, as is evident by double stinting at the start. But it's, I think that's still the plan. We'll see exactly how the stints work out, depending on how everyone feels and the pace of everyone. There's a long time still to go until the last stint, so we'll have to be adaptive, adaptable rather to whatever happens, for sure.
So here I'm gonna be American for a second, Mikhail. Just go with me here. You're Swedish,
Yes.
and you are teamed up with a German
Yes.
and a Brit.
Yes.
I don't know. You and Fabian, fairly quiet, fairly reserved. Ryan, on the other hand, has he shouted at you at all?
Plenty of times.
Seb
It has
Bernier
happened.
in pit road, pitting at a 19th place.
Indeed.
So I feel like Ryan's the most likely to shout in that team configuration.
Probably.
He actually laid it out that you're the pacemaker for the team and the setup creator. Fabian is the analyst, and in Ryan's own words, I'm just here.
Yeah, it's a pretty accurate assessment, I would say. I tend to do a bunch of changes to the setup, and then Fabian tells me what I did wrong because he looks at the Motec and realize, oh yeah, this is terrible. And we just keep tinkering. That was what Fabian said as well at the. He doesn't like changing setups just before the start of the race, and we've done that a lot this week. But it's been all for the better, at least. I think we got a pretty good team dynamic going on overall.
Ryan reckons he's about half a second a lap off the ultimate pace. Do you concur that that's about the deficit between the fastest and the slowest driver, or?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to keep up with the lap times at the moment, but I'm not entirely sure what Ryan's been doing, what he's been running on this latest iteration of the setup, but it could be somewhere around there. I think we're pretty even, I have to say. That's sort of been the goal of this setup as well, to sort of get something that everyone is happy with, that is super stable.
Well, Kubica in the 712 inside the top 30 again. So again, we see the ebb and the flow of the 712 team. Dumas was with us earlier, had to leave to assist his team. We're talking, of course, to Mikael Sundstrom on the leading car in the race. I told you guys at the start of the day, somebody bring home the trophy or don't come home at all. I feel like at this point I need to say just don't do anything you haven't been doing. I mean, obviously I assume the focus has shifted from making lap time, like you said, to just taking care of the car.
Yeah, staying out of trouble. Not get tangled up in something with some traffic or anything like that. Making sure the pit stops run on time and on, trouble-free. Taking care of the tires, make sure that we have pace throughout the stint. Yeah, that's basically it. We're not fighting anyone, on track, which is always nice. It's easier to manage everything when you're not doing that. So I just want to keep, stay in this position, have clean air, as much as possible. That's the plan.
So I'm going to put you on the spot in front of a live audience, but Seb Bernier at the warm-up race at Imola, Nick and I both talked about how we would love an ASMR sort of audio book of Seb Bernier. is there any chance that we could get a Mikael Sundstrom ASMR audio book? Because you have a calming effect on like anytime I've ever heard you speak, it's so calm. It's perfect for that kind of thing. Can I please get an audiobook?
I think it would have to. There had to be some sort of veto depending on the subject of the book, perhaps. But yeah, I think
There
that's,
you go.
Yeah.
You heard it here. Mikael said that he would do that for us. So that's what we're gonna do. I have one actually final question, and I don't mean to be rude to anybody else, but out of all the teams you could have been a part of, you chose RCI. Do you feel that that was a smart move?
Yeah, we have a lot of fun. That's what I want from this, from racing. It's a fun thing to do. So yeah, definitely.
Tom Roberts back in the 769, back down to the 21st position. He was in 22nd place, but he has repassed what I assume is either the 200. Indeed, is the 200. So position back gained. Tom, we're going to see if he can continue his march up inside the top 20 for that team. Excellent recovery from them, it has to be said. But I always wonder too, because would you consider yourself an alien as far as sim racing is concerned?
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. There's plenty of aliens, but I'm not part of that group for sure.
Well, I have, and Mikael, I'm glad you're here. Nick, also, this has just been handed out by RRC founder Ruben via their Discord. After the bad events of today, with the server being laggy, I have decided that we are no longer going to be allowing full custom liveries to be used, and we will be clamping down hard on the 2 people on the server at a time rule. So, Mikael, hot take, what do you think about that decision?
Yeah, it's a bit sad with the custom liveries, considering our cars look amazing, but it's I guess it is the unfortunate reality of running custom liveries in ACC. It's not optimal for sure. The server, especially at the start, where it was pretty scary, cars would go places you did not really expect them to go. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. There's not much more to say about it.
Yeah, we do have fantastic liveries, and all of the cars, they look so good. I like this one in particular, the RCI RRR car. I thought about this because we have a red and a blue, and we have a purple and a pink team. And the RCI RRR car is basically all of those colors.
Yeah, it's I hadn't considered that, but that's true. It's
I'll be honest, I didn't really think of that until about 2 hours in, but I was like, wait a minute, did they, and I'm starting to wonder if they did that on purpose, if Conway did that on purpose, so he had all of the colors, or that was just a happy accident that is what he went for, and that's what we all decided to name the teams. So no, I guess that's a decent move. I mean, Nick, do you agree banning full custom liveries?
Well, I mean, as the broadcaster, I mean, I have to agree with that. It creates a lot of instability with the server. It also, for me personally, it takes away instant replays, which is really frustrating. Obviously, that's a favorite moment for a lot of the viewers when we're doing a regular RCI broadcast, is, you know, us being able to jump back 30 seconds and catch a incident or a really awesome overtake or something like that. And with custom liveries, it's completely out of the question. Like, I'm not even going to push any of those buttons because it could crash the game. It could cause a lag spike on the server. So it takes that functionality away, which, I mean, is a pretty tough blow to the broadcasting side. So I mean, I'm all for it. I mean, it does definitely suck. The RCI liveries look great. Harry Conway did a great job with these.
Absolutely.
And they will look great in the photos, but for the race itself and for the sake of server stability, I think it is a great call.
I'm just going to say this in no way is a failure of the Real Racing Club or their organization or anything like that. This race has been planned for a long time. It's been a fantastic event. We as good as anybody here at RCI know how hard it is to schedule an event. Ryan and I were talking about this earlier, and Nick knows as well what he's talking about. He's our, what I would say, he's one of our main broadcasters, and he puts in the time and the effort. And we all know that it is a massive undertaking to just get to the grid, and the race is the easy part. And it is in no way, shape, or form a failure of RRC. They try to innovate, just like we all do. They try to make the races more personal, and I just think that what we're finding is, with a grid of this size, it's just a little too much for the sim to take, the servers to take. So, Mike Jones is going to go for one there, clips the curb, gets a little sideways. He's going to lock it down and keep it going. You just can't say enough about how tough of a day it's been for Team Purple. We have two sides of it here. Mike Jones, every time he comes in the box, he sighs. And I mean, I guess, Mikhail, for you, it's almost a relief to know that you are in control and you have a team that you know can win this race. Has it taken a bit of the pleasure away at all too, that you're sort of not racing anybody? Would you prefer to be in a battle, or do you not mind winning by a margin?
Well, Jesse, I got to inform you that Mikhail's actually stepped out of the box.
That's
so
Seb Brunier right there. Holy crap. Hey, Seb.
Yeah, you'll have to say that question
Hello
later,
there.
but Brennan has been sitting patiently with us while we were talking about all that. How's the race
I
going for you?
expected a Swede, and I got a Frenchman. Holy cow, that scared me.
How are you doing, guys?
Good. The race has been going well. I mean, I know you had that early incident that lost you some positions, but it looks like the two of you, you and Tom Roberts, have been clawing your way back up the timing board. I mean, you're currently sitting at 20th position. I mean, like, that's a pretty good start from where you are.
Yeah, I made some mistake, definitely. Analyzing it during Tom's first stint, I think that this double start, because there was the server restart, pumped a lot of energy from me, and the two starts were really clean, and I was doing really good. And then I had a bit of a tough fight with the driver that popped me off a bit, and I've been a bit too aggressive, and then I started to make some mistake with a little too warm rear tires. So that's where I lost it a bit, and I was a bit angry against myself, because it's a rookie mistake, to be fair. The race is long, and I was on the too high confident side. So yeah, I should have been more patient. And then there was an incident with a blue flag car. I hit it. It hit them at the exit of Ascari just before the pit stop, and that's why I got so much damage. So in the end, it has not modified our pit strategy. So yeah, we are still on schedule. That allows us to really see our current position. So 20th with the mistakes I had earlier in the race. It's not so bad, and we will make something out of it. But it was definitely my mistake. Thus the hashtag the mailman saved me.
Well, the Mailman's been doing good, but that stint that you just put in, holy crap! Do you realize how quick you were?
Yeah. And I was about to do again the scene of the too much confidence because I was following Fabian, which is the lead car, and I started to make mistakes. So I lowered the pace a click or two, just to be more on the safe side, basically. And then it went okay. And the thing is, not only you are fighting against yourself, as you always do in an endurance race, but as you were talking about just before, the server and all the PCs are on their knees with the custom liveries. So there is a bit of network warp from time to time, some stutters sometimes. And in my second stint, I hit the curb in the second chicane that put me in the gravel trap. No damage, no nothing. But again, it's 3, 4, 5 seconds lost. So yeah, we have multiple factors to fight against. And Monza is not easy. When you do a mistake, you're losing a ton of terrain, a ton of ground. So yeah. But I think we found our pace, and Tom is doing absolutely great. He's killing it like he did in Imola. And when I'm just a notch or two below the pace I could have, it's safe as well. So we are pretty consistent. It should be good.
Tom Roberts back inside the top 20 in 20th. Speaking of making a run at it, Marin Kubica getting it done here back inside the top 30 of about 10 minutes ago, 28th now, and gaining on the 333 Lexus in front of him. Matter of fact, you can just see him. There he is right in front. So talked about the 712 when Dumas was in here falling off the pace just a little bit. But maybe that was just because they were at the end of their run, because there's nothing wrong with the pace for the 712 red team. There's definitely nothing wrong with the pace of the 769 blue team either. This car, this has been the surprise for me today, is how well you and Tom have responded to adversity today. I mean, it was the same thing at Imola too. Every time you got knocked down,
not for the same reason, but yeah.
Indeed, not for the same reason at all. But you guys just seem, you two, Tom and you, seem to work so well together as a team. I mean, it seems natural. Is it really that way?
Yeah, it's really that way. And I was, like I said at Imola, I was very pleased, and it was not a surprise because it's the second championship that we are doing together, but it's the first championship we are doing in the same car. So I was pleased but not surprised. And to be honest, we are no longer thinking about this. Now the team is sealed and it works perfectly. And it's granted, it's a team, it works. We know our own preferences, and it works well together, and that's nice. AJ Jones could not do the race today with us, but he was involved in the preparation as well. So we ensure that setup-wise we are not taking directions that would not be in his favor. So I think we have a solid team. We are not the fastest, we know it, but I think we are really consistent and in the same ballpark with same kind of driving preferences. So it could be something interesting the further we go in the championship.
Of course, talking to Seb Brunier for the 769. We're on board Billy Octane in the RCI RRR team, one of the 5 RCI teams here today. Billy's in 8th place. I would have sworn Billy was in 7th. I'm not sure if the 222 passed him or he had an incident. If he did, I didn't catch it, but he seems to be on pace with the 222 at least. So whatever did happen, it's not affecting him now. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't see anything on the timing, but he's definitely gaining back on the 222. Is Billy Octane? But Seb, by the way, I was talking to Mikhail earlier, and you remember the ASMR audiobook that we're making? I got him to agree to be a part of that as well.
Pushing so hard for this, you will make it happen at some point.
No, but seriously, Seb, listening to the two of you talk is like listening to angels.
Oh, you're too kind.
Ryan Gill, speaking of angels, Ryan Gill in the 799. Fabian Schmidberger has brought the leading car into pit road and has given way to Ryan Gill for his stint. We talked to Ryan way earlier in the stream. He said that his main focus was, well, basically not to mess it up. And normally, in a lot of cases, Seb, whenever a team member says that and you say to the number one driver, oh, they're just hoping not to mess it up, they go, oh, no, they're fine. In Mikhail's case, he doubled down. He goes, yeah, that's real. That's what his role is. Okay.
Oh, I want to thank Ari Conway for his comment in chat. That's so kind of you.
What did he say? Oh, Seb's setups are the best setups. Seb, I've actually inherited a few of yours because I've yoinked them off of our private Discord. And I have to say, I typically gain a second to a second and a half just purely on setup. You have a knack for it, if I may say so myself.
I don't think so because well, let's put it this way. I'm always aiming for consistency because I know I'm not the fastest driver in the world. I have a respectable pace, but I really aim for consistency. That's the way I make my positions. So I can't go crazy setup-wise, and I may not look for the ultimate pace, ultimate performance, but I want something consistent across the stint. And yeah, so sometimes with other teammates or when I share setups, I get the remark that yeah, you could do this, you could do that, it's faster. Okay, it could be faster, but for how many laps will it be faster? And maybe I could be faster with these tweaks as well, but if I kill myself 20 laps in the stint, it's pointless. Everything will be lost. So it's really a different approach, and yeah, for me, building setups is really a part of the race. It's also a part of the game. I know some drivers like just to borrow a setup and drive. That's very respectable, but I can't do it. I can't do it that way. So yeah, I have a special mindset building setups, and so far it's working pretty well because the car is quite gentle on tires. We had the same experience at Imola, despite the high temperatures in those two races, and when Ari and Billy were struggling a bit with the Maca earlier this week and a bit complaining about it at Monza, to be clear, I shared the latest setup I did, and it seems it pleased them quite a bit because yesterday we qualified 3 thousandths of a second apart from each other. So we nearly made exactly the same lap time.
Speaking of which, I mean, we had that restart 15 minutes into the race. It was going to be a full restart. Were you in favor of a restart like that, or were you just more worried that something could go wrong in the second attempt?
You always have you always have that in the back of your mind because yes, what was done, what was gained, or what was lost is behind, and the outcome of a second start could be very different. But on the other hand, thinking about this, you're really losing your focus. You're already living in the past, and it's consuming you. It's consuming you. So of course you have this quick thought going through your mind, but you have to forget it right away, and reset basically, and maybe turn the issue the other way around. If I had been disconnected, I would be happy to have a second chance. So of course, if on the second start I am disconnected, it's slightly different. But there was really big server warp issues. So I think that the places we gained in the first start were also due to contacts that wouldn't have occurred if the server had been stable, or the connection or whatever. But so yeah, there is no clear cut for that take, and we must really respect the race control decision, because it's really hard to put events like this, and yeah, so far it has been great, and yeah, if everyone is following the rule, we minimize the potential mistakes, and the race is going fine. But yeah, and the custom liveries are making it a bit harder, because each time there is a rejoin, and some of the rejoin has not been signaled to race control today, there is a huge lag, and depending on where do you take this lag, that can be deadly. So yeah, it was a bit heartbreaking for a split second to have a second start, but yeah.
Well, I don't know if you've heard yet, but RRC founder Ruben announced about 15-20 minutes ago that moving forward, there will not be custom liveries in this series, or I'm not sure if he just meant specifically this championship or any of their championships that they're running, but it seemed to be a very general statement, so I would assume all of them. Considering what's happened today, how do you feel about that? As I see, Kubica was, I think, allowing that car to go through there, but how do you feel about that, not allowing the full custom liveries in the future?
I think it's a good call. I think it's a good call because it will improve race quality for everyone. Of course, the liveries that we see on track are absolutely beautiful, and it was heavily controlled by RRC for the weight of the liveries, and
Yes,
a full
indeed.
package was provided by them. So it was really done in a controlled way. But even so, it's pushing the sim to its limits, and we all know ACC is hard to run, especially when you have 40 cars and something like 150 drivers. So yeah, it was a good call to try. It's mostly good, but yeah, I can understand that some drivers are upset when they are caught in an incident because of the lags and so on, and we all know it's due to the custom liveries.
I would say that's an incredibly fair assessment, and like I said earlier, it's of no fault on RRC or anybody else. It's just
Absolutely.
You attempt to innovate, and you attempt to make things more realistic, and sometimes not everything always works out the way you want it to. And I second what you said. Every single car here is just fantastically prepared, and I'm not just talking about our cars, which I'm biased towards because I love the paint scheme, but just everybody's car, very unique, very fantastic, and it's unfortunate, but in my opinion, it's a sacrifice that needs to happen for the greater good of competition.
Yeah.
And I can personally respect how hard for Ruben, how hard of a decision that is to make, just considering I've been fully abreast of like how hard they've controlled it. It had to be under a certain kilobyte in size. It could not be too big. You spoke on the weight. They provided a sort of a package that you had to submit for it, and it just goes to show you can do everything right and still have something go wrong. And tough decision, but you know, for the competition, I think it's the fair decision to make.
Yeah, exactly. And we also have to think about the following. We had 2 sunny races so far, and daylight races. But when there will be longer races and night cycle, potentially rain, it will put more strain on the PCs. And we already have trouble with clear weather, so it could only be worse going forward with the custom liveries. So it's a tough decision, but in every way it's a good call to recognize that it's too difficult.
Yeah, I don't know if you're paying attention to chat here, Seb, but Bart Macha says, I need Seb to talk to a few of my teammates like this. And I think that's, is that, I can't remember, is that Conway or Billy who's saying, need him as my therapist in reference to you? And again, I told you, angelic voice, very calm. You're in the same way.
It's Harry, I saw it in stream.
It's Harry, yeah, it is indeed Harry Conway. It's very true. It's you have a way of talking, and a way of putting things, and it's actually it's lovely to listen to. But Mikkel Sundstrom's the same way, and I find it ironic that both of you are teamed up with British drivers who are, we'll say, less than quiet. But I think Tom, in your case, is fairly quiet when he's on the racetrack. Is that not true?
Sorry, race control was talking. Meanwhile, yeah, I take the compliments you did. Oh, there are multiple disconnection announced by race control. Oh yeah, we are losing cars. 35 cars only now. It's 2 cars in a second.
That is true, because Marin Kubica just gained about 4 spots. So that is very true. But as you were saying, yeah, I was saying, is Tom very quiet as a teammate?
Oh, 3 cars. So just to go back to the to the question, I take the compliment, but I may need to explain something more about me.
Please.
I can easily step back and look at the situation, but in the heat of the action, I am slightly different. So I can be pretty heated up.
So
although I can calm down quite quickly.
They have code 60 this race, by the way. This is a full-blown code 60. They're going to try and get the cars that have
for the
fallen
3
out of the
reconnects
race back in, and they've code 60 it. So this is an audible that RRC has had to deploy, and my plaudits to them for doing this, and the drivers and the teams too. They're all in race control, so they can all hear. Here is the leader of the race going up towards Ascari right now. This is Ryan Gill in the 799 RCI Motorsport pink team car. Everybody is going pit limiter speed, and they're doing this so that when right there, you probably didn't even notice it, but whenever they get back in to the race, it doesn't cause any adverse effects. So race control has now released the code 60, and everybody's going back to racing. So excellent audible, and that was called there by race control, and excellently executed by all of the drivers.
Yeah, great feature.
But we were talking about how you can go from what is essentially angry Frenchman mode to sipping a cup of tea Frenchman mode. And that's
Almost.
weird. I've only ever heard Seb Brunier raise his voice once, and it was incredibly warranted in my opinion. But I've only ever heard you raise your voice once. Otherwise, you're very calm. And even whenever you're giving somebody instructions or something, you're very calm. I would like
Yeah.
to do my Seb Brunier impression if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'm boiling inside, and I can explode only when there is an incident. So that's the thing. So I am, but I know this trait this trait of character. So I know the only thing that can occur is when it takes me too long to realize it. And this is where usually I make mistake on track. But yeah, the aim is still to be as calm and as quiet as possible. And I am indeed, each time I give information, inputs to my teammates. But yeah, I'm not as nice as you may think when you hear me in interview, or so I can boil, I can pop up.
That
sometimes.
description of yourself, I boil on the inside, is that's I think a lot of us can relate to that stuff, to be honest. But here's the thing: nobody gets to be married for very long without sort of boiling on the inside, but not letting it come out on the outside. So I feel like you have the perfect temperament for a race car driver and a sim racer, because a lot of these guys, they sort of fly off the handle. You know, they get too angry and it clouds their judgment. And I don't really see that much from you, even when you are angry. It's like you said, you're always able to look at it from different perspectives, and I always I kind of look up to you in that way. It's a very nice quality to have.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, I'm really only human, and in all its dimensions, from the best to the worst sometimes. But yeah, sim racing is something that I take to the heart. So if something happens and it's really not in the standards, that can make me really angry. But well, it never lasts too long. we will put it this way. And yeah, it's supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be a pain. But it's our favorite hobby, so we put a lot of effort, dedication into it. Preparation for a race like this, it's something like 2 or 3 times the length of the race. So in that aspect, it's not as realistic as in real life, where they only have free practice and go. But on the other hand, we are very much smaller teams, so we are only the drivers, so different structures as well. But yeah, we put a lot of heart and effort into this, and championship like this, especially having 5 RCI cars, that makes a ton of fun, because yeah, we are enjoying the preparation. It's like a party. We always have have fun together and discuss what we are doing, what we see, what we think. It's really interesting. The car team is one thing, but being multiple cars fighting for the same purpose is next level. It's really fun.
I mean, we have teams scattered throughout this field, to the very front to somewhere near the back end, but they're all scrapping, they're all fighting for their own positions. We have a very real possibility that we're going to put 2 cars inside the top 10 today and 3 cars inside the top 20. Tom Roberts has moved himself up to the 17th position. He's still gaining. We're riding with leader Ryan Gill with the steering wheel on the wrong side of the car. Deal with it, British people. And he's a little bit off the pace like you would expect him to be. Some of that is likely traffic too, but he's holding his position well, doing lap traffic well, getting a little sideways in Parabolica there, in fact, but he is going to complete his stint, I assume, in relief of Mikhail Sundstrom, I would assume. And here's Billy Octane, who's the next car in line in 7th place. He's still behind Dreyer in the triple twos. In fact, he's losing a little bit of time every lap to him now in the 703 RCI Triple R car.
Yeah, but the track is slower at the moment in comparison to when we started the race. The temperature rose by quite a bit, and the tires are suffering a lot. We have much less grip in the fast corners. Could be a bit of graining or blistering. Sorry, instead. It could be a bit of blistering because the track is 41 degrees, and it's pretty hard, and we are really looking forward to get a slightly cooler track.
We hope eventually at some point in the final 4 hours it will start to get it'll cool off a bit. It is insane temperatures, 41 degrees C here in the heat of the day. That is wicked hot. Like that is fry an egg on the sidewalk hot, and that's not an overstatement. That's just how that's facts. So these tires are tortured, and the only positive of all this is that none of the drivers are actually sitting in. I hope not. None of these drivers are actually sitting in 41 degrees centigrade temperatures. I hope they're in. Depending on where they are in the world, either in air conditioning or nice heated rooms. So that doesn't do any justice to the cars, though. They are working hard out here. But Mike Jones is up a position or two. Remember, he was 38th whenever he had to tow back to pit road after the massive off and damage. Well, he has risen up to 36th place in the 7-1-14 purple car. Not bad at all for that team. So we talked to a few of the other McLaren teams, Seb, and they didn't have high hopes for Monza, and it sounds like you didn't really either. But I've heard them all say the same thing to this point. They can't wait to get to the Nürburgring. Are you in the same boat? Do you feel like you have a better chance at the Nürburgring?
Well, I believe their mindset was a bit based on the struggle they had with the car initially, because during quali we were not out of pace. It was very tight. Incident with a blue flagged car. So the high temperature and the lack of top speed of the McLaren can be a bit of an issue, but we were on pace. So on our side, we were not too concerned about Monza, but I have to look at what car was it? Sorry, I have to fill a report meanwhile, because
that's fine. See, what Seb's talking about while he files that report, Tom Roberts had an incident in the 769 with a blue flagged car. So, being the driver not in the car, Seb now has to file a formal report with race control over at RRC about the collision. You may notice Tom, I said, was in 17th place. Well, he's not pitted or anything. that collision has bumped Tom down to 18th place. So Seb's going to go ahead and file that complaint for that report. Of course, this entire series over at RRC is stewarded, and that you will notice that by all the penalties that have been handed out today. I'd say they've all been warranted and been pretty fair to this point, as you would expect. But, it's an unfortunate part of it, working traffic working you sometimes. But Tom, again, back foot once again for Team Blue. They will have to respawn and get those 4.5 seconds back. Meanwhile, Billy Octane has gained a ton of time on Dreyer in front in the 222 Mercedes. They're actually, he halved the deficit. So either the 703 is coming alive for RCI RR, or the 222 is dying. Because I don't see any traffic that would have caused that much time lost. And oh, by the way, Ryan Gill has found his pace. Current pace for him is a 149.6. Kexel in second place in that number 8 is quicker by about 0.7 of a second. But again, considering the massive gap, it's no need for concern, really. It is a luxury that the 799 team have at this point. Just to give a better glimpse of what the lap times are. Last time by, Ryan Gill did a 49.9. Second place did a 49.1. Third place, Schulter did a 49.8. And Mund in fourth place did a 49.3. And everybody behind them pretty much in the 50s. So you got about the top 4 in the 49s. So the pace is still relative. And that time, Kexel only managed a 49.5. So he was still about 0.3 quicker than Ryan Gill. But again, this was all to be expected. And there is no cause for concern. Everything going as planned for the 799 team. Nick?
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, yeah, all good.
Yes.
I mean, this has been a great race so far. The 799 really just putting down solid times, like you said. Ryan Gill's been holding it down for that team, and that lead is very secure right now. So they just got to get through the second half of the race, which is coming up in just a few minutes here, and keep on keeping on.
Nick,
So
of course, with us, broadcaster, commentator, he's doing everything. He's swapping the cameras, he's doing the cues, he's talking, he's doing a little bit of everything. And I'm Jesse Lee here at the halfway point. Hi, how you guys doing? Unfortunately, if you do plan to be here for the entire 8 hours, well, this is what you got. You got Nick and me. I'm not going anywhere. And we also have co-driver of the 769, Seb Brunier. And Seb, you got an interesting introspective here. You just had to file a complaint form on a lapped car that caused a collision with your car.
Yeah, exactly. It's a form we have to fill that is monitored by race control that will issue penalty if needed, and I most probably will issue a penalty because it was straight in the back of our car and it was a lapped car, and we got 12 seconds of damage. But Tom just told me that it was okay, so we won't change our pit stop strategy. I should go back in the car in 15 minutes or so.
Excellent. So Tom's still saying the car is okay, and I assume you guys will be fixing that damage anyway. I mean,
Of course.
oh, so it's 12 seconds of extra pit stop time, but for you guys, I feel like that's not really the biggest deal considering where you guys are racing. You're fighting your way. I mean, you're fighting your way inside the top 20. You may as well be fighting your way inside the top 15. I still think top 15 is possible, even if you do have to take a slightly longer pit stop here.
Yeah, this incident still cost us a place because the Ferrari number 100 took the 17th position from us, but because Tom, of course, had to do a safe rejoin. So that's a bit sad, but yeah, the damage in itself is not the worst part. The worst part can occur because of the damage, because it changes the car balance, and so I've warned Tom that the rear tires could overheat a bit, so to be careful for the remaining of the stint. But so far it seems to be quite good.
Well, I think Ryan Gill might be listening. In fact, I know he's not because he's focusing on, winning the race. But I was saying that he was about half a second off the pace while he responded last time by a 49.5, which is still a second slower than Sundstrom was doing. But you heard Seb say that the track is so hot now that nobody's going to be running their quickest laps. Though Thorben Kexel in second place did definitely try to. After Ryan Gill ran a 49.5, which matched Kexel's previous lap time, Kexel came across the line just now to run a 48.9. That's only a tenth off of their fastest lap of the race. Their fastest lap was a 48.83, but definitely Ryan Gill responding on pace.
Yeah, you still can place some fast laps, but the fact of the matter is you can't place them consistently, because on one lap your tire will heat up, and then you will lose pace for the lap after. And to be able to push another fast lap, you will have to wait 1 or 2 laps that it cools down a bit. So otherwise the car starts to be slidey, and you wear the tire, and it's a wrong dynamic. So yeah, you can push a fast lap from time to time, even on a hot track, but not consistently.
I just realized that there's a ominous figure standing behind me, and also a very happy German fellow as well. joined in the booth by the Exhale King, Mike Jones, who may or may not be paying attention, but Fabian Schmedberger is paying attention.
Oh, I'm here.
Mike Jones.
Here.
Mike Jones, how's that dinner coming, buddy?
Haven't started it yet, but it's time to eat. We're just gonna eat our troubles away today, Jesse Lee.
It's been, listen, you're battling back. It's been a hard race. Can you tell us, kind of like summarize what happened with that accident? Because just a massive amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, I had to return to the pit. I tried to start driving around, and it was just undrivable. I came out of chicane 1, the first corner, and the Mercedes, is 871 is who it was. They overshot the brake and went through the chicane, and I had 2 other overlapping cars behind me because they were blue flagged for all 3 of them. And so I was going to try and let them by after the first chicane, coming through the, I don't even remember what that turn is called offhand, between chicane 1 and 2. And the Mercedes, he rejoined, and so I tried to leave him quite enough room, and the Ferrari was breathing down my neck on the right, and so I tried to move over to the left a little bit, but the Merc started coming up. Like, I had to pull the replay and look at it to make sure that I didn't come down on him. The Merc came up on me enough to tag me as I was trying to let the Ferrari by, and it just plowed me into the wall. So, lost 5 minutes, give or take. Yeah, it was a 6:38 lap, all said and done, so I lost about 5 minutes. So
That's,
dead last.
Definitely unfortunate. That did take, I think you were dead last on the road for a short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
You did gain some positions back though, Mike. You were up to 36. Now Cameron in the car, and he is going to attempt to continue to gain some of those spots back. It's a long road. It's going to be a long 4 hours for Team Purple, I feel like, but definitely not giving up, staying in it. And the opposite story for Fabian Schmidberger, who just did a fantastic stint in the leading 799. Fabian, what's the track like out there?
Going back to my teammates. See you later, guys.
Thank you, Seb. Seb going
Good
back
luck, Seb.
to Mr. Tom Roberts in the 769, getting ready to start his stint. Earlier you heard him say he had about 15 minutes. He now has about 5 or so. But Fabian, what's it like out there? Obviously, you took the car with the lead. You had great pace, and it seemed like a very quiet stint.
It was indeed a quiet stint. Yeah, I had some back markers that were a bit questionable, but everything went fine. So yeah, the only noticeable thing that happened on track for us was the back markers. The rest was just business as usual. Bringing down my lap times, trying to do a pace of around 49.2, 49.3, something around that. That was my goal for the entire stint. I think I almost managed that because the last few days when we, especially Michael and I, did some practice for the stints, we found out that the last few, like 30-20 minutes, will be very tough. So now our focus was to not overdo it on the first 20 minutes, but then we will have a bit more tires left for the last 30 minutes. So that was my main strategy for today, just driving a bit more conservatively, but trying to have very consistent lap times, which I think worked quite nicely.
Mikhail said something incredibly similar to that, you know, once you have such a massive lead like you have, it just becomes about protecting the car, protecting the lead, and not having any sort of incidents. And Ryan's doing a great job of that as well. I talked about when he first got in the car, his pace was a little off, but he's since sort of rectified that. Kexel behind him, though, and that other Bentley, who has worked his way near the front, is actually quite quick, even in these incredibly hot conditions. But he's so far out there that I'm not sure, at least for the time being, that it's going to matter too much. But surely you, just like everybody else, is waiting for later in the afternoon when these temperatures kind of subside.
I don't know if anyone's really waiting until the temperatures come down. I mean, if you just keep waiting, I don't see the point of that, to wait to attack something. But I don't know if that was what you intended with your question.
No, I just mean that right now it's harder to, you know, make lap time in these hot conditions. Do you agree?
Yeah. That's definitely true. Ryan probably has the worst conditions of us drivers in the entire race. It should get a bit better in the later stints. So yeah, I agree. Ryan is not much slower than Mikael or I am, but it's probably the conditions that he is a bit struggling with, or the conditions that everyone is struggling with.
We have the leading car, and then we have one of the cars near the back of the grid. And of course, Fabian Schmidberger with us from the leading 799. We also have Mike Jones, who is he's had a rough day.
Pouring a drink.
Pretty much, he's had a rough day. He's been in the wall. He's been in the sand. He's been towed back to pit road.
Sometimes it was my fault, at least. Like I can at least own up to it being sometimes it was my fault.
It's been a rough day, and the thing is, it's like, you know, not every day is going to go your way, and all we're really saying, Fabian, is that we really need you to bring this home for the rest of us.
Mm-hmm. I am curious. I think, and this will be, of course, disappointing to the 799 team, but I think that this race will not count towards championship in the end, because of all the issues that are ongoing. I mean, I don't know, you know, Fabs, if at any point, even, you know, inadvertently, you guys might not even know, you guys may have very well benefited from, you know, some of the disconnect issues at some point or another. But, you know, it's hard to tell. And obviously, I think about half the grid at this point has in some way, shape, or form been affected by it. and it's nothing that the RRC guys can do, obviously, other than not allowing the custom liveries, like you said. But it's I don't think that's the cause of all of it in the end. It's just fun times around the Italian circuit today.
Yeah, I mean, we probably did gain a bit of time, or not even time, but yeah, we didn't have any big major issues with server today. I had a few disconnects when I was driver 2, but that was fine. I didn't have any disconnect during my stint, so luckily. And yeah, we had a pretty clean race so far, so that definitely helps. And I think, yeah, as you said, others might have lost more time than we did, especially car number 11, Grifox Engineering, who we thought would be our main rivals in this race. We also know that they are in the McLaren, which isn't a good car around Monza in the race trim, especially not in hot conditions. But we thought they would be a bit better, and we've seen how good they are in the qualifying. And I think they got taken out in the first stint. And Ryan thinks that they probably still have some permanent damage, which makes their pace a lot slower, because they shouldn't be that far down the line. They are in P10 right now, but I think they pitted on the hour, so they should be in P6.
I think P5 or 6 is when they came past me last. Yeah.
So yeah, we are definitely very surprised with the position we are in. I mean, Mikael and I practiced a lot for this race, but we still didn't expect a race when, like, for us, the best goal would have been podium. So, and I want to mention the fact that we have still not won the race, so...
No, I mean, there's still half the race left, man.
Yeah, exactly, so...
Literally...
A lot of things can happen still.
Literally half the race.
It feels like it's been 8 hours, man.
Yes, to be fair, it's been more than 4 hours. Too.
It has. That's fair. Because we did have an extra 30 minutes.
Yeah, like you had the 15-20 minutes that we ran, and then the 10 to 15 minutes of reset. So it has been longer than it actually shows. They should absolutely rename this the 8.25 hours of Monza. But I think I mean that's something RCI would do as sort of like an on-purpose joke. They're like, But that's just it's sort of our humor. Speaking of our humor, Ryan was in here earlier, Fabian. I want to see how accurate this is. He said that Mikhail is the setup man that is the quickest driver, and you're the analyst that is nearly the same pace. And Ryan's like, I'm just here to not mess up.
Yeah, that's pretty much true. I was doing mainly the telemetry. I was looking mainly at I compared my driving and Ryan's driving to Mikael's driving because he is the fastest driver, so I wanted to get closer to his times, which somewhat worked. I'm still not perfectly close to him, but definitely closer than I was like 2 weeks ago. And I think also Ryan gained some time with my analyzing, hopefully. But yeah, then I also did a bit of analyzing for the setup, not too much, but just to find out what to do with Ascari, because we had a bit of issues a week ago with Ascari and the Bentley, but we worked it out. So yeah, Ryan's description is pretty spot on, yeah.
Well, like you said, you're not home yet. You're halfway into the race. You guys have the best shot at this thing. Obviously, leading by the margin that you are. And so, what's the plan here when Ryan gets out of the car? Is Sundstrom getting back in? Are you going to get back in?
Yes, exactly. Mikael is going into the car again. We are just doing it this way now that the guy that is spotting right now, so Mikael is spotting for Ryan now, that guy is going to sit in the car for the next stint. That is our plan. So that the driver who just comes out has an hour break, can cool down a bit, go into your lovely little commentary box. Yeah, just
We didn't force anybody. For those of you watching, we didn't force anybody to come in. Look at this. Look at this 769 car of Team Blue. This thing has been in it. It's been in the wall. It's been into other cars. Other cars have been into it. It's been backwards, but they fixed it, and it is just disgusting with rubber and clag, and that's what a race car looks like. And that it's lovely. They've stayed in the race. They're back inside the top 20 now. Tom Roberts is going to be getting out of that car. Seb Brunier, the faster driver, is going to get into that car. Tom Roberts' job done. And had it not been for a bump by a lapped car, they could have been 17th or higher. The Seb is in the car that is released. That seemed like a standard pit stop plus the damage that was done. We heard from Seb himself that he was going to fix that damage, and it looks like that has occurred. And they will roll off of pit road. And
I just
get
got word,
going.
by the way, Jesse, that this race indeed will not count towards championship points.
But there's still a trophy, right?
There's a trophy for the championship. So basically, his plan over at RRC is to add an additional race by vote of all the teams sometime in the middle, because obviously this is every other month is this championship. So, but the plan for him is to strike the points from this because of the ongoing issues. So. Be an interesting little thing. I know the 899 isn't going to be happy about it, but personally, I think it's the right call. A lot of teams have had problems, ourselves included, because of it. So
it's definitely not ideal for us, but yeah, it is what it is. We have to live with that now, but at least we see that we have the pace to fight for podiums, so that's the most important for us now.
Yeah, I mean because the Bentley isn't the absolute strongest at Monza. There's definitely better cars, and so even though the McLaren, with the Griffax team will probably be better, I think you guys got it.
Yeah, totally. And if Mikael and I are continuing to work that hard for the other races, I think we are in there for a trophy at the end of the championship. At least that's our goal.
What I mean to say is, this is a non-championship round, but it's also not a test race. So surely, even if it's plastic, there is a trophy. And boys, I think it's time we went trophy hunting.
What you're saying is, Jesse Lee, I need to go to Google and type in German trophy companies.
No, not at all.
And find
I'm just
Sundstrom
saying,
and Fabian a trophy.
I'm just saying that regardless if it's 4 points or not, when Graham Hill won a non-championship round of F1, that still made him a Formula One winner. And I don't think, even if the teams know this or not, matter of fact, we might be one of the only teams that are aware of this at this time.
Well, he did post it in the public Discord, to be fair.
Oh, okay. So either way, that's not how a racing driver thinks, and they will still be driving this race as hard as they ever were, because again, if you're still in it at this point, if you're in the top 4 or 5 and you're still in it, I feel like you still want to win it, because it's still an 8-hour race. And
we do these for fun all the time, not even just as one-off.
Exactly.
So absolutely.
So here's what's going to happen. At the end of this race, there's still going to be a podium, and there's still going to be a winner, and only one of the teams get to be that winner. So that's sort of in the mind of a racing driver. It doesn't matter if you're a virtual one or a real one. I don't remember who said this, but years ago, they said that Formula One drivers are misrepresented. They don't race for trophies. They race to stand on the top step of the podium, because being taller than anyone else is the point. And I don't know anything about that as a shortman.
I was going to say, is that why Lewis Hamilton wins so much? Isn't he super short?
I can tell you, I've stood on the top step of a podium before, and I was still shorter than the guy standing on the second step simply because I'm short. So.
That'd be like me and you standing next to each other. Not that we'd ever find ourselves on a podium together.
that would be that. Can you imagine the catastrophic failure that would lead to Mike Jones and me being on the podium
Jones,
together?
Yeah.
That's part of the
Bobby.
new RCI drivers program. Get Mike and Jesse onto the podium.
Fabian, here's the thing: you and a lot of other teams were confused how a McLaren sat on the pole here today.
I gotta jump out of chat real quick, guys. I'll be right back.
Right. You and a bunch of other teams were confused how a McLaren was on the pole here today. That just wasn't the manufacturer that anyone expected to be sitting on the pole. And the same thing could happen. I'm not the person you expect to be at the top step of the podium, but I've done it.
See, everyone can be on the top step.
That's right. Everyone can be a winner. But the thing is regardless of if this is a championship round or not, there is still a win dangling out there in front of it. And whoever wins this race, Fabian, if it was indeed you're the 799, you get to claim that you won the 8 hours of Monza. And that is sort of the trophy that you want the most, I would assume.
Yeah, but hold on. We still have a long way to go. I know that's the basic answer every racing driver will give you, but the race is still long, and we have still not won the race, and we have a fast car behind us, with car number 8 and Torbu Kexel behind the wheel right now.
Can I
which
make a
is
suggestion?
Closing up, yeah.
This is race engineer Jesse now.
Okay.
I need you to not break up the car, and I just need you to be a little bit quicker than the guy that's behind you.
That's obvious, yeah.
What do you mean that's obvious? People get paid millions of dollars to tell their drivers that. Do you not think Lewis Hamilton knows by instinct that he has to be the fastest car to win? He does, but he still had Toto Wolff telling him all those years, I need you to be quicker than that.
Mm-hmm.
Billy Octane into pit road in the 703 RCI Triple R car. Going well. They are up into 5th, but I think they might fall back a few positions back to about 8th or 7th after this pit stop. We're going to have to find out. I assume Harry Conway is going to get back in that car, maybe, or maybe Lebrec. I'm actually not sure. It is Ishmael Lebrec, in fact, getting into the 703. That was a very quick pit stop. Everything in order for the 703. And they will get back out there. They are going to fall back to 7th. They might even fall back to 8th here. We'll have to find out as they exit pit road. Keep an eye on that number on the right.
All right, the McLaren going for a pit stop is now the perfect timing for me to go to my own team again. Maybe we'll see each other later.
Excellent. Fabian Schmedberger, leading team in the 799. Good luck to you guys, and I hope I get to talk to you in another 3 hours 45 minutes.
Yeah, sure. See you later.
Well, Nick, it's been a hard race up until this point. Rolled with the punches. Just to give an update for anybody that may be new, that hasn't been here for the race so far. The race started on time and met with immediate problems due to lag, desync, and people being ejected from the racing server. A restart was ordered by RRC. Unfortunately, that did not 100% fix the issue. RRC seems to believe the issue is related to the custom liveries in the sim. Announcement came out an hour ago that in future races they will not have these custom liveries that you hand make. They will have to be made with the in-game livery tool. And of course, the issues continue to roll. About 45 minutes ago to an hour ago, several cars were ejected from the race. A unplanned code 60 occurred, allowing those drivers to re-enter at the same time. Everybody slowed down to pit road speed, also known as a code 60, in which case the cars were able to come back in. The 799 took the lead early in the race and hasn't given it up and has built a mighty lead. And here shortly, they will complete their rotation of drivers and hand the car back over to Mikael Sundstrom. Well, most recently in the past 30 minutes, RRC has now made this a non-championship round of the Endurance Championship. There will not award points for this round based on all the issues that have occurred, but still, the race will go on. More than halfway home now. I'm Jesse Lee. I'm here with Nick Setnick, working the cameras, talking to you as well. Glad to have you with us. We've had a lot of our teams and drivers in. For those of you may be confused, we're showing only our perspective of this race. This is a Real Racing Club Endurance Championship event, the 8 hours of Monza, and they have allowed us to show our perspectives of all 5 of our teams here on RCI TV. Glad that you guys are with us, and once again, would like to thank all of our partners that help make this happen: Race Department, AK Informatica, Speed Labs, and Sim Racing GP. And of course, a big thank you to Real Racing Club for their help. Ryan Gill into pit road. We expect a driver change here. We expect Mikael Sundstrom to get back in the car. Successful stint for Ryan Gill. He's considered to be the junior of the drivers on the team. Mikael Sundstrom in the car. No repairs, nothing out of the ordinary there. A clean pit stop. They will give up the lead here momentarily to Kexel. Kexel still has to make their pit stop, mind you. Mikael Sundstrom back in the car, considered the fastest driver on the team. We'll see just what they're able to do. Well, over halfway there, Nick Setnick, thoughts on the race?
I mean, it's been a bit of a roller coaster. I mean, we've been here from the start, and we went through the restart that was called, the code 60, and now RRC coming forward and announcing that this is no longer a championship race. This is now just kind of a one-off, I guess, would be what you classified it as. I mean, if you're the team in the 799, I mean, you got to be a little heartbroken by that. You know, you fought so hard to get ahead, and you've showed incredible pace, and you've led the race for many, many hours now, and to have it be called off of the championship, it's got to sting a little bit. Schmidt-Berger was showing positivity there. Like, it's still an 8-hour race. They're still showing that they, are contenders for the whole shebang. And yeah, I mean, I think as much as the news is gonna hurt a little bit, I think they're gonna all take it on the nose and treat it like a solid win if that is the outcome. And it's still an earned victory.
Well, I can tell you there are several teams, and I will, in the interest of unbiased fairness, most of the teams that are near the front of this field are the ones that are upset that this is not going to be a championship round. I kind of see where they're coming from. I kind of see that they feel that they spent all this time working on this race and they're reaping the rewards of that, but the unfortunate part is that there's no points. So
well, update.
You are kidding me. Mike Jones has rejoined the box with a piece of paper, and that is the scariest thing.
I know, because usually it's them handing us the paper, right? So they're currently discussing at least awarding half points for this race. There won't be full points by any means, but they are discussing doing half points to, at least give the drivers who have dedicated the time and everything into this prepping for a championship race. You know, which it hurts the teams that have disconnected and had the problems, but you know, obviously it's good for 2 of our teams are going to benefit greatly from it. So we can't complain too much, you know, from our end, I suppose.
Can I just say, this one race has been more interesting than an entire F1 season, and there's also been more lead changes too. And considering there's only been 3, you know, think about it. But
that's a possibility still. It's not set in stone, but it's just something being discussed.
I love the thought, and I know that this is agonizing for the teams involved, and I'm sitting here in the box just talking about it, and it's different for me, I assure you. But I love the thought that somewhere down pit road, the top brass at RRC are sitting in a room discussing, how are we going to end this without getting lynched? And I love... I'm sorry if that sounds a bit crude, but I absolutely love it. This is the craziest race.
Considering they messaged me and were like, hey, you run RCI. how do we do this?
Oh, dear.
It's basically the same thing, man.
Honestly, if it was us, we'd probably just award 4 points and just say
I don't know, man. I really don't. It'd be a discussion for, you know, me and Ryan to have a lot of.
By the way, Mike Jones, did you just go, oh?
No, so Ruben messaged me, and I'm like, hey man, you know, like I think that striking the points is probably the decision that I would have started with. Whether we would have landed there after, you know, me and Ryan and whoever else discussed, I don't know. You know, maybe half points or something, maybe a third, maybe none. But I mean, that's where initially my head went at was, you know, no points.
I want you all...
half the grid struggling, you know? It's
rough. I want you all to think about this real quick. Mike Jones, RCI, whatever the heck you are, I don't know, founder, person...
head admin is usually what I say.
there you go. The man that has the final say, who has a car in the lead, has said, I probably wouldn't award points. Now that's sportsmanlike, and that's also very classy, and also completely stupid. What's wrong with you?
Well, for the greater good, Jesse Lee, I guess.
No, but
we're at right now.
But genuinely, come on. I mean, that's about as non-biased as you could possibly be. And for those of you that maybe don't know Mike Jones, that is Mike Jones's personality. He is as indifferent as a tree. He does not care.
Yeah, whether that will be the final decision or not, I don't know. They're actively discussing it on the Discord at the moment. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? That's what it is. I will likely find out the same time as the rest of you, 5 minutes after it occurs. But that scared me. Mike came in with a piece of paper. I love this. I'm sorry, but I absolutely love this. This is the craziest race. And we thought we put on crazy races at RCI. But this is by far and away the most insane race. We've had code 60s for rejoins. We've had immediate abolishment of part of the racing sort of process, the liveries. We've going back and forth on a no points finish, making this a non-championship round and a half points round. We had to have restart at the beginning. We've had dramas. Some of our cars have been upside down. A few of them SpaceX'd into space. One of them's leading the race. Some of the drivers are threatening to quit, apparently. I know that the leading car, if this is non-championship round, would obviously be upset. Well, you can't really blame them. They spent weeks preparing for this race. This is supposed to be a championship round, so they came out with all their guns. And to get halfway into a race that they're winning, they're
and
on
be
a
told,
virtual
now
safety
we're not
car
going to
again.
award points. I would imagine that would be insane. And like Mike Jones said, we are under a code 60 virtual safety car situation again.
More disconnects.
Yeah, more people. Again, RRC is trying to manage this as best as they can to make it as fair as possible for all of the teams involved. So everybody on the pit limiter Oh, Nick Setnick, what do you make of all this?
I mean, it's been entertaining to watch, but it's also, I mean, it's got more drama than daytime television, which makes it, great. Again, great to watch, but I mean, we're also experiencing it in real time. I'm just kind of waiting for what the next chapter is going to be in the last 3.5 hours of this race.
Further discussion being had at the moment is recommendations to red flag the race, snapshot the standings, and run it as a 4-hour. So
well, you can't
there's still a lot going on.
You can't do that on the grounds that there's no reason to do that, really. I mean, first of all, it's a 3.5-hour race now. And
well,
then
it'd be the 8.75 in total.
Exactly, that's the thing. It's like we're working our way to a 9-hour race here, and I don't think you can do that. I think if you're going to do anything, no points or half points, either way, I'm very Mike Jones about this. I don't really care because this race has been crazy. One way or another, regardless, somebody's going to win the RRC 8 hours of Monza. That's really the 8.25 hours of Monza. That may be the 8.75 hours of Monza. We don't know. But the point is, somebody's going to win it, and everybody else is going to be upset. And the proposition of even the winners being upset, I hate to say this for the 7-9 sake, is sort of amusing to me. You ever had a winner that was mad they won?
I think we might today.
Oh my goodness. Craig Fitzgerald, you poor man, just joined. What's happening? Well, Tom Roberts and Nick Setnick have you covered everything and all the things, and they are continuing to be all the things. It has been a day of extremes. The custom liveries in the ACC sim seem to be wreaking havoc with the stability of the server / sim, and that has led to a restart, code 60s, racers crashing out, more code 60s to let them back in, the possibility of a no points race, the possibility that it may be a half points race, the possibility that it may be postponed, red flag, or restarted as a half points 4-hour race. All of these things have happened in 4.5 hours. Welcome home, by the way, Craig. I'm talking to one specific person now. This is actually quite funny, but welcome home, and get a nice cold drink. It's going to be a crazy 3.5 hours.
Speaking of which, I think my barbecue's out, Jesse Lee.
That is fantastic news. I'm going to make, I think I might join you this evening. I think I'm going to make on the grill chicken wings for dinner tonight.
Chicken's also a good call. I'm doing tri-tip.
That sounds delicious. You know, it's weird, Mike. You and I have the same palate, except that you don't like breakfast, and I quite like it. So, very interesting.
There's one simple thing that me, you, and George Smith can agree on, Jesse Lee. Do you know what that is?
I don't think I can say that on the internet, but yeah.
The color purple.
Yeah, that's very true. I do love purple. I love
That's
purple
about
for
it.
the. I love purple. Now, there's one other thing we all agree on, but again, only in Vegas, put it that way. So, which, by the way, we have to do that when this whole pandemic thing's over. We have to do that. I'm still holding us to that.
Well, George
anyway.
is coming closer to us, at least.
I know.
For those of you who might be in the stream that haven't heard, George did officially announce George is leaving South Africa, migrating his way over to the UK sometime next month. Going to be a interesting experience. To literally, more or less. I mean, I think he's still going to be kind of like working on contract part time for the company, but to quit your job and move halfway across the fucking world.
That's scary.
Excuse me, halfway across the world.
Yeah,
that is indeed a big
it's-
jump.
Yeah, that the unknown is scary, and especially when you, I mean, that's a life-altering decision. So, all the best to Mr. George G. Max Smith, and hope he has a safe and smooth and speedy, sort of move.
Transition period,
And
I guess.
that's it. I was looking for transition. This race has burnt my brain. But yeah, I hope everything goes smoothly for George. And I know
He's
somebody
not
who's
done yet,
moved-
though.
Yeah, as somebody who's moved half a dozen times, sometimes across country and etc., that can be taxing. Can you imagine moving to a completely different hemisphere? It is incredible.
Well, he's not done yet, though. He's going to be finishing up the Monday Ferrari Evo Cup Championship, as well as, of course, as his final RCI race, which is Billy Octane coming in with the echoing microphone. I can hear him in the background micing up. The best send-off for George Smith, I could think of none other, Jesse, than a 24-hour at Kyalami that we're going to be broadcasting here in 2 weeks.
He's gonna cry. And by the way, nice plug. 2 weeks from now, the RCI 24 Hours of Kyalami. Just circle it on your calendar. Take the phone off the hook. Feed grandma, and get some snacks.
1800 start time on the 20th.
It's
one
going
will
to
be
be
up.
an incredible. It's going to be an incredible race. I can't wait. I was looking at the entry list. You always, as commentators, as broadcasters, we always try to pick people we like. I came up with about 16 names, and I'm like, I just don't know at this point.
That's it, Jesse. I'm going to hand my microphone over to Billy here for a few minutes while I start myself some breakfast, lunch, midnight. I don't know, it's 6 a.m. What are we calling this? Breakfast?
Meal.
There
Meal.
it is. Yeah.
Time period meal. I'm going to hand my microphone over to Billy Octane, who joins us in the booth.
Hello, boys.
All right, we're gonna have to turn Billy down ever so slightly, but yeah, Billy with us here. What a race you guys are having! You got to be pleased so far. 6th place in the 703 as another Code 60's coming out. I know it's been a frustrating race, but at least for you guys, it's been a successful one. You've climbed back inside the top 10. It's looking like a top 5 might be in the cards, Billy.
Top 5 for sure, but yeah, it's been a slow race, but managed to stay out of trouble. There's been some sketchy back markers, but you know, fast reflexes help. But overall,
Yeah,
I guess we're doing as well as we can.
The 714 car, though.
Car is giving us.
We've heard that from several people that some of the back markers have not been playing nice and have been. I'm going to be polite about it. They've been a bit rude to some of the other cars. We watched the 769 we were on board with here at Seb Brunier when Tom Roberts was driving just get punted by a blue flagged car. So certainly we've seen that. We also heard Ryan Gill talk about getting sideswiped by a car, which when you're the leader, that's the last thing you expect. You don't expect to get hits. So do you just think the driving standards haven't been there, or do you think it's been the conditions of the day that have led to that sort of driving?
No, that's a difficult question, isn't it? Probably a bit of both, I guess. Since it's so hot, I'm assuming, and others have melting tires also, so maybe it's making it a bit more difficult when you have to go like off the line a bit. So maybe losing more control of the car than they're used to. I don't know. It's been sketchy, to say the least.
So Billy, there's something about
Yes.
there's something about you that I have to tell you, and I've never told you this before.
Listening.
You're the only Estonian I know.
Can't blame you on that one. Yeah, I guess there aren't many, especially in sim racing. So
Why do you think that is? Oh, car around in front, 2 cars around in front. Seb Brunier getting through there. None of those were for position. Why do you think that is? That there's not a ton of Estonian sim racers.
good question. Probably because the population is quite low in big picture. So I guess the less people you have, the less everything, you know. like our sports team, they're kind of crap in general. So, I'm
We're talking-
assuming. I know there is one sim racer who is Estonian, he's like on an esports level, like sponsors and everything. I don't remember his name though. I'm not that big of a fan, but yeah, there is few, I guess, but they're not doing ACC, I guess. And
Do you not consider yourself esports level?
no, a bit off, I would say.
Silver driver Billy Octane.
Exactly.
Oh no!
I mean,
don't start that again.
I think Mike is mixing silver with platinum, but it's okay, Mike. You don't sleep much. I get it.
Oh,
And
dear.
on that note,
Can
back to the team box.
Yeah, Cameron in for the 714, giving way to his teammate. I assume Tony is going to get in that car again for their stint, but we're chatting with Billy Octane, the best name in sim racing, the only Estonian sim racer, the only Estonian I know, let alone sim racer, and quite fast guy, I will say. And I gotta say, I woke up, my day started with you complaining that you were a silver or a platinum or whatever you want to call it driver in this race. I think there's been a lot of groans in this one so far, and I think you've proven your point, though. Honestly, Billy, with the way that you've driven inside the top 10, looking for that top 5.
Update, apparently, we got punted. So that's why we were in the pits.
Okay, 714 punted. Cam decided to come in, get a new driver on board. Tony Benet in the control of the Team Purple Ferrari. But yeah, Billy, I would say the message has been clear that you, angry Billy Octane, was trending. By the way, we had
That's good.
at least a dozen messages in chat cheering you on. Hashtag angry Billy Octane. But you absolutely have been getting it done. Are you
What
going
was
to get
Nick's
back in
hashtag? Billy the Hulk?
Billy the Hulk? Yeah, there were so many of them. So I think your point was received that your pace was better than what your qualifying was, and you guys have been flying back up through this field since the start of the race.
Slow and steady wins the race, I guess. But overall, it's been good. As long as we stay out of trouble, I would say maybe even 4th place. Maybe.
I mean,
still 3.5 hours to go. So,
in Sundstrom and Gill's case, it's fast and steady wins the race.
So
true.
So I had heard that a lot of drivers, a lot of teams being very vocal about the potential of a no point or a half points finish. I mean, what's your preference for something like this that they've decided they're not going to reward 4 points for, but they may give half? How do you feel?
I mean, since we are in 6th place and there's room to improve, and looking how much we're actually off pace with these conditions, I would be kind of sad if we get half points, but I understand if they do that, because it's been, several of us, it's been a bit laggy and people getting disconnected, so it's a tough one, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I'd say that's a fair assessment. Again, talking to Billy Octane, co-driver of the 703 car, Ishmael Lebrecq in that car. And you didn't have Lebrecq for the practice race that happened at Imola. So how's that team dynamic work over there at the 703?
I'm just trying to remember the Imola race. When was it? My memory is not good.
The 8-hour of Imola race that happened a month ago. Are you all right?
I don't think. Did I do that? No, I think Ismail and Mia did that in a Lambo, wasn't it?
Oh, that might be true. Maybe Ishmael was in there, and maybe you were the one that wasn't there.
Yeah, me and Harry, we decided no after doing too much Imola, because
you'll have to excuse Billy. You have to excuse me because you're everywhere, and you race so often. I just assume you're, even when you're not. I just assume that you're in the race.
Yeah, usually I am, but I just could not take any more Imola. It's just that track triggers me in general. So I don't want to do any Imola anytime soon. I think I just have PTSD after the RCI race we had.
Oh yes, I remember that. I have to say, a lot of teams that are in McLarens have told us that they're looking forward to Nürburgring and other races because they feel like the McLaren will be a bit better there. Considering how strong the 703 team is, are you filled with confidence going to places like the Nürburgring after this?
Definitely, as long as it doesn't rain. If it rains, yeah. Then we're off pace. If it's gonna rain, then I hope it's a flooded track and everybody skis off the track and we go past them really slow.
I've been
No,
I've been hinted at, by the way, that Nürburgring will be not dry.
Of course, just our luck.
by the way, AO in the I'm not even sure that's how you pronounce that.
Ayo.
They made an early stop.
Ayo.
I wonder if they had issues because they just pit maybe what 20 to 30 minutes ago and had DB in the car.
Oh, they definitely have had issues because there's no reason they should be 31st. So something has happened to the Team Red Ferrari. Even with a normal pit stop, they wouldn't be all the way back in 31st. They'd worked their way up significantly. So something, you're absolutely correct, Mike. Something has happened. We weren't able to catch that, but once again, Team Red out here struggling a little bit. But it's sort of been the story of the Ferraris, the RCI Ferraris today. Has been they've been on the struggle bus.
Now, speaking of cool names, I would say Ayo. That's a pretty cool name, isn't it? It's like shout out Ayo. You know, sounds cool. I would run that.
Let's see.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Oh, you think?
It sure has, Billy. It sure has.
I'm just happy that I don't have to drive anymore.
So you're out of the car
Yes.
for today. Your final stint is done.
Yeah, the boys were volunteering for a third one, so I was like, have at it.
So,
I like chilling here.
So what does Billy Octane do after he's done kissing all the trophy girls and collecting all the prize money? What do you do? How do you relax?
Does more sim racing.
I guess. Figuring why I'm off pace. Figuring why the car isn't fast enough.
Oh no!
Figuring why I don't have enough time to actually like practice. I know I don't say that word often, but yeah. Do more of that.
You race a lot. Like you're involved in a lot of series and a lot of races, and is that just because you enjoy the competition, or do you have like motivation to get better?
Because I spent a lot
or
of
what?
money on my gear, I guess I have to utilize it.
Are Estonians just naturally truthful? Like I feel like you're dropping truth bombs.
I guess we're quite straightforward, yeah. We're not really like messing around. Say as it is.
You're gonna give Fabian Schmedberger a run for his money. I've never heard Fabian sugarcoat anything. So
yeah, that's why I like him.
So yeah, it's just I always wondered, and I never asked why you were just. I feel like every race, I expect Billy to be in it, and if he's not, I'm quite disappointed. It's almost like in VLN, the old Opel that used to run in that, and whenever it stopped, I was like, why am I even watching the race anymore? And is that sort of thing. So Ishmael Lebrecht, though, would you consider him your team's quickest driver?
Yes, I would. Sorry, Harry.
I'd say Ishmael will be right at home on an esports team.
Yeah,
if we're being honest,
he's a bit fast, and he doesn't share his secrets with us. I don't know why.
Does he not?
It's that silly French Canadian that he's got in him.
Ishmael Lebrecht, you heard it here first. Ishmael Lebrecht
okay, fine.
is a dirty secret hider, and you've heard that here.
Yes.
So, how's the relative pace from who is your slowest driver? Would you say?
I guess in general, I might be 1 or 2 tenths off someone else's pace here.
You see what I did there?
I
distracted you. and I asked you a question that you didn't want to answer.
To be fair, Mia is technically part of your team,
Yes.
and she is definitely like she has the aspirations to get quicker and wants to spend the time to do it. But I know she's a little newer, especially to ACC, so she's been picking it up pace.
She's having a rough time. She got angry, punched the monitor.
Yeah, that's her
now
problem. I
she's like,
think
"How it's
she needs to chill out, and I think she would get a little bit more consistent.
The new screen is on the way, so she'll be back soon.
Ooh, there you go, Billy. I'm looking at chat. Hashtag
Yes.
Angry Billy. Hashtag Billy the Hulk. Hashtag Billy Smash.
That's from the yesterday's
It
race, I
seems
guess.
to be Mia
I was
Smash.
angry.
But that's sort of what's been going on. You have quite a fan club here at RCI. I don't know how
Oh,
it is
poor
other
souls.
places. No, they absolutely love. They love. I think it's sort of like me. They expect Billy to be in the race. They expect Billy to be making passes, and it's sort of like a little fan club. And when I heard that you were driving angry today because of your silver listing, I was like, well, this is going to be good. So. Bernier back up to 17th place. You'll remember they were in 18th place earlier, so they've gained a position, and that's not because another car pitted, as far as I know. Thinking about making this pass not for position on the 607, getting it done around the outside. I don't know where Seb would have learned this move, because they certainly don't teach that. But we saw his teammate Tom Roberts do the same thing. Maybe that's where he picked it up from. So no position gained, but gets the back marker away. 24.5 seconds to the 16th place car, but I still feel if they keep up this pace for the next 3 hours, they might be able to crack the top 15. So top 5, Billy, for the 703. Would you be happy
Definitely.
with that?
At least top 5.
At least. So,
At least.
so you have aspirations of something more.
Of course.
That's
top 5.
Jesse Lee.
I'll take that. I'll be happy with that.
Well, Billy might be happy with P5. I have just been handed a piece of paper that says "final" on it.
Oh, finals in bold, and it's like a rubber stamp. It's red ink. Interesting.
No points to be awarded for this race.
Ah,
That is
okay.
Boys,
the
it's
final
game
decision.
stuff. Done.
So,
All the far.
you heard it here first. If Billy Octane
Oh, Seb
goes
Bernier.
it get a little sideways there. If Billy Octane goes into a corner and punts Fabian Schmidberger off the track,
No, lost there. No points, so might as well.
Billy, multi 21.
Still heads up for the Bentley boys. You want to try to lap us?
yeah.
Yeah, you have like a weird competition. You don't want to be
No,
lapped.
not on track, no.
Yeah, that's your goal. So
Well,
I expect fierce blocking from
Yes.
Lebrecht.
Heartbreaking.
I don't
Early.
think Lebrecht is going to be the one that needs to block. He's probably going to be the one that pops off
But-
and unlaps it.
But my last stint, main goal was to keep Ryan behind me, not let him by. My ego will not take that.
A fair goal,
That's
a
just
fair
how I
goal.
choose to live my life too. Like,
Exactly.
I'm-
Imagine
like,
getting passed by Ryan.
I've never been passed by Ryan.
How many races have you done with him in total?
Like
None.
2, and he wrecked both times.
So
Which-
as far
which
as
at the
Jesse
time
knows, he's
was on brand
not
for
great
Ryan
driver.
Gill. I'm not a fast driver, but I'm not a dumb driver. And not saying that Ryan is. I'm just saying that at the time, it was very on brand for Ryan Gill to bend it, and he bend it hard.
On pit lane? Or somewhere else?
No, but he did do that as well. Thank you for
Yes.
reminding me, Billy. I think he could have won that race at Bathurst, but
No.
bend it on pit end.
No, he could have not. I was right behind him.
Oh dear, this is what happens whenever the race goes sideways. we start talking smack. But
Yes.
yeah,
It really is that when we start talking smack, Jesse Lee?
live on the air. Yeah, normally we do this in private, but we're doing
Okay,
this-
normally it goes out in the live comms text chat. That's fair.
Yeah, That's very true. I've been called a lot of names in that, but none of which bear
And they've
repeating.
all been
But
deserved.
I'm not going to argue against that. But I wish sometimes people could see that chat, because there are certainly sometimes where I'll make a joke that somebody in chat thinks is funny, but I immediately get called things in the private chat, and I'm like, I don't know if it was worth it still. But Billy, what's the team like over there at the 703? Are you guys how much communication or spotting actually happens, or are you very quiet?
Can you communicate while you're playing Party Boy all day?
Sometimes, yeah. Depends on the race. No background music today, though. It's just me talking random gibberish to Harry to calm him down, I guess. But I didn't give him any important info.
Harry Conway was upset.
I mean, he's in general, he's a really calm guy. For example, if something bad happens, I would lose my mind. He's just like silent.
Jesse Lee, did we not have this discussion yesterday after the Friday race?
We did, yeah. We did indeed.
Literally word for word.
Oh man, life imitates art, Mike Jones. But yeah, I either feel like your team, the 703 group, you're either really loud or really quiet. I don't have anything to back that up. That's just how I always felt.
You could sum it up pretty well. Yes, I mean, we were all over the place. We didn't have a setup until yesterday when Seb just felt bad for us and gave their setup to us because we couldn't decide what to use. And Ismail refused to talk to us after we said we didn't like his setup, and he kept changing it. So he was done with us. But
ouch!
He speaks to us again. It's all good.
Oh my god! Folks, the reason I thought that was so funny is I hadn't heard that story until right now, but
I hadn't heard that your original setup was from Quebec. Obviously I knew, Seb gave me the setup. I downloaded that setup in a heartbeat.
Oh my goodness.
But right now we're doing pretty well. When it's time to race, we'll dial it in and we'll get the result, I guess, if Harry isn't crashing on lap 1.
Well, see, Seb did say that it was a one-time offer for the setup, so now you just have to go back to him and say, hey Seb, listen, I know this was a one-time offer, but this race isn't for points now, so that offer extends out to Nürburgring.
Exactly.
Hi, I would like to return this. I don't have the receipt, but
it didn't work. So Seb owes us a setup, I guess, for Nürburgring.
I mean, in theory, if this doesn't count for points, you guys could also make the decision to go against the McLaren.
No, we like the McLaren.
Oh my goodness! I gotta say, from the McLaren being one of the worst choices to ever have to now where it's viable. It's viable to use it at a lot of places. It's incredible.
Yeah, until it rains.
Right, and
it's
right
okay
up until
in
the
heavy
moment
rain,
where
I guess, but in these hybrid conditions, it just dies. I guess like a mid-engine car.
Yeah, that was a big complaint yesterday too, and I hate to bring up yesterday, but that was a big complaint about the mid-engine, rear-engine cars are just terrible in the wet after about 20 minutes. And everybody had the same complaint that the cars just died and they were undrivably bad in the mixed
dramatic,
conditions.
But you can, if you look out for it, you can drive it, but you're gonna be slow, and nobody likes to be slow, I guess. So they just couldn't like force themselves to take it easy. From yesterday's race, my tires were fine until I just died by someone else. So you could make it work, but it's just a lot of effort. When you just take for example, if you just take that and just put that out, it'll be a lot faster than you are with the mid-engine car.
Oh,
that's my 2 cents. Don't listen to me. I usually don't know much.
I mean, it's sort of my job to listen to you, but Lebrec is 15.7 seconds back out of 5th place, so you can see what they're talking about. 5th place at least says Billy. Billy says that if we don't get 5th place, he's going to quit sim racing. That's what he said. I heard him say.
Sure. I'm gonna throw my gear out of the window.
There you go.
It's a heavy
you joke
rig,
about
but
that.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
You joke
I'll
about
take
that,
the
but I've
strength.
heard, I know people that have actually done. They've disconnected their steering wheel and tossed it through a plate glass sliding door. I have.
Imagine having
That's,
sliding doors. All in there.
Yeah. Imagine having a backyard, right? But
Oh, yeah. Must be nice.
I know a guy who did that, and the rage is real sometimes.
It is. It
Oh,
is.
man.
Especially if you put a lot of hours in it. But that's why you have to buy expensive stuff, so you don't want to break it. You have a.
Oh.
That's the key. Get really expensive stuff.
So there you have it. Octane has the strat for you. If your sim rig is more expensive than your house, you
Yes.
cannot afford to break it.
Yeah, because you have to sleep in it, everything, So don't break your sim rig.
Billy Octane sleeps in his sim rig. You heard it here first.
That's
Oh,
why
well,
I have a bad back.
Just wait till the 24-hour next weekend. I'm sure we will have multiple people sleeping in their sim rigs. I know that Stephen DeVoist, one of our head stewards and race controllers, that was his plan. His only computer is his sim rig, so he will be here, just like Jesse and I. I think we will be one of the only 3 that will do this. I think we will be the only ones here for the full 24 hours. Stephen plans on napping in his sim rig.
I'm
Gonna be a rough one.
my plan is the most amount of caffeine, I think, is what I'm going to go with. I'm not afraid to or ashamed to admit it. I actually didn't know this, but I had to look up. I actually Googled fatal amount of caffeine, just to clarify. Just to clarify.
And this is coming from
Give me the numbers.
a trained medical professional, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
but we
Yes.
don't learn. We're not nutritionists. We don't learn the fatal amount of caffeine.
Google doesn't lie. What it says is true, so give me the numbers.
I'll have to look it back up, but I looked at it and I went, oh, that's actually quite a lot. And then I stopped caring. I was like, there's no way you could have that much caffeine.
I mean, so the very first job that I ever worked, I worked at a grocery store, right? As most 18-year-olds do.
I was in school when I was 18, but okay, Mike.
I know it took you a few extra years, Billy, but most
I made it.
people.
All that matters, I made it.
Slow and
Anyway,
steady
so-
wins the race.
Exactly.
Exactly. There you go. My very first job, our bookkeeper, this lady, her name was Christine. She had 3 kids. One of them fresh. And as such, she got 0 sleep basically. She drank before lunch, so she started at 6 a.m. Sorry, 6 a.m. Anytime I would come in the morning, which wasn't often, granted, but she would always have a can of Monster in her hand, one of the tall Monster cans. She said that every day she went through 3 of them before lunch, between 6 and 10. One of those tall boy monsters. Would have not been surprised if one day her heart just exploded.
Now, that's one thing I do know. I do know that if you consume 1,200, I think it's milligrams of caffeine, like instantaneously, you probably will have an instant seizure. Now, that I do know. Not that
Taking
that's
notes,
useful.
Writing down.
Not that that's useful for anything, but it's one of those things that whenever you're checking somebody for, you're going through all of the checklists, one of the things on there is like an extreme amount of caffeine, like that 1,200 milligrams, could be linked to seizures and stuff like that. So I think the FDA recommendation is like no more than like 2 energy drinks a day or something like that. I don't really know, but my caffeine intake is going to be extreme. I'm going to be wired up for 24 hours, and I can't wait to spend that day with you. And once again, we have SpaceX go for launch for Falcon Heavy, and we will, of course, return. I do have some good news. 3 p.m. in sim time, and the track temperature is coming down. It's down to 40 degrees. There actually is a bit of a light breeze going on now, 2 miles an hour out of the north. So that's the weather update. And now to Mike Jones for the traffic.
Well, Jesse Lee, as we approach the Monza circuit, you will see approximately 36 cars out driving around the track at various points. They are going rather fast, bypassing the speed limit signs. However, that is to be expected on the middle of a racetrack. I believe, however, that the Ferraris that are at the back seem to be holding to the speed limit signs. Little odd, as the rest of the cars are not, but they're painted numbers 714 and 712 on them. A little awkward for them. We may want to recommend out to their managers that they go a little faster. And Nick, back to you.
And now, sports. I mean, we are in the middle of a sport, actually. I mean, other than watching Billy caber toss his sim rig out a glass door.
I mean,
Don't forget,
You
he
sent
trapped
that to
Harry
me hardcore,
Conway.
Jesse. Like,
He trapped Harry Conway under that sim rig. Somebody said in chat, who said that? Was that Cameron? Somebody said in chat, oh no, it was Nick. Nick said, I could hear the bus driving over Conway. This is the funniest thing. But no, I gotta say, you guys must have fun over there as a team. It seems like you guys do, at least in your own way. And I mean, that's sort of the point, I guess, is to have fun with some friends, right?
Exactly. I mean, we're all doing it from, as a hobby, I guess. And I think it's the key. If you're not that talented to it, like taking it too seriously, I guess. Imagine that, taking it seriously. To actually win something then, but we don't do that.
But by the way, I just want to point out, you may have recalled about 30 minutes ago, the number 8 Bentley was around 35 seconds off of the leading 799 of Sundstrom, and you will have noticed that the 8 is now in 17th place. Now, I don't know what happened. I didn't catch it, but something dramatic has happened to the number 8. Now, it's possible that they were, I don't know what would have caused them to fall that far back. They're like 4 laps off the pace. The only thing I can think of is they disconnected, because there's nothing that would have taken quite that long. So the 8, who was running second, is now all the way back. They're behind Sebastian Brunier's team, several laps off the pace. What does that mean? Well, 799 have about a minute lead at this point. So it's all coming to plan here. It's all are going to plan, I should say.
I mean, all going to plan is about what my morning's coming to. Got about 20 minutes left on the roast. Got glass out for the bourbon.
I'm sorry. Is this cooking with Mike now?
That's all I've been doing for the past hour, Jesse. So.
Oh, I get it. We had the weather, we had traffic, we had sports.
Now we have the cooking segment.
And now it's a cooking segment. I love this. It's fantastic.
Exactly.
This is. Remember when we were talking about a race? Remember that? That was fun, right?
We did do that at some point for a minute. However, this is just Sundstrom puttering around a track for the next 2 hours and 54 minutes at this point. He's got let's wait for the timing screen to update. They're a sizable lead, to say the least.
A big one, as I would refer.
38.25 seconds, I believe, is what the timing screen says. So, basically, they just got to keep it consistent. Where's the 166, Nick? Pop over to that real quick.
There's no way that's a 35 second.
Yeah, there it is. Parabolica. He's coming out of Parabolica right now. So back to Sunstrom, who was coming out of he's approaching Ascari. So that is about 45 seconds probably, if not a little bit more.
That's a big old lead, because the 166 was sort of semi near the 8, but it was a 35-second lead, and now it's closer to a 50-second lead, which makes sense. That would have been about the distance the 166 was back. And of course, the 222, this is something that Billy and the 703 team can work on here. Schneider in the 222 has another penalty. The 222, who's I think had a penalty earlier, or several in fact, has worked their way all the way back up to 3rd, but they're going to have a 5-second penalty, and that's definitely going to leapfrog the 76 in front of them. And Lebrec, he might be able to capitalize a little bit on that as well. If not for any other reason, then it just gets him a bit closer. So
looking good.
It is looking good. It's all coming together.
Exactly, all going according to the plan.
So here's the here's the ask for the chat today. Me and my team were just discussing a potential car change for the championship, since this is effectively round 0. We're gonna take a vote in chat.
Pick the Porsche.
It will not be a Porsche.
Pick
It
the
will not be a
Lambo.
Lamborghini, and it will not be an Audi.
Pick the Audi.
Billy, I think the agent of chaos.
You can't get me to drive a Porsche.
Come on. How much?
I don't
true,
like
that's
to die
right.
in a Lambo. And
No,
the
it's
Audi is just a V10 vacuum cleaner, so no thank you.
I mean, the right
You don't like
decision is drive the Maserati.
Drive the Maserati in a GT3 championship, ladies and gentlemen. Nick Setnick.
At least then we know why you're slow.
Well, at
No,
least
we know why I'm slow.
no, but then at least there'd be a reason why you're in last place.
Can I tell you a Fabian Schmedberger story? When I first met Fabian last year, around this time, I asked him some simple questions. I was like, hey, can you help me out with something? He goes, yeah, I that's kind of what I do. And I'm like, cool. And I was like, could you just help me get on pace with ACC? And because ACC is just sort of out of my comfort zone, the physics are a bit different, and the cars are a bit stiffer than I'm used to. So he's like, sure. He goes, what's your favorite car? What's the car you're most comfortable with? I was like, the Jag. He goes, pick another car.
To be fair, the first thing I mentioned when because I actually asked Ruben if we could change cars in the RRC Discord, and just because of that, because we were talking about it, and he said, yeah, I'd love to see someone run the Jag.
Oh, I love
everybody
it.
loves it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I do
man.
too. I love the Jag. It's just a death trap.
Cool car.
I mean, we at RCI, we watched the Jag win a race against all odds. Like, there was no reason
Wasn't
Jag
that-
should have won.
Wasn't that at our very first race?
That was the Jag.
The
destroyed
Spa race,
the
right?
field.
Yeah. I think
That
that
was amazing.
God, who was that won that race? I think I might have it on a spreadsheet somewhere.
By the way,
I
Mike,
gotta go find
people
that now.
are demanding in 2 weeks at the 24-hour race that there is a cooking with Mike segment, and I'll second that. I'll cook with you. If you tell me what you're going to make, I'll go to my kitchen and I'll try to make the same thing as you're describing how to do it. I think that'd be great. Because, again, Mike and I are going to have the midnight segments or the nighttime segments on the stream anyway.
So we'll just do cooking with Mike and Jesse at 2 a.m.
We're just going to forget that I kind of agree with you. I don't mind eating at 2 a.m. So I think we're going to have a late night cooking session because, for the however many people are going to be watching at that hour, I think they deserve a little treat. And we'll just have to coordinate, Mike, what we're going to make so I can have all the same ingredients.
All right, we'll have to plan it, Jesse Lee.
That's so much
Well, there you have it.
responsibility. People will be like following your lead on something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's all. Well, look, people follow our lead when we talk about racing and we don't know what we're talking about. Might as well do it in the kitchen with fire.
Bake it till you make it.
Thank you, Billy. See, that's why I like Billy.
People are gonna eat this stuff.
Then they're gonna learn not to listen to everyone off the internet.
This is a life lesson.
I learned
You
at a
live, you
very
learn.
young age gentlemen, I learned at a very young age not to touch a hot stove. How? Because I touched it once.
Exactly.
Jesse Lee, the Jag did not win the welcome back event for the Spa race. In fact,
Okay. It definitely was
Marcus
something.
Lawrence in the PCDC for the PCDC won it
that's
in the
right.
Merc. Pro-Am was Mateo something, I can't remember his last name. And Andy, I don't have a last name for him in the Aston and the McLaren. But yeah, the Jag did win something, and
The
I don't
Jag
remember
won a
what now.
race, and it shouldn't
I know.
have. And
I remember.
Was it
Go
the
on.
Jag race?
Jag won the
Billy?
Jag Cup race.
no, don't be silly. They won a race
I knew he
that
was
they
gonna go that
shouldn't
way.
have won. But I'm pretty sure it was a Spa race, but it probably wasn't the welcome back event. It obviously wasn't the welcome back event, but I definitely
don't
remember
remember now.
calling
It's
that
bothering
race and
me.
being flabbergasted. That I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And like Ryan was there and he was explaining, like, actually it does make sense because of the straight line. Oh, do you know what it was? It was a race at Monza. That's exactly right. Because Ryan was explaining to us that actually it's the slipperiest in a straight line and it's only good here.
It's also good at Zolder, as it turns out.
Oh,
I don't know about the
okay.
new bop,
All right.
but it is oddly enough very good at Zolder. It has a very good bop there.
So you're looking for a race at Monza that happened at some point in our history. But the Jag definitely did win, and it was a heck of a race. You know who's winning here today, though? The 799 of RCI Motorsports Pink, and basically showing off at this point with a 50-second lap, or not lap, a 50-second gap. If they had a 50-second lap, they'd be disqualified for cheating. But it is a 50-second gap, and it is getting to that point. The back end of the race has been officially announced due to the technical problems and the sim limitations. RRC are not going to be giving out points for this race. This is being deemed a non-championship round,
And there will be one added.
and there will be a makeup event added so that there are the same amount of events planned. So
Ooh,
that's
I
fine.
think I see Lebrecht shortly behind Sundstrom there.
So the road to trophy just got longer.
Yes,
I
it
think,
did.
I think that it's going to be an in-between round, from what they say. So I do
Okay.
not think it will be a like December race. I think he's going to do it on one of the months off.
Well, the thing about today is there's still some winning to do, and you know, even though you're not getting points, you got to still want to win. You got to still want those bragging rights, and for some of these teams, sadly, it turned into a test session. But for one team, they will win. Keep in mind the AM, Silver, and Pro placard numbers do not mean anything. Everybody's racing for one championship. Those placards are there simply to tell you what third of the field they qualified in, and they will be adjusted every race. I know that Billy was a bit not okay with that this morning.
Yep.
Didn't Fabian Schmedberger win in a GTR somewhere he shouldn't have won at, too? Now that we're chat's talking about crazy cars, and I'm pretty sure Schmedberger won in a GTR somewhere where he had no business winning.
I love how you said it like, well, he didn't have the right.
I think
In a GTR that hasn't been DOP'd in a year. Of course he doesn't have the right. That's insane. Nobody does that. It's just like nobody drives the Jag. It's like, why would you do it? But mad
think-
lads.
he was doing really well with it.
Make a pit stop, Fab. Oh no. You know, Mike, if we wake up Monday and half of our staff have left, I think we can only blame ourselves. Ishmael
Well,
Lebrecht.
if it helps, Fabs' name is now Fabs is faster than you.
Perhaps it's fast.
Ishmael Lebrecht
FF.
is running fourth now. We got his teammate Billy Octane here talking all sorts of crap about his
Hey, yo.
teammates. Mostly Mike Conway, for whatever reason. But the 703.
Mike? Who is Mike Conway?
I mean, not Mike Conway.
That's a mix
sorry.
of you and Harry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we're just talking a bunch of crap on me and Harry.
I do know a Mike Conway. He's a race car driver, and that's where that came from. But definitely not what I meant to say.
Good enough.
It's been a long morning. I want to make it clear in the U.S. here to cover this race. It's not an excuse, but it is the excuse I'm going with. We were up way too early, and my brain is still slightly broken from today's events. So, well, pardon me. But Harry Conway was thrown under the bus here. My condolences about the bus. But one thing's for sure is that the RCI RRR 703 team is absolutely flying up to fourth place. And this is on speed here, folks. This is where this team belongs. They had a long road to get back here. They were outside the top 10 and have driven their hearts out to get to this point. Billy's with us. He's out of the car for the rest of the race. He's handed it over to his teammates. Lebrecht in now. I think if Conway gets out of the hospital in time, he may take a stint here at the end.
He has to get out of the hospital now because he's about to drive, I think. So
Time to
good job,
cut
Harry.
the
Go.
cut the cast off.
Yep. Speaking of that, I should go and yell at them.
There you go. Well,
So it was nice
Bill's
chatting
gonna
with
go
you,
yell at
boys.
his team.
I'm gonna
Always a
cut that.
pleasure. Crazy time. Billy Octane, ladies and gentlemen, 703 RCI in conjunction with RRR, getting it done inside the top 5 now. And you got to say, for
we're
RCI,
no longer in last either.
you
Moving on up in the world.
got to dream. You
So
got to dream
aesthetic.
big.
Yes. It was nice chatting with you guys, so see you again soon. I'm gonna go now.
Always a pleasure, Mr. Octane. The best name in sim racing.
Thank you.
Where'd that car come from? All right, Ishmael Lebrecht in pit road as if on cue. Harry Conway picking himself up from under that bus, getting into the car in relief of Lebrecht. They will fall down the order here a little bit. Back down to 5th as they run, but man, it has been that sort of race. It's been a tough one. Again, if you haven't heard the announcement, this is now turned into a non-championship points event. They are going to add a round in the championship somewhere to make up for this round. This is essentially a race for glory, and for the RCI guys, you have to kind of, for half of them, you have to
Say it's
pull the
literally
lead.
half and half. Like
Yeah, for half of them, you
P1,
lead.
P5. Where's Tom Robs is down to P17, so they've dropped down to the mid pack. So we literally have 2 people in the top 5, 1 person dead center, and 2 people in almost last.
Yeah, you have to feel for the guys in the back, and you know, this not being a
I do.
championship round does nothing.
You asked
It's
for it,
funny
Jesse, carry
because he is the one in the back.
on. Sure is.
You have to feel for them, but you know, realistically, this doesn't go on their points sheet, so it's kind of good. You learn a lot from a race like this, but for the 2 teams in the top 5, you have to, you feel bad for them because yes, it is chasing glory, and technically there is a trophy at the end of it. It just doesn't give you any points and all that, but they don't get points for that. And for those 2 teams, it's 8 hours of effort for a non-championship round that you came in assuming it was a championship. But you know what they say, Mike? Them's the breaks.
Yeah, but I mean, in the end, I think that obviously everybody came into this race assuming that this was going to be the championship, right? Especially all the teams that are in, the top 10 that haven't quite been as affected by the ongoing issues that have been going on. These guys know where they're at now, and it was like Fabian said earlier. He knows the 799 now has the pace not only to necessarily podium, but to get up there and fight for a lead.
Well, they think they can win the whole thing.
Exactly, right? So I am expecting the Griffax engineering team, car 11, to do better than when they're not in Monza, right? I think everybody kind of confirms that McLaren's going to do a little better when they're not at Monza. But Griffax engineering, I mean, they're ones, they race with us too. So like they're back under safety car, it seems. Oh no, he's just in the pit. Never mind.
This camera angle, this pit camera of Nick's, whenever you're coming into pit road, it looks like you're slow on the inside of the track, but
yeah,
it's because the pit lane be wide. I don't know why I said it like that, but Mikael Sundstrom in, we assume
that's Ryan getting in.
That Ryan Gill is going to get back in the car here, and I think the message is loud and clear. Don't crash the car, Samir. I think
okay. I want to point something out real quick. Nick, could you switch to P6 briefly with that camera angle? Okay, now switch back to the Bentley. You notice a difference here.
Well, yeah, one's a Bentley.
Yeah, I want you to look at the side of that car. Go back to the McLaren for a quick second.
Oh yeah, it's completely filthy.
Filthy.
It's not. Hold on a minute. How is that?
I would assume that the 703 has been to the dirt trap, and that's why they're in P6, and the 799 has not, and that's why they're 50 seconds
Here's
ahead
what
of
I
P1.
think. I think the 799 is cheating, and I would like to file an official.
Oh, that's Fabian in the car. My bad.
So Fabian Schmidberger did get in the car, which is their normal driver rotation, which will mean that Ryan will likely get in next, and then a little stint, a half of a stint. They'll probably put Sundstrom back in.
I would assume so. I think he'll do the final stint, if I'm not mistaken. But then again, they are pretty far ahead at this point. They may slap Ryan in the car just for some experience.
Well, there's no pit lane for him to kill himself on, so.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, so I think that, the Griffax engineering team, and obviously they race with us too. They're in the World Tour and stuff, so like they're quick, right? We know. Tom Robbs. Like, that was some interesting braking by the Aston in front. Yeah. Interesting braking from the Aston, to say the least. I ran across that Aston a couple times.
Well, Tom Roberts is the mailman, and he licked the stamp and he sent it down in turn one. He did that earlier on the team car, and it didn't work so well, but that time it came off perfectly. He was able to slap it down in there and get it done. So that pass made, not for position or anything, but again, Tom and Seb have been sort of in this limbo in 17th place for a long time now. I feel like they could get some more here late in this race. They just got to stay patient and stay focused in. But they are sort of in purgatory, if you will.
I just found out potentially why the Griffax team has been struggling a little bit. They are actively participating in 2 races at the same time at the moment.
Are they participating in the sim grid race?
I believe that would be my guess, because I do know that the sim grid race is ongoing. Yeah, and it has 2 hours left on it, so it is ongoing at the moment. By the way, Samir Ibrahimi, I just tuned into the stream to see where they were. Samir Ibrahimi in P28 is not where I expected to join the stream on. So, I see that they're struggling a little bit. But yeah, I think that they're actively participating in the SimGrid Paul Ricard race that's happening. So that might be that might explain why. That they're struggling a little bit here, running 2 different races at the same time. Also, my team is poking me to go help them figure out fuel, so I will once again return.
Well, there you go. Cooking with Mike will return after these messages from your local station. Hello, folks. Non-attorney spokesperson. Have you fallen recently? Have you been injured on the job and are currently seeking workers' compensation? The law associates of Dylan and Dylan and Dylan and Dylan may be able to help. What did you think about that, Nick? Was that a good advertisement?
I mean, it sounds like I need D&D and D&D to save me because I just fell down.
That's a lot of D's.
Can they help Harry Conway? I mean, he was run over by a bus earlier.
Well, I now can tell you that the RCI cops are now seeking attempted murder charges on Billy Octane after that brutal beatdown that he received. I'd be interested to see if Conway is going to come into the box and have a rebuttal or not, because currently that was just a savage beating, an unwarranted savage beating. But that's why I like Billy. Not the beating part so much, but Billy is again the only Estonian I know, and he lays it all out there, and he doesn't hold anything back, and he tells you how he feels, and I think that's why a lot of us like him. He's a funny guy, and he's out here to have fun. But you know, he also you never have to guess what he's thinking. I don't know if Billy's married or anything, but ladies, if you're looking for a guy that won't tell you a lie.
Yeah, he really lays it all out there, kind of like how he lays his sim rig in his front yard when he's mad at it.
He puts his sim rig in timeout.
Well, apparently there's not enough people in Estonia to be worried about it, so you just air it out.
You know, Random Call Sign does that, Nick. Whenever he's doing review videos, I feel like I plugged Random Call Sign earlier, but he does that. He will actively take his sim rig or his equipment outside to, quote, get better lighting, and he'll then film it there. I always thought that was quite unique. I've never seen anybody do that. I mean, I've seen some other tech reviewers that do something similar. There's also that PC building guy who always takes his rig out in public somewhere to film it. But for sim racing, that's very, very strange. He did a video a few years ago where he took his entire sim rig and like his display and like a little table outside just in his backyard, in his garden, and did the whole video there. And it's just very different, very nice. To his credit, the lighting was perfect.
Right, you got to get the lighting right. You got to, because it adds so much to the scene.
Oh dear. But well, I don't know what we can say about this race that we haven't already said, Nick. I mean, it's been a roller coaster.
It has. It's been a very long roller coaster. Yeah, it's been great. I mean, it seems like the servers calmed down quite a bit in the last couple of hours, which is nice. We did have one disconnect about an hour ago. Everyone went to the moon again, but we recovered.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning we have less cars too. I would argue that maybe 40 was just a little bit too much. And of course, you don't know where that limit is until you look for it. But now that we are absent a few cars that have officially retired from the event, it certainly has sort of calmed itself down quite a bit. All RCI cars are still on the track. They are still actively participating, turning laps. Like Mike Jones said earlier, we have two at the front, one sort of in the middle. They're poised more towards the top half of the middle, but they're still sort of in the middle. and 2 near the back of the grid. So I didn't symmetry, I think, is what we're going for here today.
I'm here for it.
Mike, would you tank your result to finish last so we could have first and last?
I mean, it depends on what Cam does when he gets in the car.
Okay.
Tony is one quick boy, so I'm not expecting him to have those issues. But when Cam gets in the car, or if I was getting back in the car, then there might be a chance.
I was told there's only 2 important positions in any given race, first and last. I don't get that. I don't know why last matters, but definitely was told that at some point in life. Fabian Schmedberger in the leading 799 RCI Motorsport Pink. Lap times are in there. They're not, I don't think they're exemplary. They're not really, but they're pretty darn quick. Yeah, I mean, he's got
better to stay
50
safe.
seconds. 50 seconds to lead. He's fighting traffic. He did a 49.2 last time by. That's more than acceptable. And by the way, that was quicker than Hunsel's lap in second place by about 2/10. So again, don't need to go out there and go for world record pace. It's not really important right now.
Especially since one of their biggest competitions, I believe, will be retiring after this stint because of the aforementioned 2X races that they were running at the same time in the 11 car. I think their current driver in the car is not participating in the other race, so I think this guy will finish off and then they'll retire. So Hunsel has just not been giving them enough of a threat, I don't think, in the Mercedes. Granted,
No, I'm afraid
2.5 hours left.
Yeah, anything can happen. Any sort of incidents for the 799, and this race changes dramatically. But as it stands right now, it is a big old lead in favor of Team Pink in the 799. Well, Harry Conway is in the 703. He's back in 6th place, but we expect him to get back in the top 5 sometime soon. And that team, Harry Conway, despite being ran over by a bus, doing a great job. Should be on for a top 5, I would imagine, the way that they've planned out their race. Mike Jones, how's the sort of lunch coming?
I am in fact cutting it right now. So it's delicious.
Mike is cutting the meat.
Sure am.
You could be cutting a lot worse things, Nick.
I could. But I did a different marinade than I usually do on this.
Fascinating.
I'm not a huge salt fan. Like, I don't like my stuff salty. And this is a bit more of a salt-based marinade. Actually turned out pretty well. I'm still happy with it.
Oh man,
beef.
I am so hyped for the midnight cooking show now. I can't wait. For those of you again that maybe don't know, RCI hosting a 24-hour race at Kailami in 2 weeks' time. 24 consecutive hours. How many teams are in that race?
That'd be the same as the 3 hours of Silverstone. That would be 42.
42 teams. That is a lot of cars. And it's going to be a crazy race. Every single time we go to South Africa, it's just insane. Like
It's like Hungaroring, dude. Kyalami and Hungaroring for some reason.
Hungaroring, by the way, underrated track. I've always enjoyed it. Doesn't matter what car I've raced there. I've always enjoyed that place, and it always seems to give a good race for us at least. And the same thing with Kalami. It is a fantastic circuit. It was well renovated without being, destroying its essence, if you will. And it's just a great track. Something always seems to happen that leads the race to coming down to a final sort of sprint to the finish. I mean, even when it's not for the lead, what was that race, Mike, that you and I were calling where
the very first Night Owl race? It was the single event that was the prequel to Night Owl.
Oh no, I'm talking about Kalami recently.
Oh, Kalami.
Something you and I did. Where what
did we do?
The race for like 5th place was insane. They were beating the crap out of each other coming to the line, and I don't even remember who it was, but on the outside they got him at the line in a photo
finish.
It
was the triples, the little sprint series that we did, the Welcome to 2021 series.
Right, it was one of the Ryan Meenans too was involved in that.
Both of the Ryan Meenans were involved in that for a minute.
Oh, that's right. It was brother.
It was
brother,
both of them
for a while.
Yeah.
And they were
beating a bunch of each other
out of the line, and I just remember that race simply because if you go back and watch that, just Mike and I were unintelligible. You couldn't understand anything we were saying. We're just yelling, and you want to talk about passion for the sport, like other than us not making sense. It's very, very, very amusing to go back and actually listen to and watch, because you just think there's no way on the outside of the final turn at Kalami that anybody could make that move happen, and then all of a sudden he gets off the corner better, I guess, the outside car. And point is, the space between Crocodile and start finish line is always interesting coming to the checkered flag.
I think it's gonna be interesting, man. Like so when we decided to run the 24-hour, of course it was a discussion of, okay, well, 24 hours of Spa, right? Well, but sure, everybody does 24 hours of Spa. It's fun. It's a good track. It's an excellent 24-hour track. Or you could do something fun, and that's why we put it up for a vote. And personally, I was hoping for either Silverstone or Kyalami, and obviously Kyalami ended up being the one. So, I'm really excited for it. I think it's going to be just an absolutely fantastic race, because Kyalami is just an absolutely fantastic track. And as we saw from the Silverstone race a couple weeks ago, it was great. Like, that whole race was really good. So I'm expecting just as good of a race, except just 8 times more of it.
The thing about Kyalami is this: it never disappoints. Fantastic racetrack. I love the country, and I love a lot. I've got to meet a lot of people from the ZA region, and the thing is, it's like I knew maybe one person from South Africa for the first 25 years of my life, and now there's just so many people there that are good at, like, either sim racing or content creation, and just sort of opened my eyes. But the racetrack too, I always feared whenever they sort of modernize that track, the same way I fear when they do that to any track, that they're going to ruin it. They did the opposite. They made that track a world-class venue, and it is not disappointed. I ran an R Factor 2 race there in the past month. Oh god, it's just such a lovely track to race on. You got a nice elevation change, a nice flowing corners on a technical bit. It's just one of those places, and I am so happy that our community, first of all, I'm glad that we put it up for a vote. Number two, I'm glad that the vast majority of our community over here at RCI agreed that we're going to South Africa and we're going to put on this ridiculous 24-hour race. And it's got track lights, so I don't think it's ever going to get 100% dark there a lot of places. I mean, I think the sort of the north side of the track is actually fairly dark, but it's not the worst place to race in the dark is what I'm getting at, and you never know.
There's
it's
a lot
South
of
Africa.
long sight lines there.
That's what I'm getting at. That's exactly what I'm getting at. Also, it's South Africa, and what is South Africa without a little bit of rain? So I imagine at some point that'll crop up.
Can confirm that the forecast in the practice server has been reported to be off and on rainy. So, to be expected.
So, and if you think we're overselling it, we're definitely not. It's just we're used to this kind of thing around here. As some of you or all of you may know, I don't know why, but we usually get these grandstand spectacular finishes. And speaking of which, Harry Conway back in the top 5 as advertised, but he's not done yet. I think he's outpacing Thomas in the 222. Could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure he is outpacing the 222. As we close in on the 2 hours to go mark.
So Jesse Lee,
Mike Jones.
as I sit here and enjoy my breakfast, lunch, dinner, whatever we decided on, what are we cooking?
I don't know. I was gonna let you do it. I was gonna because I also enjoy cooking, and I'm no stranger to. I mean, you can choose anything. I'm not picky. Last year I spent the vast majority of quarantine working with pork because I realized that was the thing I had the least experience with.
I would say that's an idea, is that we could make ribs, but that might be really messy while we're trying to commentate.
We don't want to turn it into a mukbang, and we don't want to be annoying. There will be a race going on, and so here's my plan. I'm actually gonna probably for that segment, I'm probably gonna set up the PC in the kitchen with me.
Ooh, I got an idea. Barbecue beef sandwiches.
Pulled pork or on bone? Or actually not on bone because it wouldn't make sense.
Barbecue beef.
Oh,
beef. Yeah.
Okay.
Though you could go the route of doing pulled pork. Same concept, just different meat, right?
Right.
I do love me some barbecue beef sandwiches.
I have probably not had one of those in the better part of 5 or 6 years, I would say.
What do you guys think, chat? Barbecue beef sandwiches for me and Jesse at Kailami?
Keep in mind, we're gonna be making this for us in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night, it'll probably be in the middle of the night at the racetrack as well. So that's sort of where we're thinking. It's what we're going with there. So I don't know. I feel like if Mike and I had a cooking show. So Cameron's saying that why don't we make something traditional? It's like that'd be fine, but you'll notice that Mike and I are not South African, and we have no idea what you're talking about.
And also, I'm extremely picky.
Are you?
Extremely.
See, I'm the opposite. I'm basically a garbage disposal. I don't really, as long as it's cooked through, I don't really care. I mean, I say that, but there are things I won't eat.
Secondary option, speaking of garbage disposals, and Nick will know why this popped into my head when you said that.
Oh boy.
Sloppy Joe's.
Didn't you? No.
I may have told you that story at some point.
I was going to say, you may be aware that Nick Setnick and Mike Jones are actually friends in real life as well as in the virtual space as well. So they're no stranger to game nights and stuff like that. And I believe I've been told this story of somebody inhaling Sloppy Joes at one of those gaming nights.
23 of them.
20? Oh yeah, and I remember my
and
reaction.
Everything else. Tater tots and everything else to it as well.
I remember my reaction. There's no way a human being can eat 23 Sloppy Joes.
And yet.
And yet.
I was there. I witnessed it.
So Cameron's talking about something called bribroji?
He also
It's toasted.
Pretended
and
to
contains
smell
onion.
to spell tomato. Tomato.
Now, don't be insensitive.
Tomato.
What if that's how they say tomato?
Hey Jesse,
Hmm.
what color is the Ferrari's logo?
Well, we'll be right back after this break and a word from our sponsor.
Love you too, Jesse. Oh my god. Right, sorry, I had to dump my plate in the sink. So yeah, Jesse, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking either sloppy joes or barbecue beef.
I'm on board for either one of those. By the way, as pointed out by
We're having beef
his
on bread,
teammate,
that basically.
we are doing that. That sounds perfectly fine to me. As pointed out by his teammate Sebastian Brunier in chat, Tom Roberts licking the stamp and sending it. He has made his way up to the 15th position now. What a ridiculous and amazing recovery for the second one of these RRC races in a row for the 769 team. Keep in mind, the 8 hours of Imola test race that they had a very similar story, this team. They only made it up to about 17th in that race, or maybe they made it higher than that. I'm not, my brain doesn't go that far back, but they're doing it again. Tom's doing it again as well. And Mailman is on his route here, and his route takes him right through the top 15.
I think the best part about it is that Tom's going to get in here and just say, oh, yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. I was just driving. And he's like, flying through positions and recovering well. And, he's just happy to be here.
Tom will likely say something like to the effect of, well, I felt bad sending it on that 16th place car, but, it's very Tom. He's like, I didn't mean to send it that far. But, again, it was a clean pass. As far as I know, it was a clean pass. Didn't like he made contact. Looked like the position was surrendered at that point anyway. But either way, the 769 Team Blue car or Team Blue team have gotten by the 137. Now that has been coming for several hours to this point as Tom slides it into the first Lesmo. But again, they've had pace. They've never not had pace. It's just they were sort of in no man's land for a very long time. And I don't know what the gap to the 8 is, but considering the 8 was running second earlier, pretty darn sure that they're not going to catch that car, but they may, by the end of the race, catch the 100. Mike Jones has just shown me something. And I don't know if I can explain this appropriately, but what has occurred here is Mikael Sundstrom has changed his name, perhaps in protest of the decisions that have been made mid-race. He's changed his Discord name to Less Angry Than Billy Michael. Or Mikael, excuse me. Less Angry Than Billy Mikael. So Billy Octane was angry that he was called a silver driver today. So he changed his name to Angry Billy, as everyone was jokingly referring to him as. And now Mikael has changed his name to Less Angry Than Billy Mikael. So that means he's still somewhat angry, I think.
I mean, but that's such a large sliding scale because there's Angry Billy and then there's whatever Mikael can reach.
Oh my goodness. Cameron would appreciate it if we didn't commentators curse the car because he would like to have dinner. Well, Cam, I think the curse came within the car for you guys today. I think the problem is you had a commentator in the car.
Yeah.
Commentators in the car. I don't think Nick and I actually did that today.
It was
like that was all
supposed to be. our team was supposed to be commentators, all of them. But obviously George is a little busy, and your partner in crime for 9L, Josh, got sucked into working, so we only end up with one commentator today.
I see. Well, that's how the cookie crumbles. Harry Conway is attempting to catch the 222. He's made just a tiny bit of headway, but it also sort of helps too. That's him right up there, that 222 Mercedes. You can see him in front, so it'll be a little bit of incentive, but he's not making a ton of room. But it's probably hard to drive with a broken arm.
Yeah, man, at least a couple fingers at this point, I'd imagine. I mean, you know, back when, if any of y'all are Brooklyn Nine-Nine fans, that 87
this race for
car.
position here, the 87 car, who has received several time penalties, several stop-and-go penalties, but a clean move nonetheless. Position... Actually, no, not for position, because there's several... Oh, actually, no, wait.
We're too far. We're another lap down on them, it looks like. Yeah,
Oh,
getting the blue flag.
see.
Yeah, so
Okay,
that
understood.
would have normally been for position, but obviously we lost those couple laps when teleporting out back to the pits.
I like how Tony's name on the scoring
Oh, there it
lights
goes.
says
It just
Ben.
ticked up.
Oh, okay, so it was really slow, because I was going to say, I was like, the relative doesn't do if you're not on the same lap, and that relative was on the same lap. It just took it fooled me. It took it so long to click over, but that was indeed for position on the 87. So position on the track.
Making them up.
For Team
Tony's
Purple.
quick. He's I think that Tony has the pace to be up with the 769. If you know, we hadn't ran into so much trouble, I think that he would make his way up there pretty easily. But obviously with the trouble being had, you know, he's just trying to do what he can. We are a lap down on the 712 still, so there's still a lap to gain there. But he's running a couple seconds faster a lap, so you know, a couple hours left, he might be able to give it a shot.
Harry making up just a tiny bit of time, but digging really hard out of Ascari, going all the way to the beach and back to try and get that extra little bit of time. Very few drive-through penalties issued for track limits today, which is a bit surprising in my opinion, that it hasn't been a bigger problem. Conway very much on pace. The fastest lap of that team all day was a 49.2. He did a 49.8 that time by, so nothing out of the ordinary. The car still must be in good shape.
Sebastian, listen, all I really got at this point is dreaming. That's all I'm left with.
Watching on board, Harry Conway with the RCI RRR 703. This view out of the sort of the passenger compartment kind of gives you an idea of what the driver sees, though I would hope his FOV isn't this wide, because holy cow, that would be disorienting. But he is 2.5 seconds behind Thomas in 4th place. That 222 car very much in play here, already securing a top 5, but they have bigger aspirations. I don't think they can get on the podium, 703, but 4th is actually, I am going to take back what I said. I reckon a podium could be on here.
I mean, I think that there's potential there for it. They're only what? 2.5 plus 3.5. What about 6 seconds back from P3? So I think it's entirely possible that they could. I mean, there's 2 hours left in the race. Well, no, okay. I'm gonna retract and say it's not only possible, it is easily doable with the way that they've been driving. Especially if Billy's done in the car and Lebrec's getting back in. We know that Lebrec is, you know, probably one of the fastest drivers out on the track, period, today.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it from Billy himself earlier saying that, yeah, Ishmael is the fastest driver. And he's sort of esports alien level. And I mean, I would agree with that. I mean, he's lightning quick, and I mean, you know, all credit to Harry too. Harry's running these guys down. So he's taken a 5-second gap. It's now 2.5 seconds. It was 3.5 seconds a lap or so ago. But Thomas is actually catching the 76. So if Conway is the same distance behind Thomas he was a lap ago, you know, maths dictate that Conway and Thomas are catching the 76 at the same exact rate. So, and actually Conway's a tiny bit quicker there, but Thomas is running down Imler in the 76 here. It was 4 seconds at one point, and last I looked, it was 2.5, and now it's 1.6. So either the 76 Ferrari is dying, or the 222 is coming alive, one or the other.
I think it's the Ferraris having trouble with the tires. Can speak firsthand that how much of a struggle it's been with the tires in the Ferrari, and would not be surprised to find out that that was the case. The question is, can Conway keep the tires on the McLaren long enough? Because obviously they've been struggling with tires as well. I think everybody's been struggling a little bit, obviously, with hot temperatures. It's 39 C out on the track at the moment. It's actually come down a bit, hasn't it? Wasn't it up at 41 earlier?
Yeah, it was at 41. I was actually going to say Conway's been chasing down the 222 for a while now, and that gap has been fluctuating between, 1 to 3 seconds, but that's about where it's been. So I wouldn't be surprised that the both of them are catching Imler.
Yeah. The thing is once the 222 catches the 7.6, unless he manages to just slide past because of a mistake from the 7.6, that will put the 703 in a good position to catch up to the two fighting cars. So, I mean, like you said, Jesse, I think a podium's not only possible, it's very probable at this point, possibly.
Well, all I know is that somebody needs to hand Harry Conway a shovel and tell him to dig, because he is not far off from a podium. Heck, he can see it. And for the race that the 703 has had, going back into the field, fighting their way up, they were as low as like 17th or something at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And they have fought all day to get in a position to where they could potentially be on for a podium. And I know it's not a points race, but it is still a race, and it is still an 8-hour endurance venue. How awesome would a double podium be for the RCI boys if that could be here today? I mean, it won't bring the points back, but what it will do,
right,
is it's still a win, and it's still a team effort.
I think I just realized it's a little bittersweet, because we did just see in the past 20 minutes ago the 11 car did retire. So that is where the extra position came from. So it's a little bittersweet that obviously the 11 car did retire because of the points being pulled and them racing in another race. But I mean, in the end, there's a number that's going to be next to that 703 car at the end, and if that number says 3, then Conway, Lebrec, and Octane and the rest of the RCI team are still going to consider that a victory. Fifth place at this point is a victory. I mean, they were going into this, I think, maybe trying to expect a top 10, and here we are, 2 hours just past the 2-hour mark, and they're in 5th.
Here's the thing: at the end of this race in 2 hours, there's still a proverbial trophy being handed out, and you still want to win it. And for RCI as a group, this will count regardless, as if of course the 799 or the 703 do it, this would be considered a win or 3rd place or 2nd or whatever they finish at. This is still going to be considered an 8-hour of Monza victory that I will always refer to as the 8.25 hours of Monza. But it'll still be a win, and it'll still be a podium. And like you said, there's going to be a number attached at the end. And if you finish badly, you'll go, it wasn't for points anyway. And if you won, you'll be like, no, that counts. That's just how it works.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we've pretty much. I mean, this is going to be our battle on track here as we're approaching. I mean, it's looking like Tom Roberts in the 769 has pretty much settled a little bit into his position of P14. Sizable gap behind and in front. The 712 and 714 are in 30th and 31st. They are, again, not fighting for position on track. That said, the 714 is only 13 seconds behind the 712 at this point, so we might actually see a little bit of a battle in the next stint between those two. Because this, as you're watching now, this is Tony for the purple team. This is not a battle for track. This is he's unlapping himself. Because obviously they're well towards the back, over I think 9 or 10 laps down compared to the leaders because of the various issues that have been ongoing for the 2 Ferrari teams. But my teammate here, Tony, he's putting down the pace. He's going to be approaching the end of his stint soonish, if I'm not mistaken, because they're actually doing 3 shorter stints to finish the race, so they do have to pit twice more, at least. So they'll be, depending on how the 712's pit strategy works out, may lose enough time there to not be able to make up the position. But other than that, it's basically just the 703 at the front.
I can't tell you what I am impressed about. Tom Roberts now up to 14th place, continuing his charge to the front. And the car lost it there.
Thomas?
That was for position. That was the 222 of Thomas. He got a little too much curb, exiting Ascari, looped it around, hit the inside track barrier. Or actually, that would have been the outside track barrier. And that is going to be a bitter defeat for the 222. Heavy damage on that Mercedes. Position given to Harry Conway. Free of charge, young man.
Yeah, well, that means that is just one less car he's got to get past for the podium. If the 222 is going to...
game.
Oh, shall we?
Let's play a game. Will we see Conway continue to make time up on the 76, because he has stalled out in the last few laps? He's 2.5 seconds back. Pay attention to the gap between 3rd and 4th.
Well, hang on. That's not entirely true. That gap had stalled out against the 222. Both of them were catching the 76.
That's true. Well, it did go down about a 10th in the first sector between the 703 and the 76. RCI and Triple R. And by the way, that's the other thing. If RCI Triple R get on the podium, that's a podium for both both groups, RCI and Triple R.
It is, yeah. I mean, Triple R obviously not technically part of RCI, though Conway and Octane. Here's the timing sector right here. Let's see what it's going to be. So he actually lost a couple tenths there. So he's struggling through Sector 2 in comparison, at least. But, obviously Conway and Octane are now staff members at RCI. They never were beforehand. Tom Robbs is actually part of Triple R. He's one of the original members of Triple R as well, though since he's been unable to race as much with the new job and him moving, speaking of moving, obviously Tom Robbs, he moved a few months ago from the UK to Germany for a new job, so into a country that doesn't even speak the same language, even, main language anyway. So it's been an experience for him.
Speak German?
I think he does not. He just kind of speaks like very rough German, basically. Yeah. Enough to kind of like he needed to learn enough to like get by, basically. But obviously he works closely with Vicky now, Vicky Thompson, who I'm sure a lot of people on the RCI stream will know. Because they both work for the same company now, and Germany's not too big. I would not be surprised. Obviously, pandemic going on right now and everything. I would not be surprised, obviously, that we have a bunch of staff members that are in Germany. You got Fabs there, Sundstrom, and everybody there. Oh no, Sundstrom's Swedish, not German, right?
That is correct.
Ugh, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. You can tell it is way past bedtime.
The RCI team absolutely dying here, but less than 2 hours to go. 4:15 p.m. in sim time, and the track temp, mercilessly, that was not words, is coming down. 38 degrees on the track, a little light breeze, nothing more, circulating, and as that sun continues to dip lower, that track temp is going to continue to come down.
I'm actually
and I
curious.
would reckon.
Sorry. I'm actually curious if that is going to make the last hour and a half or so a little quicker, a little more aggressive, as the temp comes back down into closer to more comfortable temperatures for the tires. Last couple of stints could be a little less treacherous.
Yeah, because we were told that by several of the teams that it's harder to be fast consistently with the track as hot as it is, because it keeps the tires hotter and it wears them out. So you can be quick on a lap or two, but the consistency is just not there on the hot tracks. So if this does continue in the next couple hours to get cooler and more reasonable, we could start setting really fast laps here at the end of this thing. And oh, by the way, Conway here still gaining on Imler. He loses some in some sectors and gains some, but overall, over the course of a lap, he gains a little bit more than he loses. And that's sort of what you're seeing. He's chipping away at it. So certainly somebody has handed Conway a shovel, and he is very much digging out there to get that position. Imagine racing for 6 hours and seeing a podium be that close in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, he's been clawing for it. From what we've seen, he seems to gain a little bit off the main straight into turn 1, loses a little ground in sector 2, and lather, rinse, repeat. But as you said, net, he is making ground. So I believe the matchup between Conway and Imler will happen probably within the next 20-30 minutes at that rate. But I mean, he does get pretty close here.
Yeah, he sure does. I can't believe it, but that McLaren down the straightaway seems to have the advantage. I wouldn't have really called that, but Tom Roberts, the mailman, comes in for his routine pit stop. Seb Bernier gets into the car, and again, another seamless, well-executed pit stop. That stint went pretty much to plan, and Seb Bernier will get back into the car, considered to be the faster of the two drivers, mind you. And he does exit pit road in 15th, so they are in 15th place properly now. No real threat from the 79 behind that. Or actually, I don't think that's not the 79 right behind him, I would suspect. But either way, 15th place, Seb Bernier, and he will be on the hunt to get 14th back, maybe even more. Told you guys about 4 hours ago, I reckon that this team could be inside the top 15. Maybe the top 12. We'll have to find out as Seb on those. We've seen this happen time and time again on the cold brakes, cold tires. The first lap, very treacherous.
Yeah, sorry, I actually just recognized we have another one in the box to us.
Hey there. Just stopping by to say hi.
Of course.
I think the Ferrari boys are fighting at the back, so it'll be interesting to see if they both keep it on track and who comes out in front.
Yeah, so
I just have to. Sorry, go ahead, Mike. Or not Mike, Nick. Sorry, we're all losing our minds. Sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
All good, all good. Yeah, we were actually speculating that the 712 and 714 would be going toe to toe here, coming towards the last leg of the race. So, if that is what the teams are seeing as well, then it might come to be.
Yeah, pretty sure we're on almost exactly the same strategy. Sprint, stint and a half, and then a bad dash at the end. So hopefully both drivers keep it clean, and yeah, it'll be fun to watch what happens. Have to go spot for Marin again, but just thought I'd stop by and thank you for all your good work. Thank you, good people.
Excellent, Tomas. Before you leave, could you just do me one favor? Obviously the race hasn't been perfect for the 712 Team Red Ferrari, but have you guys learned anything that you will take into the next round of this championship, which will apparently be the first round of the championship?
Yeah, definitely. I think oddly the biggest thing is our setup was made for the hottest points of the race, which is backfiring massively right now. So if anything, we're going to have to work on our setup being a bit lower down in the temperature range, and then it should help us into longer stints. Aside from that, just keep the car pointing forward more often and we should be okay.
Well, there you have it. Tomas is going to go back and spot for his team. He definitely needs to. I'm sorry that we kept him longer than he meant to stay, but absolutely
all right. It's always
in
a
traffic.
pleasure.
Absolutely
Always
the
a pleasure.
same. Tomas there, driver for the 712. Kubica in the car right now. Of course, one of the things, Nick, you can learn in a race like this is, you have a bad race or you have a race that doesn't go your way, it turns into a test session, and, well, that just makes you better next time.
Yeah, that's interesting. He said that they were tuning their setup for the hotter temperature, which is something that a lot of the other teams were worried about, is that the high temperatures would be, creating inconsistent lap times and affecting pace. So it's interesting that they were planning on that, and he said it was backfiring. So I'm just curious what that means.
3 wide briefly. That's Tony Benet on the outside trying to make it go into turn 1 into the chicane. Can't quite get it done, and goes over the sausage curbs and the baguettes and everything else. And that position was still, he kind of ran through there a bit, did Tony, but I'm not sure how the stewards are going to feel about that. That wasn't necessarily a legal pass. Oh, and Ferrari in the background there going off into the second chicane. It was not the 712 of Kubica. That was a different car. But of course, we talked about how quick Tony was, and he is just sort of gone at this point. So a scrap at the back between our two cars. Not the cleanest of maneuvers. I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure how the stewards are going to feel about that. But either way, pass completed.
Yeah, I mean,
Ooh.
you know, showing that incredible pace there. I think it was just more traffic than he was expecting going into turn one. I mean, he was 4 cars deep all of a sudden and trying to go for a pass. So, I mean, he might have just got pinched.
Yeah, it's so hard. I mean, it was 3 wide there for a second too, and I'm not sure if the car twitched. I didn't see a touch, but maybe there was, or just trying to throw it into turn one like that didn't work, and evasive action was taken. They were definitely side by side, and I think Tony would have got that position regardless. So, again, I'm not so sure how worried they're going to be about that, especially a fight for 30th. Not saying that it matters, but you know, what do they say, Nick? Context is everything.
Yeah, everything. Everything's in the details. Sorry, I'm running out of water. We're still following the 703 Conway, trying to close that gap in on Imler, and as was predicted, he has closed it down to 1.3 seconds, which is down from where he was, which is about 2. So I'm feeling pretty good about what I said. I think we'll see them going toe-to-toe in the next 15 minutes or so. 703 and Imler.
Indeed. Hello, everybody. Just joining the stream. If you're just now joining us this afternoon in Europe, oh boy, it will take some explaining. It has been probably the toughest 8-hour race on everybody. The cars, the teams, the sanctioning body at the RRC, and us, of course, in the booth. It has felt like we've been here for 12 hours. I can assure you that's not been true. But it is one of those races that you will remember if you were here, simply because of just how many different things have occurred. We've had code 60s for disconnects. We've had a restart for poor netcode conditions. We've had the stripping of points from the race, an additional round added because this race was stripped of its points. And now we're having a battle for the podium positions. We ride along with RCI RR 703 McLaren in pursuit of the 76 Ferrari for the final step of the podium. Still an hour, 40 minutes to go. And we've also been fighting incredibly hot in almost disabling conditions for the weather for some of these cars and these tires, and the racing has been fast, but it's also been brutal for a lot of teams. We started with 40 cars. We've had about 8 retirements. For the RCI boys, it's been feast or famine. We've got 2 cars at the front, 2 cars at the back, and one working his way up sort of to the front, actually. Sebastian Brunier in 15th. But my goodness, what an event it has been. Track temp will likely continue to come down a few more degrees. And as you heard earlier, for the team Team Red, their plan has backfired. They set their car up specifically to work in the heat of the day. Well, that has passed, and they are paying for it with some of their setup that they have done. Harry Conway in pit road, routine pit stop here with an hour 38 minutes to go. They'll need to come down pit road again with about 38 minutes left in the race. Now, they won't have to change driver at that point, but they will need fuel at that point. Be interesting to see if Conway gets out of the car for Lebrecht or not here. I would imagine he would. He does not. Harry Conway stays in the 703. So Lebrecht does not get in that car. Harry Conway is being tasked with running down the 76 for this podium, at least for the next hour. So Conway still feeling it, and why not? He has been running him down. And if current pace dictates, he will be able to make that pass eventually. But, you know, what they say, catching somebody's one thing, passing them quite another.
Especially with the conditions that we've had all day, we've seen a lot of very scary overtakes today. To downplay it a little bit, a lot of people going off into the sand trap when making a miscalculation.
I think we have a little more light shed on why Harry Conway's still in that car. His teammate Billy Octane in chat says Harry is obsessed with the podium spot. I think Harry wants to be the guy who makes that pass, and I think he can be. I think his team believe in him that he can be the guy who makes that pass for the podium. The proof's right there. The proof's that he's ran him down. It was 2.5 seconds. It was under 1.5 at the pit stop. Give him fresh tires. Send him back out. I think they're right. I think there's no wrong call for the 703. I think it can be done. And for a team, especially Billy Octane, who was a bit upset that they were grouped, meaninglessly, of course, but upset that they were grouped by their qualifying time, which Billy felt was not indicative of their overall pace. It was just circumstantial. This team's been racing with a chip on their shoulder. And, you know, rightly so, as it turns out. What you're about to see is a team who qualified in the middle third. Potentially, as Imler does come in, the 76 is in pit road. You're going to see a silver car potentially sit on the podium. So they've been racing with that chip on their shoulder. They were practiced with that chip on their shoulder. I mean, and there you have it. You saw it happen live. Third place, Harry Conway. The pit stop made. And you didn't even have to pass him on the racetrack. He got it done in pit road. Harry Conway. Actually, no, excuse me. It's actually just flipped back around to fourth. Now it's flipped back to third. Okay. Timing and scoring, getting a little lost here. It's still a bit lost. Now it says he's in fourth again. Now it's flipped back to third. Okay. Timing and scoring, getting a little lost here. It's still a bit lost. Now it says he's in fourth again. And now it says he's in third. Now it says he's in fourth. I'm pretty sure he's in third. Folks at home. Matter of fact, now I'm sure of it. I just looked at the other timings. Just to clarify, I wasn't losing my mind. Harry Conway up to third, passed on or in pit road. Just like Billy Octane says in chat, man's feeling hot. Let him do his thing. I agree. As we would say, Billy, in America, big dog gotta eat, and basically means the same thing. Let him get after it. And what a great run it was. Or actually, I should probably say still is, for Harry Conway. Now firmly in third place. He does have Mund, who's now taking over the 76 car. He's only 1.2 seconds back. You'll notice he's the yellow Ferrari in the picture.
Color was that?
And now a word from our sponsors.
Too easy, Jesse, too easy.
That was my name in college. Anyway, moving on. Leader is in. Fabian Schmedberger in pit road. The 166 has followed them. The gap is going out. Conway gapping the 76 ever so slightly. We saw that the other way, the gap coming down prior to the stop. But now the 76 is now the one chasing and lost a 10th in that sector. Fabian Schmedberger in pit road. I assume Ryan Gill's getting in this car. I don't think there's any reason for this team to deviate from their scheduled rotation. And indeed, Ryan Gill, the penultimate stint in this race. I would assume at this point Mikael Sundstrom's going to get in and finish the race just for effect. At least that's what Ryan Gill told us some 7 hours ago, thereabout. Standard pit stop by Schmedberger and Gill. Gill back out on track in the 799 RCI Pink, RCI Motorsport Pink, or Team Pink as I've been referring to them as.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, they're what, a lap ahead, even after the pit stop. So where is the 166? The 166 is, so they just came out of the Lesmo. So that means that they are almost a full lap ahead, because here's Ryan coming out of the Lesmo now. That means that they are almost a lap ahead even after the pit stop. They do still have one pit stop to go, obviously. Comfortable is the word I'm going to use here, Jesse Lee.
I would use a different word, commanding.
Dominating.
Yeah, it's just been that race. You felt it in the first 15 minutes of the race before the red flag that Sundstrom just had something special. Well, as it turns out, so does his teammates Schmedberger and Gill, because it is an absolute team effort.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, the 799 team has really put in the effort for this. I mean, we heard from Schmidberger earlier about it, you know, about all the practice and everything that him and Mikael have been doing. Mikael out putting in laps, Fabian going over telemetry, Fabian going over telemetry between the three of them even, just to make sure that it still looks correct. And try to get Ryan and Fabian's telemetry as close to Mikael's as possible. Because obviously, you know, Mikael being their number one driver on that 799 team, you know, they're realistically that's the standard, right? Gill and Schmidberger want to reach that standard if at all possible. And
well, Ryan Gill,
they've gotten pretty damn close to it today, I would say.
Ryan Gill considered himself the weaker link on the team, But even saying that, he only reckoned he was about half a second off the pace. I can confirm that he was pretty spot on with that assessment. I really wouldn't call half a second the weak link either. Doesn't really sound right to me. If you're a half a second off in qualifying, you still think you have a shot. So most of the time, and that Ryan's pretty spot on with his pace off of the fastest laps set in the race.
A half second means a lot when you're doing a sprint race full of esports drivers, right?
Sure.
Across an 8-hour race, not so much. But looking down the field, of course, Conway did take over that P3 spot while I was taking a bit of a break. Took that spot over from Mund, and I believe I heard you guys discuss, Jesse Lee, that Conway at this point is obsessed with getting the podium, and as such has decided to stay in the car as long as possible, right?
Yeah, so Billy Octane said that Conway was hot, and he was motivated, and he was obsessed, basically, with the podium spot. And considering his pace, again, it seemed like the right call, leave him in there. Now, I don't know what happened there, but Conway, I know exactly what's happened. Conway is approaching lap traffic, so he had a 1.8 second lead, did Conway, but he is approaching this lap traffic, and that is slowing his pace down ever so slightly. He's lost a few tenths, and I don't really think this is going to be a determining factor in this battle, but we talked about it all day. When you catch traffic, how you catch traffic can be a matter of a second or more on your pace, and this is definitely not what Conway wants to see. Cars going too wide in front of him.
And a Ferrari still in his mirror. They caught up.
Definitely not. Yeah, they certainly have. I'm curious how much of this is to do with the traffic in front of Conway, and because look at this. Now he's going to be boxed in a little bit.
Yeah, he's definitely bleeding a little bit of time. So on the last lap, he lost 4 tenths. They're going to be crossing the line here as they're coming out of Parabolica. What will be the time difference here between these laps? So Conway comes across the line, runs a 149.8 and 149.1 behind him. So actually he gained overall just a few tenths on Mund behind him on that last lap. So that just shows how slow his previous lap was in comparison, or perhaps how fast Mund's was. I mean, these guys are still running in the 49s, and that's nothing to balk at. I mean, if we're looking at, say, Ryan Gill, his last lap was a 50.1. Now, granted, let's take a quick check. Is Ryan? Oh yeah, he's stuck in the middle of traffic here, as you can see, currently being just completely slowed up by 2 cars in front of him. But he has the time to be patient. He can sit behind these guys if he needs to for a while. It'll frustrate him a little bit in the end, but he's got plenty of time. Conway doesn't.
Yeah, Ryan Gill not even flashing the lights there, so he is he's not frustrated with that situation at all. He's got a massive lead and a little time to run off the clock. That's all he's interested in doing. But like you said, there is nothing in it between these two. This is the battle for the final podium spot. RCI and Triple R in the 703 and the very yellow 76 Ferrari with Mund behind the wheel.
Sorry, just
I said it again. Right, got it. I was like, why is he laughing? I said it again. That I definitely deserve it. But again, this gap has come all the way back down again.
When did Conway pit, by the way? He just recently pitted, didn't he?
Yeah, he pitted a lap before Gill did.
I am surprised to see him bleeding time as much as he is, because they've now got a bit of clean air.
Now, here's the thing, Mike. A lot of teams here told us that they were having to run a conservative fuel mixture, and sometimes they're able to come off that mixture for a lap or two to really attack, but they have to go back on it. What
They
are
would
the
not at this
odds
point.
that this? So you don't think that's fuel saving is a thing now?
Not anymore, because unless you're running a lower fuel stop, if Harry topped off his tank and he just pit, say about 10 minutes ago, there's no reason. He can easily make 45 minutes on his first map. So there would be no reason why he wouldn't. And speaking from experience driving a Ferrari in this race, I can tell you that the Ferrari uses, depending on your lap time of course, but it's approximately 3.4 liters per lap at a 151 pace, which equates to 58.8 minutes of fuel. So if the Ferrari just pit, that would be the question, is when did Mun just pit? Because if he pit within the 155 mark, he can run on map 1 with a full tank. And Billy is kind of confirming a lot of that at this point, it's just an issue with the car.
Oh, there you have it. Issue with the McLaren here that has caused Conway to bleed off some of this time. The battle for third very much alive.
And just quickly glancing over the other cars real quick, here's Sebastian Brunier, just while we have a second. So he is 90 seconds or so. Oh, yeah, the timing's updating very sporadically, but he's pretty far back from his position. Cameron DeBastos in the RCI Motorsports purple car, 714. He did take over that one. That's Sebastian right behind him, coming down with another lap. Cameron will be finishing off the race here for the purple mobile. And then Kubica did bleed that position back. They're back in 30th now for the 712. So I've been told that the 712 is on the same pit strategy as the 714 now, so they'll be battling right to the end. But so far, the 714 is staying ahead of them slightly back at the end of the field. That said, the fast driver did just come out of the 714 as well, so they might bleed out a little bit of time. And in fact, just looking at the timings, that is confirmed. In fact, Cameron's last lap was 4 seconds slower than Kubica's. Granted, Kubica ran his fastest lap since I've rejoined the server at a 49.9 last lap, which is not too bad. Considering that's only about a 3/4 of a second off pace.
Yeah, well, one thing that when we were whipping around to all the cars, we saw is the fact that Seb Brunier has gained a spot. He is up to 14th place, but the battle for the podium very much on here. Defensive line. Defensive is going to be offensive. A tap on the rear. Harry Conway doing everything he can to defend. He's going to have to be wide here. How far does the Ferrari send it? He doesn't send it at all. He elects to go nose to tail into the first turn. 76 mistimed his leap out from behind there and tapped the back of Harry Conway. No harm, no foul, though. That could have went very wrong. Didn't. But yet he will continue to challenge. Look at the Ferrari gain. Ferrari looking to the inside, showing intent, not quite close enough. Doesn't move the cover, does Conway. Conway staying in a straight line and beats him out of the corner, but we've seen how ferocious that Ferrari is in a straight line now on this run in particular, as we're actually going to go inside Mun's car here to show you just how much he does close up. Now, we're on a straightaway here. I expect the Ferrari to do what he has been doing the past several laps. This is where he's gaining all of his time.
Yeah, you can see him reeling in just a little bit. The Ferrari, I mean, it's not super well known for its quick straight line speed. The Evo is better than the old one, but as soon as you get that thing sucked up on the back of a car in the slipstream, that thing will take off. I mean, there was multiple times where I'd let a blue flagged car or an overlapping car come past me out of, say, Parabolica here, and then all of a sudden I would find myself all over the back of them halfway down the straight. Speaking of which, there's my car going past. These guys lapping the 714. Cameron's letting them slide past, but here goes Munn looking for that look, Jesse. He's not in the slipstream though as they start approaching the corner, so I don't know if he's got enough of an overlap.
Who's going to brake later?
It looks like they brake almost the exact same. A little bit of a bump
there's going to be
there.
a touch here. It's going to be a touch, and they're going to continue. No touch there. Seems clean. Yeah, as long as Conway was able to maintain the outside long enough, it was always going to become the inside. But look at this. They're still side by side. And if they can make it to the chicane, it will be advantage Conway again. Nearly a dead heat as they go into the second chicane. Should be Conway's corner here.
Yep.
And he has to get clear here, and does, because if he wouldn't have got clear there, it would have probably been Mund back to third place. Successful defense, but perhaps a little bit of damage there from the contact in turn one. It might have been heavy enough. Fabian Schmedberger has joined us again.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sitting here for a bit longer, but I didn't want to interrupt your little battle talk. Because that is some good thing to watch right now.
It is, but talking about the 799 for a second, you guys are in a position where we saw Ryan Gill just hang out behind some lap cars that were fighting. You weren't
Here's
even
P2,
attempting
by the
to
way.
get by.
Coming into first
This is
chicane.
Patrick
And here's
Patrick
Ryan
Hunsel,
Gill, about to
and
lap
you'll
him.
notice that's nearly a lap. So that's what I was talking about, Fabian, is there's just no reason for you guys to put your car at risk, and certainly see Ryan in no hurry to get around anybody, and that seems to be the best strategy for you guys right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was my strategy as well. Just chilling around. Don't harm the car. Just be patient with it. And somehow I think even my second stint was faster than the first one, even though I didn't really focus that much. But that's the beauty of this car, because the less you work it, the better it works.
No challenge into turn one is what I was going to say, but then Munn closed up really tight on the back of Conway there. No contact, but good, hard, close racing going on here. Fabian Schmedberger, one of the trio of drivers in the 799 leading car. Ryan Gill in there right now. Is it safe to assume that Sundstrom will finish out the race, or are you going to leave Gill in? Or are you
No.
going to get him?
Sundstrom is taking over for the last stint. Last 50 minutes or so, probably. The stint Ryan is running now won't be a full 60 minute stint. So yeah.
I'll tell you something else that's interesting is Billy Octane is saying slow and steady, and he doesn't seem concerned in the slightest that third place is very much under attack here. So I think they might have a trick up their sleeve, because if they're not concerned about this, then they must be doing, I would assume, something similar to what Fabian's talking about, where they're going to pit early and this isn't going to matter.
Now I know what they have. They have their secret weapon, which is obviously speed juice. Whenever you need some speed juice, you just can put it into the tank, and then the car will go a bit faster. So I guess that's what he's referring to.
I think maybe they might be on the same strategy. They might get Ishmael Lebrecht back in that car for one final time. And all Harry's doing right now is a service to his team. He is fending off that Ferrari, and every lap is a minute or so off the clock that they're taking. And if he can keep him back there, then that's just gravy, at that point. All you can really do is try to keep the guy behind. In fact, the gap does go out a little bit. We'll have to see if it closes back up. But we talked a lot, Fabian, about the race and about how, it's been a helter-skelter kind of race where you've not really exactly known what was going to happen. You entered a race, you expected it to be one thing, and then all of a sudden it's completely different, and now there's no points on the table, but that might make the victory seem a little less sweet, but you got to admit, it's still a major accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, after I was in the interview with you guys there, I just realized when I came back to my team what really happened. when I talked to my team. I just really realized that this won't count for the championship, and like the next 30 minutes then were tough, because we are what does maybe mean? We are almost a lap up on P2 now, so the chances are very, very, very good for us that we are going to win this race. And to get told that this race won't count then after we have so much preparation, like Mikael and I was doing so many laps on the practice server. We were doing 400 laps each, I think. And to get told that this all is almost for nothing, like for no points for the championship, is definitely a bit tough. But I mean, we showed good pace. So we have good and high hopes for the championship.
Well, the way that I've been putting it to everybody at home is, while there's no points on offer here, there still is a trophy. And you win the RRC 8 hours of Monza, that's still a win. And that's going to go into the trophy case one way or another, especially for the RCI RRR guys here that are currently in third. We're watching this battle continue. That's sort of a double accomplishment. That's not only a win for RCI, but that's also a win for RRR as well. And to have 2 of the 5 cars up here fighting this late in the race, and the potential here for a double podium that cannot be understated, of just how strong, how hard both of these two teams have worked to get to this point, for the 799 to have such a big gap, and for the 703 to fight all the way back from outside the top 10 to a podium position, is absolutely incredible. As you see Conway pulling the gap out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, where did they start again? I think it was something like P18, P17?
Yeah,
They started.
It was in the, I think it was 15 or 16, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and they were behind that at one point as well. So they were lower than they started, as far as I'm aware, and they have gained all this time back.
Yeah, that's definitely a very good accomplishment for these guys, and I know that they were not happy after a few training runs with how the McLaren performed in the race here, because, well, the McLaren is not a very good race car for Monza, especially not in these conditions. But they have been doing very fine, I have to say. Like, on the podium spot up for grabs, that is better than everyone in this team probably has expected from them.
Well, either way, I feel like there was going to be a McLaren on the podium. The 11, I'm sure you know this, but the 11 retired based on the fact that there's no points on offer, and they're in the sim grid race at the same time, so they wanted to concentrate their effort. But that 11 team would have likely still been on the podium. So that either way, you have 2 very different teams. The common denominator of the same car, and they're both this far up the field. Like you said, that is shocking. I was talking earlier in the broadcast about, I definitely remember a time where you would, like, driving a McLaren was a death sentence pretty much, and just almost nobody, if anybody, used the McLaren because its BOP was not very great. It didn't have any sort of advantage that you'd be able to take advantage of. But now it's a great car. It's not one that I particularly drive a whole lot, but here we are. People are getting a lot more use out of it, and it certainly has the pace. And hey, by the way, remember a minute ago when I said that Conway had pulled a gap? Well, that gap has evaporated, and it's now as close as it's ever been, pretty much. Will the Ferrari try to make the pass on the inside? Yes, he will. He'll get side by side in turn 1 once again. Can Ferrari do it? Another tap going into the corner, and he's going to go wide. The 703 is going to go wide. I'm not sure how the stewards are going to feel about that, though I haven't seen the stewards issue a penalty.
A little bit.
I have not seen the stewards issue a penalty in 2.5 hours, so I don't even know if they're even still in the building.
I'm going to go for the freeze, and we're going to go for the replay.
We're going to go for the freeze. Do not adjust your picture at home. That actually wasn't that bad, actually. So here we go. The Ferrari's going to go to the inside. He's going to attempt to make the pass here. Does the Ferrari come off the inside of the corner? We're going to see. No, not really. That was just the Conway trying to take as much real estate as possible.
Yeah, I think Conway was maybe at fault for that one a bit.
Yeah, Conway. What is every single time I'm stewarding there, Fabian Schmedberger? What do I say? You have to leave the space.
Exactly. Yeah. And every time someone says quotes Ayrton Senna with his famous "If you no longer go for a gap, you're not a racing driver," I will always use my I will always use my all the time you have to leave the space as a counter, because I won't be feeling happy if that just stands in the room, because that's a shitty quote.
Are we gonna jump back to a camera here? There we go.
I just want to point out, not the world's biggest Senna fan, and I feel like a lot of the things Senna said were drug related. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Oh, Conway, repeat.
Conway, here we go again. Number 2. Is there going to be contact there? I can't really tell, but
it's just Pete and repeat at this point.
Position defended, but for how long? Is the Ferrari going to try and go the long way around the outside? I know it's got the legs, but doesn't have that sort of legs. The answer to that question, maybe? I don't know. He's certainly trying. Can't quite get it done. He's going to peek out and try to take the inside here. Nope, can't do it. Has to fall back in line. And like I said, every lap that Conway keeps that Ferrari behind him, goes into the dirt there, the Ferrari does. That is just bonus points for when Lebrec takes over this car. Conway wanted to stay in for a double stint. Conway wanted to defend.
Lebrec will not be driving, by the way.
So Lebrec will not be driving. Is Conway into the end then?
Don't know. Billy will have to answer that in the chat. But Lebrec is apparently refusing to drive. he's salty.
Yeah, I can get that.
Oh dear. Yeah, I think it's been that sort of day, and there's a lot of flavors, and a lot of people are picking salty.
I mean, Ryan already sorry for interrupting you. I thought you were finished. Ryan already told us in our team chat, like that's a very weird feeling, because you are sitting out in front with like a minute gap to the next car. Now it's even almost one full lap, but you know that there's nothing on the table. So that is a very, very weird feeling, and I probably never had such a weird feeling in sim racing before.
Well, they leave the space that time, and now maybe the Ferrari tries to cut in when the McLaren was not quite ready to cut in, and basically sort of the reverse of 2 laps ago, and still nothing there. And I mean, I don't even mind them making contact, really. I mean, it's hard racing. You know this could potentially be for a podium. But Conway has what he has, and he has to defend this position, because we've been told that Lebrec will not be getting back into the car. And I now wait a minute. Somebody's going to have to get into that car. Can you triple stint in this series?
You can, yeah. You theoretically could run. I think there's somebody running solo, in fact.
Okay. So that's very interesting, isn't it? So Conway, because Billy told me he's not going to get back in that car. Lebrec said he's not going to get back in that car. Harry Conway said he was feeling it. And he might do, if he does finish 3rd, he's going to deserve it, because he's going to have to have defended this position for nearly an hour and a half to that point. At some point, you have to expect that Ferrari to give him the old bump and run. At least in my shoes, if somebody blocked me for an hour and a half, I'd probably just remove them from the equation. But that might just be me.
And I mean, it would also be a perfect end to the story today. Triple R on third position after Harry doing a triple stint. And they are having 3 drivers in the race, so
Did you just relate a triple stint to triple drivers and triple R?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not the worst analogy that I've heard today. I've done some really bad ones.
I mean, you're sitting there for already 7 hours, so I'm not surprised.
I tell you what, I lost my mind about an hour ago. I called Nick everything but Nick, and I was like, wait, who are you again?
I mean, last race in the Imola 8 hour, I forgot Mika's name, so I understand you.
It definitely happens, and this race has basically removed my brain stem from its normal resting place. I'm sitting up here trying to make heads or tails of all of this. I'm watching an episode of a soap opera unfold, and Mike Jones is paraphrasing everything that's going on, and I'm just commentating over it. I can't imagine being in a race like this. I'll repeat what I said about halfway through this race. Folks, if you were here today, if you were in this race, or you watched this race, for better or for worse, you will never forget this race. And it has been incredibly memorable. Sometimes for the right reasons, sometimes for the wrong reasons. This is going to be for one of the right reasons, this battle here. It seems to have cooled off for the time being. More than a second gap, Conway out in third place. Don't worry about Ryan Gill out in front, because as long as he doesn't crash the car trying to get in the pit road again, pretty sure he is going to be A-OK. We heard Fabian tell us that he's not going to do a full stint here. He's going to give relief to Mikael Sundstrom, who will finish up the race as he started the race. So, Fabian, track cooling down, is that a concern for you guys at all?
No, that just means you can go flat out more. Because you don't have to. Yeah, your car doesn't slide that much because temperatures are lower. That just means it gets better.
Yeah, I think it gets better for more different cars though. Like the Ferrari is going to gain even more than I think the Bentley would, just because the turbo overheats in the Ferrari and the high temperatures.
Yeah, good point.
But you guys are so far ahead at this point that it just doesn't matter.
No, for us it doesn't matter, and yeah, you're probably right. And also, the Bentley is a good car anyway, so we probably don't have that high of a disadvantage in higher temperature. But yeah, temperatures won't drop much anyway in the next 60 minutes. It will probably go down to 28 ambient temperature. Track temperature will probably come down a bit more, but that usually doesn't matter that much, at least for the
Fabian,
higher pressures. Yeah.
I have bad news.
Okay.
It's already 26C.
What?
What?
You said, oh, I'm sorry. I am losing my mind.
I think so.
This race has ruined me.
I get you.
I'm gonna have to put in for workers' comp, I think, is what's gonna happen after this. This is Sebastian Brunier. He's French. He races exclusively in VR, and he is in a team with the British Tom Roberts.
The British German.
We saw them.
Or the German British, sorry.
Living in Germany. Working
by the way, Fabian.
Yeah?
Jesse and I were talking about this briefly earlier. Have you had a chance to meet Tom yet, or is it still a lockdown situation? You haven't had a chance?
No, sadly not. Lockdown is still pretty strict around here.
Mm-hmm.
So sadly not, but we have it on the table for somewhere in the future.
Fabian Schmidberger, Tom Roberts, and Vicky Thompson in a room, Jesse.
Do you want me to do the Mary One thing? Is that it?
Oh, I mean, I was just curious of your general opinions at that point, but
Well,
I
if
guess
they
that
don't-
answers that question.
If they don't all go to jail, I'd be surprised. That is not a group of people I'd want to leave unattended.
Nice. I think, well, luckily, since this isn't a normal broadcaster race, I want to go find out what happened to the 714 because the 712 went past him. Let's find out, shall we, Jesse?
Let's go for it. As you do that, I'm gonna continue talking about that potential grouping of Roberts, Fabian, and Vicky. I think that would be bad for world peace.
No.
And
just many bad jokes, but perfect for world peace.
Seems Cam was
Oh,
has just been bleeding off time, unfortunately. I don't see any
Yeah,
there
his
seems to be
life-
some
his
sort
life-
of incident here, but yeah.
So for those of you that may not be aware, how we look for incidents in the replay, very simple. We just look for a lap that takes a different amount of space on the bar than any other lap, because you either
Such
know
as
that's
this one?
usually a pit stop or an incident. Exactly.
Yeah, this one
And
would
that,
be a
that
pit
was
stop.
So see, everything else is pretty much the same
More or less.
distance. So it's just bleeding time. That's well spotted by Mike Jones there. So, Bobby, remember when we used to steward like that, where we just looked for a weird gap in the bar?
Yes, those were not the times I want to get back to.
Big Bo Dukin slide into the grass. The
The
9112
912.
takes out some braking markers. I don't know how they've made it
I
to this point, those braking markers.
I can't say that I'm disappointed to see that, as he was the one that took me out earlier, so
Wow,
little bit of
completely
spite going on.
biased opinion by Mike Jones, who's taken over the box. And by the way, this battle has not gone away. This is the battle for the final spot in the podium. It's still between these two guys, the 76 and the 703.
It's almost like we've been
And
here
they're gonna-
before.
This is like the third or fourth time. He's going to try and squeeze himself around the outside here. He may have something to Ferrari. Can't get back over Harry Conway. And it's going to be, look how close he is. He knows he has to fight for this position. Harry Conway keeping him there.
There was a
Lap
Mercedes.
Traffic everywhere. 3 wide there. Jump scare sim racing here as he has to clear him. Harry Conway does. He
Ooh,
does it.
little bit of
And there's a
tap, little bit of
There's
tap.
a touch. There's a slam. And somehow they're both still going the right way.
Yes, I missed that, Jesse. That's the spirit.
What did I just see?
I think if you're not mistaken, Conway and the Ferrari ran into each other, and then they ran into each other again, but it straightened Harry out the second time. On the plus side for Harry Conway, there's now a car in between them, at least temporarily.
I just listened to that back on replay. I amused myself. I didn't realize I got that loud. I had that self-conscious moment of how loud was I? And the answer is very.
Alright, guys, I'll have to get back to my team.
Well, thank you, Fabian, setting in and giving us your insight as usual. Good luck in the final 55 minutes of the race. And hopefully we see you post-race.
Yeah, thank you very much. See you later.
Fabian Schmidberger, the leading 799 team. Setting in, letting us know that he's looking forward to the track cooling off. As it is, it actually just did a little bit more. 35°C track temperature. It's down at 6 degrees from the peak heat time. Of course, we're not really concerned about the lead. Ryan Gill has a massive lead. He's doing a great job.
No, he's
the
not.
Bentley out. No, he's doing a great job keeping it out of trouble, and he's doing a great job on pace. But he has
He's
come
doing an
into
excellent
pit
job in
road,
the pit lane.
like Fabian Schmidberger said. He was going to cut his stint short, and they were going to put Mikhail Sundstrom back into the car for the final stint of the race. Mike Jones is bored.
Mike Jones
he
is tired.
Mike Jones is hitting every button on the thing, and now because he's doing it, you guys can't see this at home, but now I'm doing it on mine.
And
ADD
here he
in full
comes.
swing here. Mikael Sundstrom fairly... Was that slow on the stop? I'm not really sure.
108.7. Well, let's see what happens when he exits out the outlap. So when he exits the pit lane, it will update. Yeah, that was very slow. That was 20. No. That was 25 seconds slow.
No? That car's damaged now. Look at that. That car's not been damaged already.
Oh, look at that. Look at that hood.
So Ryan Gill did not do a good job taking care of the car.
Let's go find out, shall
we? Ryan Gill crashed the car in the final hour. Again.
Yeah, Fabian did say we had damage. Tap the wall.
Okay.
When did you hit the wall, Fabs?
I was just congratulating Ryan Gill for not crashing, and he goes and does the thing.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There
it was. So let's see what happens
found it
here. So this is a lap before. And what does he do? He just goes off into the dirt and just crunch in between the two Lesmos there. Just a little bit of a crunch. And this is the point where you're happy you have a massive lead, because it doesn't really matter. You're able to come down pit road, give up some of that time and fix the damage. The damage that you see is not actually there anymore. It has been repaired. We have confirmed that with Mr. Schmedberger, so that damage isn't there. What that does do is very temporarily hand over the lead of the race to Hunsel. Hunsel is in the lead, but of course there's no way they can make it on fuel, the 166. They do have to pit for fuel at least, and that will certainly, only a 12.5-second gap, that will certainly, regardless, give the 799 of Sundstrom back the massive lead, or most of the massive lead that they had. Conway, by the way, he's only about 12.5, not much time at all. Conway has walked out the lead on Mund a little bit. It's now back over 1 second here. So I wonder if maybe the Ferrari is doing Ferrari things on its tires halfway into a stint again, Mike Jones.
You know, I am curious to see after the race how my tires were. Like, I want to check the actual graining on them, and you know, go into the setup menu and take a picture of the graining, because I'm curious, because I really think that we're just burning off tires, and of course pretty much everybody's burning tires today, but there's a couple of cars that will be less so, such as the Bentley obviously is you know, pretty notorious for being reasonable on tires, and the Aston, but you know, the McLaren, the Ferrari, the Porsche. There's a Porsche in this race, by the way. In case anybody was wondering. There's
Mike,
like
I feel
one.
Like I feel like I said that in the first hour. I was like, oh, there's a Porsche.
Yeah. You know, there's a couple Audis floating around. All those guys are just going to eat through their tires, and so, yeah, it is what it is. It's a hot track. It is, you know, obviously cooling down slightly now, as Jesse was just saying. It has cooled down 6 degrees track temp from its peak. Of course, the one that really matters, which is your ambient temperature, is still 30 C, and that one has not cooled down much. I think its peak was 34, so not quite as much. That one has cooled down as we do approach the evening sim time here, 5:17 p.m. 50 minutes left in this 8-hour race, or 8.25-hour race, if Jesse Lee is to be believed. But starting to wrap up and come to that close.
8.15.
Oh, 8.15.
I said 8.15 earlier, and I was corrected with my bad maths. That was incorrect, and I was like, oh yeah, you're right, because it's a 25th, not a 15th. What am I thinking? But, well, by the way, this battle not over, not done yet.
No, I mean I think this one's going to continue pretty much up until the pit stops, because as we know, especially from the Night Owl Championship, pit stops is what makes the race, not what happens on track.
Yeah. So honestly, though, Mike, I'm going to go a step further. This race is going to end when somebody wrecks the other one. Oh, it was almost right there. It was almost right there.
Yeah, you can see. Hang on, let me switch to the side camera. You can. Oh, of course, it's on this side. Well, here, let's do this.
For those of you that are motion sick at home, we do apologize, but we're trying to show you something.
So let's see. What
Again,
side?
If you
What
are
side?
motion sick at home, we do apologize.
what side did the Ferrari hit, Jesse? I think it was this side,
That
wasn't
one.
it?
That one.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
It
you
was
can
very
see about
much
right
that
there.
side.
You can see about right there. Big old
Several-
tire scrapes.
There were several contacts on the right side of the car. I'm pretty sure you can find an equal scratch on the left side of the Ferrari. But let's get final 50 minutes of the race. Let's get crazy with the camera angles. Look at this. Look at all the stuff we can do in ACC.
This is what happens when I take over the cameras.
Here's the thing. This race isn't for points. Well, this stream isn't for points. We're just gonna change the cameras, everything.
Oh,
The game's changed.
Yeah.
These
So
cameras
obviously
are not for points.
we do change the cameras a little bit for this race. Nick kind of cultivated some new cameras than our traditional.
He did.
But you know, then Mike sits down and it's 10 a.m. and he hasn't slept yet, and he goes into free cam mode.
I got bad news, but whatever you just did broke the stream.
Oh, did it? Yeah, it's probably because I'm tabbed into the game. Hang on, I'll tab back out. Until I get my new computer, which will be coming soon, allegedly, at this rate, ACC does not agree with my processor much. So I'm still running. There we go. It's updating again. Yeah. I had to tab out.
Just so we're clear, folks, that's not exactly what I meant by we were gonna mess around with stuff, but you know.
There we go. Okay, now it sorted itself.
We're all good now, and you didn't miss anything. Saw Mike Jones hit Alt Tab a few times, so that's about it. Nothing has changed here for the battle with third place. They're still within a second of one another. I just don't foresee this ending any other way except somebody becoming embedded in a wall. I think is what this is gonna. This has already taken way too long, this battle between the two of them, and there doesn't seem to be any bad blood or anything, as the Ferrari nearly gets taken out by what I assume was a McLaren. Pretty sure that was a McLaren. Oh, yeah, indeed, there it is.
Wait a minute. That's the same McLaren that he must have pit. Okay. Yeah, as I say, that's the same McLaren they had come past shortly before they got stuck in the middle of them for a minute. If I'm not mistaken, because he's the one with that paint job.
I see.
So he must have made his pit. Of course, we should see Conway in the pit lane soon, if I'm not mistaken.
He could run about another 10 to 15 minutes if he wanted to.
Let's see. So I connected my broadcast tool shortly before I went live. I do not have a record of a pit stop from Conway, and I've been live for 50 minutes.
He pitted at 1 hour 38 minutes.
Okay, so you got that marked down then.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
Yes, that sounds about right.
I actually wrote it. I actually wrote it down because I was trying to calculate when Lebrecht would get into the car and what sort of pace he needed to have for a pass that didn't happen, for a teammate that didn't show, for a battle that is still going on that isn't settled yet. So that all fell apart. but he pitted right around an hour 38, so he could relatively go to about 35-ish minutes here. As the leader of the race, Huntzel, does come in the 166. Sundstrom was closing. He had taken about a second out of the gap. Not that that's really relevant. And Mikael Sundstrom reassumes the lead for what should be the final time. The 799 RCI Motorsport Pink Bentley has the fuel to make it to the checkered today. And for Huntzel, honestly, it has been a very lonely race in that 166.
And a very lonely race in the 799 too. But I mean, realistically, that's what these endurance drivers like. You know, they want to just go out and run their race for the most part.
So not this.
Not
what they want. They don't want
not
this.
this. Yeah. Because I mean,
Yeah,
here's the
this is a
thing.
mistake.
It's something that you know we're not used to, right, Jesse? So if let's take you know, here in the States, NASCAR. If you're out running by yourself, you're bored. Because the whole point of, you know, NASCAR is that you're, you know, bumper to bumper, side by side, you know, 2 wide, stacked up in a pack of 30, going through a corner that's about as wide as Imola. And your car doesn't go straight when you turn it straight. Right? Here in these GT3 endurance races, you know, this is what they live for. They live for, you know, 60-minute stints of just make my way through traffic, chill out, and you know, that's what Sundstrom, that's what the 166 have done pretty much the entire race. That is what Conway has not done the entire race. The 769 just recently kind of hit that mark in the past couple hours. They're still sitting at 14th. Tom Roberts is in the car now. So we do see him actively in the car, taking over from Sebastian, who of course drove the stint before, with the duo running the 8 hours. But they're pretty just settled in. He's about 20 seconds back from the next spot. Just glancing at the other 2 teams really quick. Here's Merrick Ibiza. He is looking like he's trying to unlap himself off of, I think that's P4 in front of him. Oh yeah, that's the 166 there in front of him. Well, that's not the car he's going to unlap, probably. So perhaps the 166 just slid past him, but he's back in 28th position. And of course my team, Cameron DeBastos, currently piloting the 714 RCI Motorsport Purple. He has fallen down a position since he took over the car. He was ahead of the 712 when that stint started, but he will be pitting, or has just pit, one of the 2, shortly. I think he did pit because it looks like he repaired damage in the pit. So he'll be in for his last stint here pretty soon, as he'll be doing. Ooh, there's a Ferrari off again. Not sure if that was Ritter. Yeah, that was Ritter.
No offense, but common theme today, Ferrari's going off.
It is, man. It's been rough on the tires. Really, really rough. Tony, who's our other driver, the 3rd driver, he struggled all the way up to about the last 5 laps. So he went out, he did about 5 laps, it felt okay, and then he just said the next about 42 minutes or so were just terrible to drive. And then, side by side here. Actually, I think
got the
Conway,
there.
Got it done in turn 1. So there goes the Ferrari. That is now Mund ahead of Conway. Currently, provisionally P2 Mund will be.
Look at this, though.
Look at that run.
Look at this.
Look at that run. McLaren gonna dip to the outside. Not enough an overlap there though for him to be able to get that done.
Now wait a minute. We saw the Ferrari.
He made the mistake.
He's gonna go wide a little bit. Conway's going to go down the inside here. He's going to have the advantage into the first Lesmo. He'll have the advantage into the second Lesmo. They're still side by side. The Ferrari has the run off the corner. Going into the second Lesmo, there's a touch. There's a touch between the 2 of them. It sends the Ferrari a bit wide, and all of a sudden, Harry Conway goes back through.
I'm going to catch a little bit of a replay of that. I want to watch that again. So here they come around there. And we're going to see Conway. Let's see what happens here. So it looks like Conway just hadn't turned in yet. Yeah, Conway hadn't turned in yet, and the Ferrari started. So it's really one of those, like, as a steward, looking at this from a stewarding perspective, it'd be really hard to judge without getting into the angles and really seeing, did the Ferrari turn early or did the McLaren not turn early enough into the corner. But either way, Conway fought it back for now.
I feel like for us as stewards, you wouldn't really say too much about that, because was a position technically lost? No, because they were side by side. So anything could have happened, and you can't argue, what may have been.
Yeah, it wasn't a forced.
About what might. Yeah, you can only argue what did happen, and they were side by side. They both had equal right to the corner, and they're not giving any quarter, and they're still nose to tail. So the same thing with the Ferrari making contact earlier with Conway. It's like, it's sort of a race on thing, Get back in the sandbox and and play with the other kids. So that's sort of what I would say in something like that is get on with it, and they certainly will. But how many close calls can you have before you actually wreck somebody? I gotta say, it's been argy-bargy all day. This is the furthest up the field there's been argy-bargy.
I have heard you say that word so much the past 2 days, Jesse Lee.
They're just smacking into each other, Mike Jones.
I'll have to take your word for it. I did watch most of the Friday race yesterday. It was a good one.
By the way, if you want to see a ridiculous race
in the wet
that we had here at RCI in the wet at Spa, that was just a fantastic race. Go ahead and go back and watch that. It's on the video on demand here. Friday Championship 2021 starting yesterday.
First round.
Absolutely ridiculous race as always.
It's gonna be a super good championship. Like, the racing was really good. 8 rounds in that championship, different formats. Of course, 75-minute race at Spa yesterday. There goes Mund into the pit lane. So Mund dipped out.
I would imagine Conway's in this lap if I had to guess.
I think so as well, yeah. So that will promote Radizzi? I'm going to probably say Radizzi, Jesse. The Beto Sim Racing team. That'll promote him back up to P3. As Conway is going to come in pretty soon as well, I would imagine. I assume that Conway is going to take tires. I assume. I don't think that with the track this hot in the McLaren that he's going to be able to suffer through just taking a half tank of fuel.
Well, Billy Octane confirmed to us that it's not Conway, it's the car. So I'd feel safe with that bet as well, that there's going to be a tire change.
Though I don't know,
on
man.
The 703.
I mean, it's 30 minutes, man. When you're this close. So it was a decent stop by the Ferrari, 110.8 from in to out. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. 115.2 actually. So he repaired. The Ferrari did repair his damage or took a long stop.
Okay. I assume repaired the damage because there's no other way to account for it. So
that's about 7 seconds.
The damage. Yeah, that he would have accrued with the several contacts between him and the 703 here. So that also probably means that Conway has damage on schedule with Conway into pit road. And we know there won't be a driver change here unless Billy has decided to come out of retirement for the day, which I doubt.
So let's count this back, shall we? Let's see.
Ishmael Lebrec was scheduled to drive this car. He is, I'm being told, refusing to drive. Mike Jones has a stopwatch, which I just learned that Mike Jones knows how to work a stopwatch.
Oh, you act like I have touched anything on my desk other than my mouse in a minute. But that was quicker. I don't think he repaired damage. That seemed like it was quick.
Might not have to.
So let's see.
So that's interesting.
Where is? Oh, they switched
Easy
drivers.
does cycle back into second.
Nope, him right here. So he's coming through Parabolica. There it is. Conway just picked up the time. That is 8 seconds that he just picked up in the pit lane. He did not repair damage. Normal stop. So he did take tires. He did not repair the damage. That gains him 8 seconds in the pit lane.
So that either means that the 76 was worse off for damage, or the 703 felt that the damage they had was negligible and not worth the time lost in pit road. Well, Renfelt is in the 76 now, in pursuit again of the 703, but the gap is significant. We will have to pay attention to the gaps. 8 seconds, the gap at the first timing line.
There it is.
Now pay attention very closely to see if Renfelt can do anything.
Refeld?
I do apologize.
Somebody in the
for butchering names.
Somebody in the chat maybe can correct us with that one.
I would say Redfelt. But anyway, we will pay attention to that gap and see if that does come down. Because keep in mind,
it's on an outlap still.
Yep, that
came down a little bit
the
there.
76 was closing that entire time. Every time he lost a second, he was able to make it up. And of course, this is the outlap for Harry Conway, so not up to temperature, not up to speed yet. But he did lose 0.4 of a second in one sector there, so that doesn't bode well. But again, we'll have to see over the course of a full lap what happens. And by the way, there is the RRC stewarding showing up again. Apparently there wasn't anything noteworthy for about 3 hours. Apparently,
well, I can take a look at the instant tracking. Let's find out.
The 264 was given a 5-second penalty by their stewarding. I genuinely thought they had packed up, but apparently there just wasn't a lot of stewarding decisions to be made.
Let's see, we're on lap 240.
I'm sorry, Mike. I just watched a car
disappear in. Did you see that too? I thought I was crazy. I thought I saw it out of the corner of my eye.
Nope, I saw a car sink into the floor.
Hang on, let's watch that back on the downlink, shall we? Let's see.
Can we? Is that a thing we can do?
Well, I'm watching it on the YouTube stream right now, so hang on. This is about where it was.
All right. So
let's see.
Let's
so he's gonna come into here. There it is. He just sinks through. The Aston was just like, okay, here we go.
Mike Jones, I got a question.
Yes, Jesse Lee.
Where'd that Aston Martin go?
I don't know. Hang on.
He just sunk into the track.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 7.5 hours later on the stream.
Okay. Now,
hang on.
I just got an answer to a question I was about to ask. Harry Conway also saw that, and it made him paranoid.
Apparently, he disconnected.
Oh God, you think I'm joking about sim racing jump scares and horror, and this is, you just witnessed a man melt into the track. That's how hot it's been today. A man melted into the racing surface.
Oh Lord.
Oh my God. For those of you that may just be watching for the very first time,
this is not your typical RCI broadcast.
This is not how we normally do this. Let's just say the race isn't the only thing that went off the rails today. Either way, we're glad that you are with us, and we promise that we're not normally like this, but this watching that Aston Martin sink into the track reminded me of the Terminator. Remember that? where he just goes into the molten
Oh
steel.
yeah, or it's total like you're miming, like you're going down a stairwell, you know?
Oh, it's so good.
Anyway,
I'm so glad that Harry also saw that, because that means that it wasn't us. That means that
Yeah.
actually happened.
But yeah,
Anyway.
guys. So those of you who are joining the RCI stream for the first time, perhaps, if there are any first timers out there, this is not our typical broadcast. Our typical broadcast would be one of just straight commentary. We're watching the entire race, commentating just like you would see out at your local circuit or on TV.
Sure.
Jesse and I are a couple of the commentators. Normally we would be doing that, but this is a race where our staff are actively participating. We have 5 teams driving in this race. This is one of them on screen right now.
I'm proud to say we still have 5 teams.
We do. So we are 7.5 hours into this race. All 5 teams still active. We have had about 15 retirements throughout the race, which is not as surprising considering the issues that have gone here. But yeah, so 5 teams participating. This is one of them. This is Harry Conway, Billy Octane, and Ismail Lebrec for RCI Motorsport Triple R. Out in P1 in the 799 car. There's Mikhail Sundstrom, currently wrapping up this race. They're about, let's see, where's Radizi here? So he's approaching Parabolica. They're a little over half a lap ahead, out in P1. Here's Tom Roberts, teammate Sebastian Brunier, the 769. They're back at P14. And then our 712 Ferrari, RCI Motorsport Red. This is Cubisa, DB, and Dumius, some of our stewards. And then my team, back here in almost last place. Cameron DeBasto is currently piloting the RCI Motorsport purple car. We've
Don't need to sugarcoat it, Mike Jones. Jesus.
I mean, it's my own team. I'm allowed to make fun of me. But yeah, so all we're doing, guys, is kind of following our teams for this race. A little bit of a POV stream, kind of like you'd see, say from, Jardier or Random Call Sign or, Dan Suzuki, any of those guys out there that, stream their own POVs, except we've got 5 cars in the race. So, Real Racing Club hosting this race for us. We'll be doing this as a championship. This was supposed to be the first round of the championship, but they had there's been a lot of server side issues today. Not issues that RRC has had in the past, as we've ran in one of theirs, and they've ran a couple other races, but just some ongoing issues. So they decided to strike this one out of the championship, just to make sure that none of the lag issues are causing long-term problems with the points. Disappointing, especially for Sundstrom and Conway in the 799 and 703, finishing potentially on the dual podium here, but kind of works out for my team and second to last.
I love the Mike Jones spin. Mike, 20-something minutes left in the race. Time for me to be disappointed, but something completely unrelated.
Was that all?
This stream, this stream that we've done, we have 51 likes and 0 dislikes.
I could solve that.
And that annoys me, because this is hands down not been RCI quality stream today.
It is really not.
And we've had, the race aside, we've had technical issues. We've had issues that you haven't been abreast of. We've had connection issues, which may or may not have been related. You didn't know this, but we've had a streamer change. You may have noticed Nick Setnick has not been around. That's simply because, well, he's asleep. So we've done things, and we have 51 likes and 0 dislikes, and I'm annoyed because that race that we did yesterday was a fantastic race, and I believe we had some dislikes. And I see you people in chat, you guys, hitting the like button. I do appreciate that, but 0 dislikes. I think
I'm gonna solve that. Here you go.
Thank you, Mike. Wait, now it's 54. Thank you. Thank you for the dislike.
Oh.
See, here's the thing.
Somebody just unliked it and disliked it instead.
I'll take it. But here's the thing. For a race that has been as chaotic as this race, to not have a single dislike, and for a race that we poured our heart and soul in as broadcasters and as an organization to have a dislike like yesterday, that pretty much sums up my experience in this 8 hour. But
Jesse Lee.
can I just say, if any of you have been here the entire time in chat, first of all, please stand up and like walk around or something. But two, you are hardcore. Anyway, yes, Mike.
There's a number that's slightly smaller next to Tom Roberts' name.
Yeah, so Tom did gain another position on his mail route. And I don't know if that's because...
Pit stop, DC. Does Tom need another stop? Seb, do you have to stop again? Does he have to come in for a splash? Oh. The yellow Ferrari is off. Is that the yellow Ferrari of this boy right here? It is. That looks like some major damage.
The
That
76
looks like some
has
damage.
left the building, I think.
No, he's still
No,
there.
he's
The
not.
camera's just catching
no,
up.
he's just dirt tracking it.
Yeah.
That is, sir, that is a Ferrari, not a John Deere tractor. I don't know what exactly is going on here. Has something... I think he's broken his steering.
Yeah, he it doesn't look ridiculously damaged, but it's obviously very damaged. As he is creeping, I think he spun coming out of Ascari, perhaps. So
yeah, he definitely that steering is broken
yeah,
in
it
the
is.
front left.
Look at it. He's turned.
So,
he's turned about almost 140 degrees there on his wheel.
Oh,
If we
look
go
at
to
that.
the-
Yeah, and that.
Let's go to the helmet cam for a second. That's how he's holding his wheel.
Now I do that myself, but you know,
Do you, Jesse?
only for a short period of time doing it in a hairpin. But yeah. That's you're not supposed to be doing that going straight. So
Well, that potentially locks
Harry
in Conway. Yeah.
yeah, for Harry Conway, for RCI Triple R, that's going to be just fine. It's worth mentioning that
30 seconds
the
up.
76,
Give or take.
the 76 was sort of closing ever so slightly prior to that, but it will not matter in the end. Billy Octane and Ishmael Lebrec would have likely told Conway of the calamity behind and the fact that there is no pressure. So for the final 21 minutes of this race, Conway, barring some catastrophic events, can relax. And Ishmael Lebrec, their teammate here on the 703, said that quite possibly this weekend has been the worst weekend in his entire sim racing career. And for Lebrec, that is a lot of weekends and a lot of misfortune over his career.
Yeah.
So that's saying something.
I remember a very specific race, Jesse Lee, that me and you casted together.
I was specifically not trying to step on that nerve, but go on.
Do you remember which race I'm talking about? I'm curious. What race do you think I'm thinking of?
Are we thinking of that night owl race?
Yeah, which track?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Do you remember what lap it was on?
The last one.
Yep. It was at Kyalami.
Oh yeah. Oh no, Ishmael. Just so you know, when you send your hate mail, send it via Mike Jones. I did not bring this up. I do recall that, and heartbreaking. So, but my point is, Ishmael has had a lot of victories and some fairly painstaking defeats. And if he's saying this is one of the worst weekends of his life, you can imagine the calamity that has befallen the Lebrec camp.
Yeah, well, that said, Conway, I mean, as long as he keeps it steady here, he's good. course, the other one that's good here, RCI Motorsport Pink. 799 rather, Mikhail Sundstrom. Out here around in Parabolica, he's going to start lap 247 at the front of the field. As Ismail Lebrec's going to tell me something in chat. Jesse, I think
sure
they have
is.
about, 10 laps to go, give or take?
They're about 20 minutes of the race, actually less than that now, to the end of the race. And Ishmael just wrote us, oh no, Ishmael, you did not. Ishmael says, pulled the same exact thing as we were describing the Kalami issue at Night Owl. Pulled the same exact thing yesterday night. Mandatory stop with fuel. I changed tires but forgot fuel. 130-second penalty. Oh no. So yeah, can confirm. Uh-oh, Mike Jones has set about Lebrec in chat. This could end in a potential ban. Thank you, British GT fan, for the dislike. I definitely appreciate it.
$7.99 needs to catch up for the picture at the end. He might get there.
Yep.
He's running over a half second faster.
So they incidentally coordinated without talking to each other. If Fabian would direct his eyes a few messages up,
yeah, seriously,
they're both asking for the same thing, which is fine. I think that'd be great. So inevitably, what will happen here, barring catastrophic failure, which is always possible in RCI. Welcome to RCI, by the way. But barring catastrophic failure, you're going to have 2 RCI teams on the podium, which is about as good as we could have ever asked for. You're going to have 1 winning and 1 in third. You're going to have 2 that are, well, right about here. This is not last. Mike Jones is being a bit... well, he's being Mike Jones, but this is not last. First of all,
I said second to last. I said second to last, but it's actually third to last.
But not even that, because there were 40 cars that took the green flag, so they're not even in the bottom 10. They're just sort of near the bottom of the ones that are running. But what a day it has been. I think everybody's exhausted. I'm exhausted. I've got other things to do. You may be interested to know abroad. It's actually only about 1:30 in the afternoon here on the east coast of the U.S. Got up really early to do this race, and it's been a roller coaster ride. And we hope no matter how you enjoyed this ride, that you did enjoy it one way or another. Endurance racing always a thing that I enjoy, no matter what's at stake, and I'm always interested in that sort of thing. Tom Roberts, plugging away, 13th place. Again, this team did a very similar thing at the practice round at Imola a month ago. Had misfortune early in the race. Actually, I think they were fairly badly damaged in that. And then at the end, pulled it together and got a decent result. Well, not quite as bad damage today, but they did get set back with a couple of spins. Not heavily damaged at all, as far as I'm aware. But still, in a closely compact field, they did fall way down the running order. They have rebounded nicely. So what inevitably seems to be happening here, you'll have an RCI team winning, an RCI affiliated team third, Tom Roberts and Mr.
Sebastian Bernier. Did we lose Jesse?
No, we didn't lose Jesse. I just lost my mic. Don't know where I cut off, so I'll restart. So inevitably, you'll have about 13th place for Tom Roberts and Seb Brunier. And then, of course, we have Mike Jones for Team Purple and his team. And Team Red, of course, the Ferrari struggling today in the heat with the grip. Mike, I got to ask you, where is your confidence level now? You know this round isn't going to count for points, but knowing what you got in the Ferrari, are you discouraged at all?
Oh, no. So we're considering a car change, for one, since this is not going to count towards the championship. We're considering moving to either the Lexus or the BMW as just an alternative option. I don't know. I was a huge fan of the old Ferrari. It was my car of choice, other than the Aston. But I have just not ever really felt comfortable with the Evo. So I think that it may come into potentially changing that car. We may not. You know, I mean, the easy choice would be, say, to go with the Aston, but you know, it's kind of a little boring. Same thing with the Mercedes. So we're going to talk about it. And even if we did stick with the Ferrari, I mean, by all means, I think that, you know, I mean, there was my dumb mistake on lap 1, which cost us quite a bit of the time. And then a couple other issues that were just completely out of our control. Realistically, like, I mean, I don't think any of us other than Cam, you know, were feeling that the Ferrari was too out of line. Just by itself, right? Tony did spin once, I did spin once. Tony caused by a mistake in Ascari. Mine at the Parabolica. But I mean, that happens, especially with lesser tenured drivers, I guess is the word I'll put. You know, I mean, I don't get a ton of time to drive, as you well know. And neither does Tony, for that matter. So, you know, we're just here for the fun of it in the end. I mean, we were only expecting to, out of 45, you know, assuming all 45 finished the race, we were expecting to maybe be in the top 30, right? So, I mean, realistically, we've almost made that goal. Or no, we have made that goal. Because we're 28th out of the remaining 30.
That's not bad. I
so,
mean, hey, there you go.
Finish the race, you know, so. And I think that Kubica and Dumius and DB are the same way in the 712. You know, I don't think that they're going to change cars, but I think that they're going to just kind of stick with it and know that, hey, we might run towards the back of the pack, but hopefully we'll have a cleaner race, because that's the most disappointing thing is, you know, when you get a bad race, and it happens. This was just our bad race. The problem is, I think that we also are pretty sure that we're going to struggle at Nürburgring, because just none of us really like Nürburgring. Tony likes Monza. I'm not a huge fan. Obviously, George is kind of on the sidelines at the moment until he's done moving. He might make it later in the season for us. But, you know, we kind of knew going in that the first 2 rounds would be a little rough. Just because we weren't a huge fan of them, so. We'll see.
Well, mercifully, the final 10 minutes of the race. And I think when we come back, I assume, in April for the official first round, this championship's going to look a lot different. It's still going to be however many rounds it was going to be, but it'll be a new starting venue, the Nürburgring, and there will not be custom liveries in that as far as like downloadable custom liveries.
Yeah, that'll be
so
disappointing.
It will physically look different. Of course, we talked about Conway, and we talked about how his team has done, but we also talked about these liveries and how they are absolutely fantastic. And, you know, it's an understandable sacrifice that is going to have to be made.
That's why we don't run them at RCI.
Laps, yeah, the final, somebody in chat was saying that earlier. It's like, yeah, we definitely tried this, and we know how we knew that this wasn't a viable road, but, you know, you don't know until you go. You don't know until you try. So it was a valiant effort, but the first race of the actual championship will look different. and obviously some recalculating. There'll be a new round added in there at some point as well. So the whole complexion is going to change. The potential that cars may change as well for some people, some teams, I should say. It's a lot to take in, and I think today it's a little bit of a bittersweet finish, but making it to the end of a race like this is, strangely enough, as time goes on, I've felt that finishing a hard race like this is its own reward. Just knowing that, hey, we somehow made it through. It doesn't matter what position you finished in. I know perhaps the 799 won't fully appreciate this. I know that they were sort of down because, you know, this could have been their moment, and I understand that. But I think 6 months down the road, they'll all go, that crazy race where in 8 hours everything changed, we won that race, and it'll mean something to them then. And we've all been there. But
yeah, I mean, I personally, I look back at the 12 hours of Suzuka that we ran, of course, with RLM instead of RCI, Jesse, but my team couldn't connect, entry-less desync issues. I was like, okay, bet. I raced 6.5 hours, took a quick bathroom break about halfway through that. Went for a quick nap because I was not planning on being up that long. I took about an hour and a half, went for a nap, came back, finished the race. I raced for about 9 hours in total that day or so.
You did.
9.5.
You did indeed.
Yeah. But I still look at it and go, huh, yeah, I did that.
I did basically 12 hours of a Le Mans race by myself for very much the same reason. My teammates could not connect. And I knew I was going to be disqualified, but I didn't care. I drove as much as I could. I actually at one point sat in pit road for a lot of laps for repairs after a massive collision. But I still think about that race today too. It's like, man, that was a crazy 24-hour race. And I saw the checker flag. My team saw the checker flag. We crossed the line. We were like 47 laps down, but that's not the point. The point is we're there, and you still think about that. And in the moment, it was like, oh man, what a miserable 24 hours. But it'll be something that these guys appreciate in time, and perhaps even something they're able to sort of smirk about, like, hey, remember that day we dominated where we didn't get anything for it? It's almost kind of ironic in that way, but a couple laps to go for Mikael Sundstrom here in the 8.25 hours of Monza. Almost at Imola there. That's where my head's at.
That's good. Tom said that earlier.
Yeah, you know what the thing was, is that when we came back in 2021 here at RCI, I spent 3 weeks at Imola, and Imola is the only track. And as far as like one track to race at, I mean, it might as well be Imola. I know some people don't like it necessarily, but I'm an Imola fan. I think it's a fantastic track.
It is one of my favorite tracks in the world, I think. Suzuka has really grown on me as a track as well. I hated it at first, but then I really grew to like it. It was actually during the 12-hour of Suzuka that I came to like it. You know, cause it was either going to go one of two ways, right? I didn't really enjoy it going in. I thought it was frustrating to drive in these low downforce cars. I say that GT3s have a lot of downforce, but you know, in comparison to say like a P2 or an F1 car or something.
Relatively, yes.
Yeah. And you know, a couple hours in, all of a sudden, like something clicked in my head. I started running about a second and a half faster a lap. It was like one lap to the next. Just all of a sudden, just clicked in my head, and it started flowing really well, and now I really enjoy it. So you know, I'd say those two, and of course, as anyone who has seen me talk about tracks, Watkins Glen will definitely always be pretty much my favorite track to drive on, the GT circuit specifically.
I don't remember who I was talking to. Actually, I do remember who I was talking to. I was talking to Ryan Gill pre-race before the Friday Championship started up yesterday. We're talking about favorite racetracks, and I realized something that I guess I've always known.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, off the track there. Doesn't seem to phase the Ferrari though. Kubica there, not really. He just sort of drove through the dirt. I'm not sure if that thing has gravel tires or what, but that did not look normal. But either way, is
He didn't melt though.
Oh dear.
Oh man, you just imagine somebody. Ooh, there goes the car. That's the 264.
Accidente.
Where's the 26? Ooh, that was P6.
That was P6. They've got a 5-second penalty for causing a collision, but it wasn't for causing a collision with the barrier. The barrier will not report you to the stewards. So,
and that is now a position behind them. So that's a lost position for them, unfortunately. There they go.
Yeah, that is indeed. Well, falling off the road in the final few minutes, that's not what you aim to do. But here's Cam. Cam still in the car. Will finish the race for the 714 Purple team. As we said, it was a harsh day for the Ferraris. Looks like all the Ferraris had a hard day one way or another.
Seems the 703 has slowed down, by the way, as Billy's reporting in chat.
It has indeed. I wouldn't tell him to slow down too much because he's only 12.5 seconds in front.
Oh, no. He's purposely slowing down so that Mikhail Sundstrom can catch him and they can do a photo finish.
I know, but Schneider is only 12. Oh, is that them right behind them?
Oh, no, the 222's way back here. He's coming out of the first chicane, so he's got plenty of time. You wouldn't want to slow down too much, but they've only got one lap left.
I meant the Bentley. He's right there, right? He's
yeah, that's him. That's him. Yep.
Right got there, it. So. Okay. Understood.
There you
go. Well,
Fabian was like, "That's more important than the win." Nice, sexy picture.
I can't agree more. But for Conway, Lebrecht, and well, the man they call Octane, you got to feel like it's a victory.
You do. I mean,
doesn't matter that there's nothing
Podium
at play here, but what a hard fall! Like outside the top 15, folks, all the way to the podium. Incredible stuff.
Realistically, we're looking at this as let's be honest. I mean, while we do a fair amount of championships, we do spend a lot of time doing doing one-off races. I mean, we just started our first endurance championship. Every other endurance race that RCI has done has not been a championship. It's just been a one-off for fun. And, here's Mikhail Sundstrom coming out of Parabolica, going to take the white flag. We're going to take a bit of an onboard lap here for the very final lap of this 8 1/4 at this point. Of Monza here. He's going to approach in into Retafilo is what the first chicane is called. Take the right and then the left. Thank you, Jesse Lee. Take the right, then the left. And he's got a nice right sweeping corner around here. This will be turn 2 as he comes across. And chasing down the McLaren in front. That is, of course, the McLaren 703 of Harry Conway. Breaking into the second chicane, called, I may butcher this, one of the Italians, but it's called Regia. And then, of course, you've got the Lesmos, which is turn 4 and 5. Hard right-handers as you come across these. Got to barely clip the apron there. Get back way up, almost onto the grass there on the left. Same thing here. Cut across the green marker, almost touching the grass. Go wide on exit. And the Lesmos are two of the more dangerous spots in this circuit. If your setup isn't set up for them, you can really get squirrely coming out, especially if you go up and touch the dirt, as we saw Kubica do a couple laps ago. And then the most famous turn on this track, I think, this one here is Ascari. You can see the Bentley just eating up those anti-cut curbs. They spent a lot of time working on that with this setup. Not something that you would normally be able to see. And then, of course, the final corner as they come down to the finish. Turn number 8, Curva Parabolica. Mikhail Sundstrom going to take this for the last time during this race here, Jesse Lee. And we're going to get a little bit of a photo finish here with the two of them as they're going to come across the line in the 799 and 703. P1 and P3, ladies and gentlemen, the 8 hours RRC. Oh, Conway crossed the line first, I think. He's got another lap, doesn't he?
He sure does.
I don't think he meant to do that.
Folks, it was 8 hours. That was 8 1/4 hours of racing here at Monza. But when it's all done and settled, it is a win for the 799. And give a call to Tom Roberts in the 769 for getting it done. Seb Brunier, his teammate there, and even the RCI cars that have been in the wars today, the two Ferraris who have been stricken by all sorts of incidents. Here they are 2x2 as well. Once again, the 712 will finish in front of the 714. Kubica in front of the Bastos. As we're gonna break the stream again, but that's fine.
Oh, I'm tabbing out. So that way it won't keep lagging. I just wanted to move the camera.
Well, I can tell you, it was a long, hard race. It's going to say it was an 8-hour race. It was longer than that. And for most people involved, it feels like it was a 24-hour war. And these cars certainly bear those scars. No points on tap today.
They're rough looking.
No points on tap today. That was decided near the halfway point in the race by the organizers. That there would not be points on tap today, that they would replace this round at some point in the season. This is a non-championship round. Some teams fell off the road. Some teams refused to drive. Well, all 5 RCI teams are going to make it home today. Every single one of them in the top 32 on the podium and 3 in the top 15.
And they're going to be the last ones across the finish line as well.
I wouldn't have it any other way. The 712 and the 714 coming across the line for RCI, completing every car inside the top 30 today. What a race it was. Mikhail Sundstrom, Ryan Gill, and Fabian Schmedberger winning the 8 hours of Monza at RRC. Fantastic race, and there they are, the winners and the third place finisher in the background there, fittingly so. Actually, no, that's Tom Roberts, in fact. It is not the third place finisher. But
yes,
either way,
that's
congratulations from all the RCI teams to the other teams. And there is, for the very last time, again, when this series returns in April, you will not see these liveries on any of these cars, not just our cars, but all of the cars. You will not see it. The move being made to remove the liveries from the cars in search of better connectivity and latency. And I mean, to sum it up, it was a tough day. A lot of swings in in the race. I couldn't predict it.
Let's say we go bug the winners, Jesse Lee.
I think we're going to take this show on the road.
Oh, Jesse.
Hello, winners.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, guys, it was a tough race. You rolled with the punches. There was controversy. They've taken away the points for this race. They're going to replace this round, and it may be ever so slightly bittersweet, but a win is a win. And today, in the 8.25 hours of Imola, RCI Motorsport Pink 799 comes home in a commanding win. Congratulations.
It was Monza. Just called it Imola.
So Ryan, Tom Roberts ruined me. He said that earlier, and now I'm back in Monza or in Imola again. Anyway, Ryan, one thing I want to say about you: you said that you were only about half a second off the pace. You could not have been more right. you were never more than just about half a second off the ultimate pace. You held your own today. And, barring the crashing with an hour to go thing, it was everything sort of went to plan for this team. I mean, where was your mindset? Was it just don't mess up?
Mostly, but I kind of failed that one, so
That's why Ryan gets fired.
I'm willing to take the stick on that one. I wasn't as consistent as I probably wanted to be, but I appreciate the fact that I didn't put the hours in that Fabs and Mikhail did, obviously. So I wasn't expecting to be as consistent as them. In the end, I'm kind of just glad that I only really made one mistake, and it didn't really cost us too much because we were already so far out in front. But it was kind of nice to know that my pace wasn't so far off that it felt like being carried.
Well, Fabian Schmedberger, you drove some great stints. I hear that you're sort of the the analytical one on the team. We know that, and you all were sort of helping each other out today. I mean, what pressures did you have to get this result today? I mean, even after everything that happened, I mean, there must have still been pressure to get to the checkered flag.
So our pressure for the front left tire was 25.9. No, just joking. No, I mean, Mikhail again brought us out in a very, very perfect spot. So Ryan and I didn't actually have to work that much. Because, yeah, just like Imola, we had no one behind us, no one in front of us. That was brilliant. So that was one part less that we had to worry about, and we had a good setup. So we didn't have to worry about anything at all.
Yeah, and worry about nothing. These guys did pretty much the entire race. I mean, it's a fantastic drive. Hopefully, it will be repeatable in the remainder of the championship. Obviously, the start of the championship, I guess, at this point. And congratulations to the 703 as well. I mean, finishing on the podium. I mean, obviously, the 11 car did retire, which was unfortunate. But I mean, even still picking up 12 positions, even despite the troubles, is great. So, guys, I think we're going to go and end the stream there. Jesse, unless you got any last thoughts.
I do. First of all, Mikhail, congratulations on winning the race. You had 2 hero stints at the start of this thing. Groundhog's Day, you had to do it twice. Double stinted, got back in to finish off the race. You got to have some satisfaction in that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it feels good to win something finally, something endurance racy. That always feels good, but it's a bit bittersweet. But I'll take it. Try to concentrate on the good stuff.
Well, I just want to point out, congratulations to the 799, the RCI Motorsports Pink coming home victorious today. Harry Conway is raging in the background. I think that's out of joy, not anger at this point. And congratulations, all the RCI cars, all of you guys here came home inside the top 30 today, and 3 of the 5 teams came home inside the top 15. It was a crazy race, a hard day racing, but all the RCI cars come home, and that's all we could ever really ask for. I said, bring home the win or don't come home at all. Well, folks, the door's unlocked tonight.
And I can keep my sim rig.
And Billy can keep his sim rig.
He's so happy.
And on that, ladies and gentlemen, good night.
Good night.
Good night.